sunshine in the Ducateers and Empress about to begin. Giving love to all the ancestors that's tuning in. Here comes the Ducateers with some more offerings.
Going out to the Almec, Montauk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the homie is OG. Coming to restore the crown of the Almec, Montauk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the homie is OG. Coming to restore the crown of the whole.
Swooping through like an eagle, more like a stinging bee. Ancestors is left, right, in front me. I'm all that big dynasty. Live inside me. Moon goddess is worth, native, made for greatness. That wild, with natural style. Rain dancer under the moon. Knock through the pearly gates. Escape from Spain to Panama. We still ahead of y'all. Never racing, just slow pacing to the top of the dome. We stand tall, y'all. Never lazy to walk, clap. Just clap back for all the more talking Shinnecock. Never stop. A little petite, but never retreat. 10K is doggone tall, y'all. Chopper riding, we awake, very deep streaming. E.T. beaming, blunt chop, lightsaber walker, wolf talker. Never stop.
To the Almec, Montauk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the homie is OG. Coming to restore the crown of the Almec, Montauk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the homie is OG. Coming to restore the crown of the
Tomahawk chop, an entire city block. Big Buffalo people coming back to wreck shop. Hip hop, a modern pop, can't stop the rebirth for raw. Indigenous rock with the native chant. Christ war dance. At a glance, anyone who glance at the Shechem war dance. Chief Seven Feather Owl, the Moorish Colin Powell. Make all these 14th Amendment rappers throw in the towel. Square, compass, and trowel. These masons taking oaths, disrespecting ancestors, selling their souls to ghosts. I raise my glass, make a toast to Aboriginal hosts, traveling through the cosmos. That's most, meaning that's on top. My wounded knee bandaged up. Black Hawk, what's up? Geronimo Skull. We taking it back from the tomb of the bones when we coming in the rooms and we zoom like
Almec, Montauk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the homie is OG. Coming to restore the crown of the Almec, Montauk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Muskogee. You know me, the homie is OG. Coming to restore the crown of the OG.
To the heavens, let the sunshine in. The Ducateers and Empress about to begin. Giving love to all the ancestors that's
Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck am I going? Who the hell could I be? All this time I've been lost. Vessel trapped in the sea. Chains holding my legs. I just want to be free. Fist picking my throat. Hell yeah, and they know it. Heritage keep going. You can see it in my phenotypes and that damn Indian showing. This knowledge keeping me steady. 45 on my hip and my armor man stay ready. I hit the streets in my Chevy. Blunt burn, smoke smoking heaven. Man, here you go, I got plenty. Prayers up for what's in it. In the land I lost many. Cause every nigga ain't friendly. And every man ain't manly. No D-bows but Stanley. No heroes for my family. Why the pigs killing us daily. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck do you come from? Kidnapping our babies. 11 million abortions. Whole country is scorching. Maybe stealing my portion. Bitch, give me my land back. We ain't signed no contracts. Why you wasting all of our trust funds? We don't know who your dad is, but we know who your kinfolk. Take the food off of my plate. Eat that shit with my folk. You invader. You motherfucking invader. Invader. This is for the invader. Invader. Send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader. This is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey ya, 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 hey ya. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey ya, 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 hey ya. Hey ya, 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 hey ya.
Nigga, that he ain't a shooter. He didn't even die for shit. He did this for computers. This shit you let niggas do to you today, your ass a goof, bitch. Too high off them X pills, I'm in Pluto, I bet bitch. Man, why now? When I get on your ass, ain't no crying now. Your man's died in been 3-4 days, still ain't sliding now. Hurry up, get that kid back for that next nigga, get tied down. Catch the op, he think it's shaking time, he think it's dying down. Sad bond name like suicide, I see him dying now. Lil' bro on the corner, she won't move like he in timeout. Niggas bitches, they be pleading cases, let me find out. Find them out and meet him at the county when he signed out. Boom, 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 let that drink on her. Boom, 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 let that drink on her. Wait, I'm shaking off these pills, I think I'm favoring her. Man, what? I know what I bitch eat the cop. She gon' tell me where they at, you know how we gon' play the block. I get pop out while they gambling, but you know I'm playing it smart. I'ma wait till he hit this point, then I'ma sneak up by that cop. Remember that shit you said about my bro, he did. Yeah, you want chest ahead, but I won't face instead. That's another spot news. Headshots, all them killers shoot for free, ain't gotta pay them nothing. It's to the point I wink my eye, I ain't gotta tell them nothing. Where I'm from, we call 30 sticks, not dicks. I take that back, cause if he get caught, we gon' give it up in bands now. Who shot at me, they fans now. Snitches hanging with a snitch, we call that shit fed time. Count my glizzy and my Mac inside the party. Oh, he think he crazy, phone him tweaking off the molly. Wanna act that jam, you know he
me down and catch a body. It's gonna be a shootout for sure, ain't no problem. Get the roof off this motherfucker. He got a gun, he's scared to shoot in this motherfucker. Don't tell me what we cannot do inside this motherfucker. I treat baby just like blood, but that's my mud brother. Then we go, I be on my dick, 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 I be on my dick. Why now? When I get on your ass, ain't no crying now. Your man's died, it been 3-4 days, you still ain't slide now. Hurry up, get back for that next nigga, get fired down. Catch the IP, think it's shaking time, he think it's stand down. Sad Bond name like suicide, I see him die now. Lil' bro on the corner, she won't move like he in timeout. Niggas bitches, they be pleading cases, let me find out. Find him out and meet him at the county when he signed out. Boom, let that Drake on her. Boom, let that Drake on her. Wait, I'm shaking off these pills, I think I'm fable, huh? Wait, I'm shaking off these pills, I think I'm fable, huh?
You were the girl that changed my world. You were the girl for me. You lit the fuse, I stand confused. You were the first for me, but you turned me up. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me, but you turned me on. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. You were my thrills, you were my thrills. You dropped the bomb on me. You turned me out, you turned me on. You turned me loose, and you turned me wrong. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. But you turned me out, you dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. Just like Adam and Eve, said you set me free. You took me to the sky, I've never been so high. You were my fears, you were my friends. You were my hope, baby, you were my smoke. You dropped the bomb, you dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. But you turned me out, you dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. But you turned me on, you dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. We were in motion, felt like lotion. You were the girl for me. You were the first explosion, turned out to be corrosion. You were the first for me, but you turned me out. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. Oh, baby. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. I won't forget what you done to me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. I won't forget. I won't forget.
turn me on. You drop the bomb on me. Then you turn. You drop the bomb on me. You drop the bomb on me. Then you turn me on. Then you turn me on. You drop the bomb on me. Then you turn me. You drop the bomb on me. Then you turn me on.
All right, man, let's get into this, man. Peace of the gods, peace of the goddesses, peace of the Aborigines, North, South, Central, as well as the conjoining islands, man. It is I, your brother, Hanu Kiel, a.k.a. A1, a.k.a. Autochthonous 1, right? And this is another Sunday build. And I'm going to stay consistent with the Sunday builds because that actually gives me a day throughout the week where I'm really not really doing nothing. So shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to, like I said, shout out to the Indians, man. All the Indians, brothers and sisters, or the people who don't go by the terminology or the term Aboriginal or Tonchans, right? And shout out to the Moors too. And like I said, most people don't rock with that, but that's a whole nother thing. So, hey, look, I'm about to tell my little shorty in a minute. And I'm about to do this live stream. So you're going to stop hearing them texts in a minute. But like I said, once again, man, we back down this paradigm, of this information. This shit is an information war. And that's what I've noticed from the time that I embarked on this journey. It's been an information war, right? So when it comes to the information war, some people decipher information differently. And when you over here A1's world, I go around all of the bullshit and try to make it and simplify it. Sorry about that. That's my people's texting me. Matter of fact, that's AP. Hold on, let me show AP got going on. Oh no, I put the thing on the screen because I didn't want to keep showing. I didn't want to show that video because I know that video was copyrighted. The Gap Man. The other ones I was playing wasn't copyrighted. I know Lil Durk is copyrighted too. That's why I didn't show them videos. Right? I just showed a little bit. I wanted y'all to see how the Gap Band was giving it up. Them niggas dancing like Indians. You know what I'm saying? That shit is funny as hell how people he was dancing back in the day. Or maybe next week we could get into that little bill. We can go look at some Soul Train and look at how people was giving it up back in the 70s and connect that to the jam and connect that to the heavyweight jam, right? Once again, this is a heavyweight jam alert. And it's going to be continuous heavyweight jams. This shit is going to continue. It's going to continue. It's going to continue, man. And like I said, shout out to all the supporters. And I say this humbly and respectfully before I actually get into the content that I'm going to be displaying. Like, we might not all agree, but we can agree to disagree on some things because some of these videos that I'm going to be going over, you may not agree on it entirely, and I may not agree on it entirely, but we have to take from what the information provides for us to cross-reference and connect to other resources that we have. You know what I'm saying? So what is this shit about, right? So yesterday, we had a chance to go in on some. Sorry about that. We had a chance to go in on some Pan-Africans. Yeah, we had a chance to go in on some Pan-Africans, right? And we actually locked the door, and them niggas couldn't even leave. But we see Rob Bourne and Garfield hightailed it up out of here like always. You know what I'm saying? Rob Bourne know he can't fuck with me. Can't fuck with me. AP just tore him a new asshole. And I'm quite sure that if that debate ever take place between him and Top Cat and Dane Calloway and Jabari, it's going to be the same results, because we can't lose over here. And I don't know why people don't seem to understand that, because this information is outside of they plateaued when it came to their learning. Like, they hit a plateau. Like, now it's another paradigm going on, and we're the teachers when it comes to this. So the people who always got contentions, they only got contentions because, like, that's the first thing. When you hear something that you don't agree with, your mind automatically creates a defensive mechanism. So therefore you can't, you won't, therefore you won't accept the information. But I definitely like the way Ankh handled himself yesterday. It was definitely a good bill. Shout out to Ankh. I've been rocking with Ankh for a long time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not since I've been doing the Aboriginal thing, but back when he was Black Atheist and, the Amin Ra Squad. And I studied the Amin Ra Squad. I studied their method of research, right? And I understand how they research. But plus, I done been to a school of higher learning, and I'm a researcher. You know what I'm saying? Dietitian is not an easy degree to, get done. And there's a lot of science and a lot of biology and chemistry that go along with that. And I didn't really understand it until I was into it. And they were like, yo, this right here, this ain't gonna be no easy shit. I'm gonna definitely have to stay on top of everything. But the research that I've learned is something that I can take with me through this paradigm and cross-reference. I don't always go deep into the research because I already have a bullshit meter, and my bullshit meter detects bullshit immediately, right? So we're gonna play a video. I'm gonna play a video, right? Then I'm gonna get back into, we're gonna play I'm gonna actually go back into AP bill and look over that bill and play the Rob Bourne session, because a lot of people, it went over their head because the mayor of Beaufort County actually said the Yamasis was Africans, and a lot of people was like, A1, why you use that? Because A1 is a totally different fucking animal, nigga. I know they not Africans. He's saying they Africans. I got bills on Mayan and Aztec remains found in Georgia, structures found in Georgia, plus the blue paint that's found in Georgia and found in the other regions that was used for the Bowman Park murals, right? There's just so much we gonna connect. I'm not gonna try to give it away. Let me get into the bill. Let me find exactly what I'm looking for. Shout out to everybody in the channel, platform, and let me see. Throw a couple banners up. And like I said, if you like to donate, my Cash App is up there. Donations are not mandatory, but I definitely, if you feel like the information is something that's you're learning from, or is it something that you would want to donate to, then you can always donate, but it's never mandatory. But as far as hitting the like button and sharing the video out, please do that. Like I said, heavyweight jam alert as always, right? So let me get into what I'm getting into. I see a lot of people, they don't think that we know about the science like we know. We well studied over here. We studied up. A lot of people don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know. We studied the fuck up over here. We can have many conversations with many people. You understand? And a lot of people they're not expecting. This ain't what you want over here, Pan-African. This is not what you want. This is not what you want over here. Shout out, thanks for the donation. And I don't be yelling y'all names out because I don't know if people want their names called out like that or whatever. But I will say when a donation do come through, but if you want your name shout out, I would definitely shout your name out. 'Cause a lot of time it be your personal your government up here, and I don't be wanting to shoot people government up. So definitely just keep that in mind, right? So let's get into this. I just want to stop it real quick, man. Mic check, mic check. How's the audio? You guys couldn't hear nothing or what? Matter of fact, you know what? Let me run that back, man. Just let me hold up, because I think I did some goofy shit. Hold up. Hold up. Let me go back. We're gonna do it like I did it the first time. Okay, so hopefully it comes out a little better this time. So all right, so look, sorry about that. I think we're like right here.
Do you think you beat AP?
I don't have to say it. The people said it. The people who
I mean, we got multiple polls going.
Wait, hold on.
I'm back with y'all, gentlemen.
I don't whoever paid for the debate, which was the majority of AP people.
Got Rob on. Turn your mic up a little bit. Turn your mic up. Turn your mic up a little bit.
That's what they said, bro. And I don't got it.
You heard me? Turn your mic up a little bit.
Yo, my mic don't go up no more, bro.
Relax, brothers. Everything is good, brother. Sound like you just came out the gym, man. So everything is good, bro.
Out the gym. You asking me to turn
okay,
my mic up.
Okay,
now I'm raising my voice because you telling me to turn my mic up.
Yeah, because it's kind of low, but it's all good. It ain't nothing big. But I mean, you know, my opinion of that debate. Cause man, you had a debate too about the Gula, and I kind of like dusted you off as well.
That's what I'm saying.
What do you think?
It's delusions.
You
want to know why?
Would you like to run that? Would you like to run that one back at the top cat?
We could have a conversation. Okay. We could have a conversation about it, but like, my thing is different, bro. I go for certain people. You're not on the radar, bro.
Okay, great.
What? I would definitely have a conversation with you about it, but I'm gonna just tell you.
I mean, if you want, that's cool.
I'm gonna tell. I mean, the video was up there. I'm just gonna tell you something. Just let me just say what I want to say, right?
Go ahead.
You showed all sources that said that these people are people of African descent, right?
Nah, money.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish?
Okay, go ahead.
And I asked you, why are you showing this? And well, it's not supposed to say that. Then you showed the same source that AP used in the source that talked about the Yamasee being Negro and don't want to read the end part. And then I asked you,
So, hey, all right. So look,
Can I
stay right there. Stay right
finish?
there.
Can I finish?
Hold up, just stay right there. Hold up, you can finish. I just want to
This
stay
is-
right there real quick. I just want to stay right there real quick. Let's stay right there, right.
Can I finish?
Also in that, I'm not
Can
just
I-
want to say about that. So go on.
How would you just cut me off? You brought up
Go ahead and
something
finish,
from
brother. 'Cause I
19
thought we was having a dialogue.
We are having a dialogue. You just cut me off.
Okay, but I'm just saying it's not like a debate content to where you
I'm
just
not
go ahead and just
debating
say a
you.
bunch of stuff. All right, go ahead.
This is it would have been done. You brought this 1919 thing up. It says Negroes and Yamasees are African. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. So he did the same thing. He put the shit on the screen. He put the so-called witch on the screen. Oh yeah, it says she's an African, but she's really not supposed to be an African. But you don't have a source to say that. Well, this is not really supposed to say African. It's your delusional understanding. So every time we have conversations with you and we get a chance to look at what you put, it don't say what you say. And you get mad when it say African and say it's not supposed to say that. No, you're supposed to give us a source so we can see to be like, this is incorrect. It's not supposed to say African. You just can't say that. And then the source you giving us says the people are African. That's crazy.
All right, so look. All right, cool. So the source clearly say, right? He said they was here before Columbus got here. So he made a suggestion that they may have been African, but how do he actually know if they was here before Columbus got here, where they came from, or if they even came from anywhere?
Hey, Rob. Hey, one. Can I just ask him a quick question?
Nah. Hold on, Chief.
Just about the subject matter. What you're saying?
Okay, go ahead.
Rob Bourne. Did they call themselves Africans?
Who?
These people.
Who?
Bro, we're talking about the Yamasees in question right now. That were here before Columbus. Did the Yamasees call themselves Africans? So yes or no question.
I don't know. I don't have nothing on that.
And that's what I'm saying to you.
All we talking about is a source that you gave me from 1919.
But did the source say it was Negroes? Did the source say it was Negroes here before Columbus? Yes or no?
Bro, they said those Negroes were African.
Did the source say?
Yes.
I don't care. Okay, all right. So let's stop there. So the source said it was Negroes here. Hold up, wait. The source said it was Negroes here before Columbus, right?
They said they were African.
Okay. No.
So put it on the screen. Put it on the screen so the people. This is the problem.
I'm about to pull it up right now. Relax.
Say they African. They're talking about a Yamasee tribe. First and foremost, you use something from a thing from this Yamasee tribe. This is what everyone says. So now you bringing me something from 1919 who are not the people speaking for themselves. You guys have a problem when you always bring me a European, you bring me a census, you bring me all of this stuff. But when the black people who are on the census write for themselves, they tell you who they are. You have a problem with using black people because you said you like your ancestors, you love the genealogy. Give us the melanated people who are saying what you are saying.
Question.
Yeah, I've never done that yet.
Question. Is this Rob Bourne speaking? Now, bitch. Question is Rob Bourne.
Why you calling me a bitch?
I am asking you a question, Rob.
Yeah, but somebody just called me a bitch.
But I'm the one that's asking you a question. I didn't call you anything.
Somebody just called me a bitch.
I'm talking to you now. Bro, I didn't call you anything.
I'm addressing.
All right, hold on.
My name right here.
Before we begin, wait.
Y'all got to get your pen in order. Did I ever let somebody call you a bitch?
No, we're not up here disrespecting you.
Somebody just called me a bitch.
Okay, ain't nobody called you. I mean, that was a sound effect.
He did.
But no, that was a sound effect of a mean. It wasn't calling you a bitch, brother. Ain't nobody.
All right, go ahead, man. All right, we cool now.
All right, so you want the source, right?
Hold up. 1,000 pardons, Rob Bourne. That's this DJ Cut, man. I'm over here scratching, dog. We need to be thinking big. You feel me? That's me. My bad, brother. I was queuing it up and it came out loud. I apologize, brother.
All right, Rob Bourne.
Yeah, go ahead.
They go to source right here.
All right, go ahead. Read the Bible.
All right, so read. You read it. Read the source. Read it out to everybody.
Hold on. Let me flip this so I can see what I see this. It says, no.
What's the source say at the top? Where's it coming from?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. It says, our most popular thing in the quantity in this book on the human race asserts the fact that the African lived on these islands long before the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus.
Stay right there. Okay,
wait a minute, bro.
That's all I wanted you to. Okay, go ahead.
No, that's not the whole. This is a whole thing. This is your thing. So he is a high authority, and he says the Yamasee Indians were Negroes, what were known afterwards as the fiercest of the Indian tribes of the South. The well-known Yamasee Indians were Africans. What I told you is that your source.
All right, so hold up. So
you're gonna stop me again. Go ahead, bro.
No, because what you're gonna do is this. The whole purpose of the source is to show you that the Yamasee was there before Columbus got there, and they did not come here on no slave trade. That's the whole purpose. He's not a high authority to say that they from Africa. We know that. How the fuck do we know where they from? How do he know where they from? He wasn't even here when they got here. So how the fuck he know where they from? Because he believed all black people come from Africa. Now I'm gonna ask you, was it black people here before 1619 or 1492? Mic check. I mean, I'm going in and out, or
you're heard very clearly, A1, and that was where my question was going. And since he is not going to respond, and most Pan-African believing people won't respond to the simple question you ask, my question was going to be, he's keeping the reference from others identifying who we are. Do they not refer to as Americans as Negroes, as well as they refer to as Africans as Negroes? And therefore, you can't say the use of Negro is Negro. Assume all Negroes come from American origin.
Why y'all kick on Rob on off the panel? Why y'all kick Rob on off the panel?
I didn't kick him off the panel. I don't do that. I don't do that. I'll put the link right back in the show. I'll put the link right back in here, and he can come back on. He left after he couldn't answer. No, he left after he couldn't answer. That nigga was already here before Columbus.
No, he didn't leave. He's in the chat. He's back on the panel.
Well, Garfield, regardless of that, let's go back to the question that I just left. Number one, I didn't interrupt. Bro, I didn't interrupt you. I'm asking the question that was not answered. I will repeat it before you just babble. I will repeat it. And again, all of these foreign references.
And let me just say this, right? Peace to everybody in the chat room, man. We got 158, man. Hit that like button, share the video out, and like to donate. The Cash App is at the bottom, right? Let me just say this too, right? Respectfully to everybody, because I know a lot of people want to have a conversation, right? But we got to have some discourse with this. We can't ask 50 million questions and start other conversations while we trying to get an answer to one. Now, we've been around for a long time going back and forth with these same individuals. So, like, I would definitely appreciate if I'm talking, let me talk. The same way if you talking. If I interject, it's just to say one thing, and boom, you can have a panel back. But like when we have these people on here, we ain't got to sing like we so anxious to talk to them, because some of us been wanting to have conversations with some of these people for a long time, and we had to wait around. Besides the conversations we didn't have, we trying to expose these niggas, not ask them 1,000 fucking questions and throw them off point. Every question is crucial. My question is important. That's why I'm asking it. And everybody else got questions. So, like, y'all already know how I get down, like, with this shit. And like I said, even on AP channel, I got control over there. I don't be trying to mute, because a lot of times, And I'm just saying, I'm gonna open the link up, and anybody got anything to say, you could come on and check me if I'm saying something that you don't agree with, right? But when we on AP channel, like we can't keep like a boom, 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 boom. You ask a question, boom, it's other people want to get it. I understand that. Okay. And I know I could be long-winded sometimes because me and Rob Bourne, we've been had a contention long years ago. Now they finally on my panel where they can't mute me and kick me off like they do on Garfield channel. I would like to have a conversation with these guys without being interrupted respectfully. And I just say this, I've been around here for a long time. I don't be trying to be called. I don't be trying to pull rank or just interject. But I think sometimes people be forgetting that shit. Like and it goes on throughout the conversation, right? It's not just Ali Bamu. It goes on, and like I said, I let everybody talk. Anybody got any contentions with any of these niggas? Just let the question be answered, and let us get to an understanding. Either he can answer the question or he can't, and we can move on. We got to start doing it, having discourse instead of these shouting matches going back and forth. We got enough information, enough material to destroy any of these niggas. So we don't even have to go back and forth with them. Whatever their contentions is, we got plenty of experts on the panel. You know what I'm saying? We have plenty of experts that can give or put things in perspective and come to an understanding. And the people who listening to this, as well as the people who are going to be listening to it later on, going to say, nah, that made sense right there. That made sense. Unless people are just fans of these individuals. Nah, we trying to get them on here and we trying to smash these niggas. We ain't trying to go back or have all these other sidebar conversations. We trying to show these niggas know we already intelligent. Hoof ran down on them, Hawk ran down on them, Chief ran down on them, AP ran down on them, you know what I'm saying? Ali Bamu ran down on them, and I ran down on them. And we all had our conversation. But what I'm saying is, like, when we having these conversations with these niggas is really nobody. We the gods. But at the end of the day, it's the people who listen to them who come over here on our platform, right? And once we show and prove, yeah, we could use science without using science. We can know what science is relevant. Like I said, and I know, I'm shit, man. I was a portrayer of narcotics, sold drugs. I was interlinked with that lower self, women, power, all that shit, right? But one day the motherfucking elves came to me and woke me the fuck up and had me reinvent myself and become something totally different than that lower life entity that I was prior, right? Now I'm a motherfucking God. So at this point in time, when we dealing with this shit, and it come full circle, to God. Having a God body, knowing how to detox, getting out there working out, getting in that sauna, you know what I'm saying, breathing correctly, stretching, and that'll add years onto your life, as well as mental. You also need mental clarity, right? And mental exercise, which will come in and reading, right? And come in to listen to intellectual conversations that can pretty much stimulate your mind. Also add vocabulary to the vocabulary that you already have. So yeah, we know now. I know a lot of times y'all niggas think I'm just some hood nigga, some street nigga. I got over 200 college credits or whatever, and that shit is all pseudo. But guess what? Like I said before, I got more books than sneakers. At one point in time, I ain't owned a motherfucker. And the book that I did own was probably Donald Goines or Iceberg Slim, some shit like that, or the Dutch, or one of these, the same shit that I was doing. Now we into something totally different, and I have all types of miraculous books over there about the Americas. And even dealing with this tribe shit, I can go into that shit too. But a lot of that shit, people take that shit out of character. They take that tribe shit out of content. You know what I'm saying? The existence of you here, you are Aborigine in whatever area you was in, whether it was Muskogee, Algonquin, and people don't agree with the Algonquin, that's a whole nother topic. Iroquois, etc. Knowing your place on this landmass. But like I said, when it comes to these conversations, man, you know, we have to, you know what I'm saying? We had a good conversation yesterday. You know what I'm saying? But we have to kind of like, you know, keep it to the point to where like you like think of it like be methodical with it, right? Or meticulous about it, right? And think about how Bruce Lee destroy opponents, or a person who's a martial art or MMA or boxer, and how they or even a chess player. Everything is a calculated move. Yeah, sometimes we gonna curse niggas out and get loud because it goes there. It's like that. A lot of this shit right here, we like, yo, you know, you got contentions with niggas out there on the streets, but we have more contentions with individuals who promoting that we're from Africa and keep on promoting this fake ass DNA shit that these niggas keep believing in, right? And we have the science, we have the history, we have the genealogy, we have the archaeology, we have the ethnologically cool, if I'm saying it right, or ethnological, right? We have all that on our side. So it's like, you know, eventually, like, you know what I'm saying, this whole Pan-African, we started the year off with Pan-African is dead. And the year is definitely going to end with the, like, people going to be straddling the fence. Even if they do, once the science of the Americas come out in its entirety and what the people, the great Aboriginal Autochthons was doing in the Americas, and you see, wait a minute, man, we from over here. And even Ankh yesterday asked him about his grandmother. Talking about his grandmother. Tell you a damn lie. Your grandmother ain't know nothing about no Africa, nigga. You a goddamn lie, nigga. And I know a lot of these niggas be lying because I talk to these people. I we're doing Culture Free on an interview over 3,500 people. Talking to them, and most of them say they never heard nothing about no fucking Africa. And I know a lot of people from Virginia know they never heard nothing about no Africa. He saying it's people from Virginia, as well as saying they Blackfoot. So we know you lying, nigga. Your grandmother ain't never told. But then they double now. Oh, she was indoctrinated like that. No, nigga, she knew. You don't believe your family. That's the first mistake, nigga. That's the first mistake these niggas make. Because they don't believe their people. They believe a system. And then they don't even look into the system to see, well, wait a minute. Let me just look into the school system, right? Or this educational system. And let me see if they got my best interests at hand. You read the content, want you to be docile. They don't want you to be any people of higher learning, or really they want to dictate the education that you get. And so you already see right there foul play in your whole education. But I got good news for you guys, right? One of my professors once told me, right? I ain't quoting no niggas on no drug deal. I'm quoting actual people who then been in these institutions and been studying this shit. And I'm not saying, listen, I don't hold these people to no higher account than I hold the nigga who I used to be picking up from. You know what I'm saying? Because I know it's all the same thing in the grand scheme of things. In the grand scheme of things, all of this shit, all of this shit has some type of higher synchronicity when you look at how things are grafted in your life, right? I'm gonna get back into it. I'm sorry about that. I didn't want to get long one, but just remember, man, when we having these buildings, these people coming on, don't just jump in front of the next person question. You want your question to be answered? Okay, cool. I want mine to be answered too. So that's the first thing. We can't keep bombarding these niggas with 50 million fucking questions, brother. These niggas is not that smart. These niggas will overload and freeze up. Like these niggas overload and freeze up, man. So like I said, drop the link. And like I said, I've been around for a long time, going back and forth with all these niggas. We've been going back and forth with these niggas since I started on here. And that back and forth with them. If it ain't Pan-Africans, it's Native Americans, or it's Europeans who don't agree with what we saying. Like it been definitely the Legion of Doom. From the time I came in here, mad naysayers, mad people who are dazed and confused and use the European system, which we done went through. And if you're not, you niggas know me. I'll pull up the general education system and you check out the origin of white supremacy, you'll see it even goes further. It goes further into the Negro, the Negro colleges, nigga. It go further. What do Rockefeller, what stake do Rockefeller have in giving Howard or giving any of these prestigious Negro schools money? How is that going to benefit him? Oh shit, suggestions. Oh, it'll be Negro history in its entirety. But we got a curriculum for you. I'm gonna email it to you or send it over to you. This is what their man come through and tell the people, and boom. You do realize we just gave you $12.5 million last. Okay. All right, great. All right, no problem. So if you have any questions, just give me a call, shoot me an email, and we can go from there. All right. Have a good day. Slide off. Right. And this is how, and if they doing that to them schools, then we already know that the schools I went to, all these schools are contaminated with false history and pseudo science, man. And this is what people fail to realize. Once you understand that, then it's not like, look, I was teaching culinary. Culinary is universal. I teach culinary, safe serve, nutrition, first entry level nutrition, and we could do the holistic conversation another time, right? But when it comes to even I had biology, I had teachers who was biologists saying and like, look, saying to me, like, look, all this shit ain't absolute. And they putting emphasis on it. They emphatically saying that this biology is not absolute. It's not absolute. It's not absolute. But these niggas take it as if it's absolute. And there's no, and he's saying, well, either you got to use it and believe all of it, or you can't use it at all. Nah, I can kind of grams through it and say, all right, well, that right there is right. That right there is right. I don't know about that or whatever. Oh, no, I definitely don't know about that. But this is how you have some type of, discourse, all right, or discernment when it comes to all things. Like I said, I learned this earlier in life. I learned this by going to Washington Heights and picking up drugs and buying drugs from fucking Dominicans and all these niggas. And the object of it is not to get caught and make it out of this motherfucker safe and get back to the home, and you can possibly get back to the back. That was when I was in my lower self, y'all. And I'm not putting no I'm not glorifying that shit. I'm just saying, like, you learn from then, and then you get to this point right here, and then you read this history, and then you say, wait a minute, this person over here suggested something totally different. Let me see what that person's talking about. Let me see how much influence that what I'm about to read from this literature, is it going to be stronger? Is it going to have more weight than the original narrative? So I'm just saying that just like have discernment. We ain't get all the way to this point by being imbeciles and shit. Like, we got to this point by having by definitely having an ancestor walk you through it, but also being able to have discernment and being able to be teachable. We all have to be teachable. So let's get back into it, right? Peace to the gods.
Hold on. Garfield. All right. Garfield, relax.
All I'm asking you to do, A1, is put your source back on the screen, so I could read it. I've never read it before. So
yeah, I'm here now. I'm here, bro.
Right here. Look,
somehow I got out of here.
Man, ain't nobody gonna kick you out. We don't do that over here. I'm gonna deal with you directly. We ain't been running from you. Have I been running from you? Any other time me and you had a conversation? I embrace you. So like, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, can we just get this? Can we just get to the information?
Fair. To the source. The Negroes here before,
bro.
Was the Negroes here before Columbus got here? Yes or no? That's classified as Indians.
I'm saying no, bro. I'm saying no.
So
Because
even
in order,
with
can I, yo, wait, you gotta stop, bro. Come on. Let's deal with what we first talking about before you move the goalpost. I told you that your post say that Africans were here. Africans were here.
It says,
let me stop, bro. Stop. You gotta stop. Come on, bro.
Hey, brother, we not going to listen. First of all, we're going to talk. We're going to talk, brother. We're not going to do all that, bro.
Yo, why don't you just deal with what I just read? Did it not say that Africans
deal with what you just read? You just read that Negroes was in America.
That's not what it says. Yo,
yes, it says. So that's not what it says?
It's calling the Negroes Africans.
No,
bro.
It say Negroes been on them islands before Columbus
no, bro.
got there, no matter what he's calling them.
Can we just read it again, bro?
Okay,
a most peculiar thing in this book on the human race asserts that the Africans lived on their islands long before the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus. Can we just stop right there and be clear what?
All right, so let's just stop right there, right? Let's just stop right there, right? You guys in the chat room, do you guys understand that source? Press 1 for me if you do. Press 2 for me if you don't. And this is the Yamasee, but the Yamasees are also really the Timucuans. The Yamasee, Timucuans, the Muskegee, the Creeks, all of them people are all the fucking same. And they making you think that these people was warring against each other. But when you look at the areas and you see people genealogy, you're like, wait a minute, these people lived in these same areas where they claim these wars was going on, and they claim that they're part of the same tribes. And we don't see no interruption in their daily life. The plantation still going on. Everything is go. Everything is a green light. But they throw all of these different stories at y'all. They throw all of these different stories at y'all about the Yamasees, and they never tell you that the Yamasees was niggas. So boom. Now I don't even know. I got a couple of directions I'm gonna take it from here, right? But you guys understand the source. We know that they're not Africans. How do this European dude know that these people are Africans? Oh, he got the memo. All black people are from Africa. Even like we said, the people from the Sinhalese Island, who they never had no contact with, and when they did have contact, them niggas expelled them people off the island. But they came up with a story for them too, and they didn't even have much time to really. They didn't really have much time to really observe and study. They already came up with, oh, these people came from Africa 82,000 years ago. How the fuck y'all know? How do you know that fact? Oh, well, and everything that you're going to find that they read is a fucking hypothesis. I mean, then it becomes a theory, but it's mainly a freaking hypothesis. And we was talking yesterday, right? The way the scientific method goes: observation, hypothesis, theory, experiment, and conclusion. Now, depending on what the experiment and what data was, the data positive or negative, according to what you was trying to prove, that all determines, that's all a whole nother conversation. But what we do know is this: you observe something. Oh shit, a leaf is green, it has funny shapes on the end of it, has a stem that reaches to another branch with other leaves on it that go back to the main source, which would be the tree, right? So we observed that. Oh shit, all right. So now I observed the leaf. That's my hypothesis, right? Now the theory comes in, oh shit, there's trees all around the world. And then it goes into something else. And then the experiment, well, all trees the same? Or, it's different variations even when it comes to that. But what I'm saying is, from my observation, I observed Negroes in America, right? Through drawings, and then seeing these other pictures, and then hearing stories about people being over here. So I created a hypothesis. Wait a minute, man. It's impossible that these people was here before Columbus, and they telling us that all of us came here from Africa. That's the narrative. Everybody came. They don't make no exceptions. Oh, if you Native Americans, because the Native Americans had your people as slaves. But then all up north, you got You got Nasigari, you got the Wampak, the Pinkwatch, you got the Wick, the Micmacs, all the way up in Canada, all the way coming down into New York. You know what I'm saying? And then into New Jersey, Delaware, and none of these people had the same reality, but we still see Negroes among their people. And none of these people, and some of them would go with the narrative. Yeah, my people were slaves, or my father married one of them, and they always go back to these people either being white people or being some type of mulatto. They never these mestizo people that we see in the West. None of these tribes on the east or southeast going down. We take an observation of looking at these people. We know white people are not indigenous to this land. Well, maybe they are because they might have been created here, but that's a whole nother story too. But for the main narrative that they tell, these people came over here and had us in bondage. We find out that's a freaking lie. That the same story coming from these people, they was in bondage. So it's like the gig is up, man. And for this guy to be so naive to double down and keep saying African, Africa, Africa, that goes to show you that these niggas is heavily indoctrinated. Because if I presented the same source to somebody who claimed they of a scholarly background, they would sit there and say, wait a minute, man. Yeah, you're right. We don't know if they from Africa, or even if he double down and be like they are from Africa. Most people would sit there and be like, wait a minute. So the Yamassees that was in Georgia, and then you got the Gala, the Geechee. Oh, are these people the same too? So it comes up with other conversations because we got other people in them areas. We got talks of Indian slavery. We got massive Negroes in South Carolina who own slaves, nigga. How this story just get better and better and better. Shit never ends. Like it's just every time you think you done came to the pinnacle, right? And it came to the pinnacle of your understanding, bam. Nah, money grip. Take a look at this right here. This right here suggests something totally different than everything you've been studying. So go back into this because this is going to be a long one. So
that's just saying, is that not saying, yo, A1, let's just have a conversation. Is that not, is this source not saying that Africans were here before Columbus? Yes or no?
You said
did that just say that?
Of course the source say that. Of course the source say that. I disagree with that part of the source. I don't have to agree with you. And see, you know what? I'm gonna tell you. Hey, look. You laughing, right? See, the reason why, hold up. The reason why I disagree with that part of the source, because I know that the Yamasee come from the Olmec and the Mayans. And they're not Africans. And they're not Africans.
I feel you.
They're not Africans.
Okay, A1, let's have a conversation. Let's stay on the source. Stay on the source. The source does now say what? It says.
You see how he wanted me to stay on the source? How he didn't want me to elaborate on that. I just added some alternative information to the Yamassees, and he like, oh man, nah, you know what? Let's stay. The source already say, okay, you came to the point, it says Africans. I said they was here before Columbus. All right, so we ain't understanding of that. Okay, so now I'm giving you a connection that they're part of other nations of people who ain't even who definitely ain't Africans. And we can go into that conversation as well. So let me see. I'm going to finish the conversation, right? Let me see something real quick. Matter of fact, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do, matter of fact, I'm going to go back into this. Let's go back into the conversation.
That he is high authority, and he says that the Yamasee Indians were Negroes. What were known afterwards, can I finish? As the fiercest of the Indians of the South. As the well-known Yamasee Indians were Africans. So in your very source, they are equating the word Negro.
My source is just Africans. To prove that Negroes was in America before before Columbus, brother. That's it.
Can we stop, bro? Can we just deal
That's it. And I'm the conscious one, so he's not no high authority over nobody that's aboriginal to this land.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying, though? All I'm telling you, this is the stuff that y'all do. You put
what
this
am
on
I doing? What if we just ran the source and it's saying this
right,
in America before Columbus? What?
Now look, you see how these niggas try to squirm their way out of the conversation? Like he's going to try to dominate me with his perspective, and we not doing that here. That shit ain't been happening, so we ain't starting nothing new up over here, right? The source is clear. My people are Yomasi and Timakon on my father's side. So it's like the gig is up. I mean, I'm citing a source that clearly say it was people here before that cracker who wrote the motherfucking information was ever here. Or he might have been here too, but he might have been a slave in one hour. Who knows? Or indentured servant, if you don't like the word slave. Might have been one of our indentured servants. Who knows? Okay? But at the end of the day, for him to clearly say Africans, how do he know they from Africa? Did they tell you that they was from Africa? The Yamasis today don't even say they from Africa. So where did you get that from? Oh, eugenics. It was definitely in full effect around that time among all these people who were trying to take over a lot of these townships. That was the bulletin. The bulletin and the memos that was going around was eugenics, and all of these people was they partaking in that pseudoscience, man. And then they teach it to these niggas who really like the shit that Ankh just ran down. You know, all his criminal history that he's told Chief, right? Now you get into the learning field. Oh, I gotta follow everything that the Europeans say. I can't study it and use my own discernment to see if any of this shit even makes sense. I have to just because I'm reading a whole book that's 500 fucking pages. I have to agree with everything in the book, or I can't use it, nigga. You are out of your fucking mind, brother. And to even make that claim goes to show you that with the type of researcher that you're not. You are a researcher that listens to material and information that's presented by other individuals who come up with this shit, and you don't critique it. You don't critique it. You look for you look for everything to be pro your conversation. I pulled up an argument. I pulled up an article that's pros and cons. Because the con is the fact that he's saying that they're African, and a person like Rob Bourne will get stuck on stupid and then keep putting emphasis on they're African. Because he's saying it? No, he's saying that the most important part of that source is that he's saying that they was here before Columbus, nigga. Now, we can have that conversation about whether or not they're African or not. This is what people do. And then people allow these niggas to make you think that, oh, okay, we can't use that source. That's how a nigga who go along to get along. Nigga, I'm a motherfucking Moor, and I've been saying this shit from day one, so I don't go along to get along with nothing. If the information to me lines up, and it definitely it might not be 100% absolute, but if it's in that 90 percentile, I'm rubbing my hands together like, yeah, we got something here. We definitely got something here. Never take no article in its full entirety and apply. You cross-reference that information with what they saying with other information. That's the reason we here on this article is because he said that the Yamasi was here before Columbus. But he also saying that, yeah, but let's deal with the Columbus part. Let's try to figure that out now.
That's what I'm doing.
I'm gonna ask you one question, brother. Is it equating Negroes with Africans in this paragraph? Yes or no?
No, he's under eugenics, so he believed that all black
there you
people
go.
came
You
from
just
Africa.
added that in there. That's not.
I just added that in there.
You can't add that in there, bro.
What you mean I can't add that in there? I'm using rational thinking, bro, my dude. I'm not sitting up here believing that. He don't even know that they African. All right, so how do he know they African?
I don't know, bro. You put
so why would he make this to us? Well, okay, but when I brought the source to you, and it clearly say that Africans lived on these islands long before the discovery Discovery of America by Christopher Columbus. How do he know where the fuck they came from? How do he know that they wasn't already there? Why would he even make that assumption? What evidence? No, what evidence is he using that he can contact or put these people back in Africa? None. He only using the education system and the out of Africa.
What do you understand that this source doesn't help your argument and that it helps my argument?
My brother, I don't need this source. No. Listen,
yeah,
I got
A1. Why Robon can't get a sentence out, bro?
He is getting a sentence. We having a beautiful conversation.
The
what
minute
you
he
want to throw the
says
towel on
something,
for? What's up?
No, at the minute he starts talking, by the time he gets to the second sentence, he's being cut off.
When I travel out of the country, you
I just give him like 2 minutes to speak. Then he gonna get beat up regardless, no matter what he say. Just give that nigga 2 minutes to talk. It don't matter.
That's
Been here forever.
Bro, I mean, this is clear as day that the source that you brought to the world about the Yamasee, I don't know why you did that. In my presentation that I got, I ain't even do it with you. I did it with AP. I had the whole history of the Yamasee, how they interact with Africans, all of that, from Francisco Menendez to Fort Mose, all of that. Got all of that. I gave that. This source is saying that
What was the
Africans,
title? What was the title you and AP?
Are we Africans, bro? Are the 45 million people Africans or indigenous, bro? Now, the issue that we have in here is every time we have this conversation, you did this very same thing when you pulled up to debate me about the Gullah. You pulled up Queen Quet's site as your source. Queen Quet says these people are of African descent. And you like, well, it's not supposed
to. He lying. Queen Quet was one of my sources that I pulled up, showing you that she ain't know what the fuck she was talking about. I had a conversation with Queen Quet back in 2018, and I recorded it, and it's on my other computer that is not working at this point in time. Okay? And I clearly kept putting emphasis. Was it black people on the islands before 1492? And she, in fact, told me yes, numerous times. So and like I said, the Gullah is the whole coast from South Carolina through Georgia all the way through Florida. Okay, let's understand that. That's the whole coast. That's called the Gullah. We done been through this. You guys done seen the maps. You done seen all of this shit, right? So the coast was already called so they're gonna name that after Angola. When these people ain't had no control, these people ain't had no control over here to come over here and name nothing, anything. They didn't have no control. How they had control? Can we show you that Negroes, that niggas like William Ellison had more money than his white neighbors in the 1800s, nigga? Like, come on, we don't know what the fuck is really going on. And every suggestion you get by them is just going to delay you in trying to really find out the fucking truth. So, yes, I definitely use Queen Quet as one of my sources, along with, many other sources, I might say, right? Many other sources. And a lot of sources are showing you the incorrectness when they're reciting the fucking history. This one article, you get this here. This other article, you get this here. Then you read this, it's something different. Then you read this, it's something like none of it lines up. So where's they extracting this information from? Because to me, all of this shit, they're making shit up as they go along. But one thing about this particular, let me see if it's up. Hold up. All right, so let's do it like this, right? I'm gonna show you something else. We wanna go through something. I'm gonna drop the link probably in about another hour or so. If anybody got any questions or anybody want to build on that fiasco that happened last night. And when I say fiasco, I'm saying it to the point that these niggas don't understand shit. Like These niggas are indoctrinated. It's hard to have a conversation with somebody who's heavily indoctrinated. Like it really is, because they don't understand. They don't understand simple shit, right? They don't understand simple shit, right? So look, we got 1,000 stories going on at one time. We got the Quinquet story of these people coming here, 15 black people who live in the same area, on the same coast, on the same Gullah coast, right? As the Yamasees, who he's saying was here before he was here before the discovery of America. So the most peculiar thing is this Quarterfidge in his book on human race asserts the fact that the Africans lived on these islands long before the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus. Now look, he states this, so he emphatically say he is someone to be respected, right? He is high authority. Nah, I'm A1. I'm a Tonsinist one. So I can do a remix single on this because I have other information that I can cross-reference proving that none of these people, they only saying that they from Africa because the narrative is that all people who look like us come from Africa. I just gave you an example of how the people, they never even really had too much contact with these people, but they already suggest, oh, they left 80,000 years ago. They left 80. They the ones making up all the stories of all history. Everything you could find is coming from them. And their suggestions, once again. That's how the devil do. When you got that motherfucking Lord, when you got that red devil on this side, you got the L on the other side, and he making suggestions. You should go do this. You should go, he making suggestions to you. You know what I'm saying? And if you think it's a great idea, then you're going to act upon it. You understand what I'm saying? And that's how this whole educational system has been constructed. Because you don't know what's real from what's not fake. We recite one source, and then this source right here, we can't use it because it don't line up, because we seen other sources that saying that this shit right here ain't real, right and exact. But you ain't never seen no source telling you that the Yamasees was here before Columbus. That's very crucial to our whole argument. And then we got other information to line up showing you that we've been here. Now, so I'm gonna go ahead real quick. Play something, but before I play that, I want to go here. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna go to this one because this one is full of shit. So we can read through this one real quick, right? So the Yamasee War, right? So it said during the Tuscarora War, the colonies of North Carolina and South Carolina formed a political and military friendship. 2 years later, 1715, the Yamasees, former allies of the two colonies, rebelled against the English. Now that's a lie right there, because I got sources that I really can't pull up right now. I'm gonna look for them while I play the video, and I'm gonna come back. Right? They said the British was giving the Yamasees guns. You see what I'm saying? So how was they warring with them? See, this is how they do remix singles. Now check this out. Bam. Check this out. It's how we can do some cross-referencing and try to make some sense of this shit, right? It's saying angered at treaty violations and seizures of women and children to be used as slaves. Okay? The Yamasee soon became enemies of South Carolina, right? It's saying the tribe formed an alliance with the Catawba and others and attacked settlements. The South Carolina governor gathered a militia and retaliated. What was left of the Yamasees fled to Spanish Florida, right? Now, Spanish Florida is, hold up. Let me cross-reference this real quick with this. This shit won't. All right, there you go. Whenever they decide to respond, let me see if they open up. All right, so that sounds like it's some bullshit. All right, I'm gonna try to open in a minute. I don't know. I got a lot of shit open. Sorry about that. All right, so they said they going to Spanish Florida, right? It says North Carolina contributed to the war efforts to repay the repayment for South Carolina help in defeating the Tuscarora. The Yamasee defeated open a part of South Carolina for exploration, and settlers occupied the land, and some becoming prosperous planters here. The Yamasee defeat, along with an alliance with the powerful Cherokee, ensured that what is now the eastern and predominant North and South Carolina became virtual non-Indian land and opened up unimpeded English settlements, right? Which we know that this is flim flam. Do we got to go through? Do we have to go into Carter G. Woodson Negro slave owners, and do we have to go through the 8 or 9 pages of black slave owners that are all through South Carolina? So there's so many remixes on this story. We don't even know what's really going on. We just know we have this over here. We have this story. And this is only one story. I got another one right here. Right? I got another PDF right here. Right? So look, we're gonna go into another one. Right? We're gonna go into another story. Now, this guy is saying Moors, but we're not even gonna use the term Moor. We're gonna use Aboriginal or Tanchan, right? But it's just something to think about, right? So it's saying we're the Yamasee tribe of the Native American. They saying Moors bleak. Aborigines are a branch of the Olmec Aboriginals, also known as the Washita. Now, this is what this guy's saying, right? It's saying the mound builders. Our ancestors built the Rock Eagle Mound and many others in such states as Wisconsin, Ohio, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Tennessee. This is why we chose Eaton, Georgia to live. It's close to Eagle Mound, right? I say the Yamasee or the Jamasee, meaning gentle. Now he's saying an Aboriginal group of people that once lived around Georgia on the Occomeechee River, where these people that's called the Geechee lived at. But see, the thing even about that, the Occomeechee run all the way through Georgia. It runs from South Carolina and runs through Georgia around Macon and Cuspic and going all through there, Savannah. So the Occomeechee River runs down and runs into Georgia, right? And I think it goes into Florida if I could pull it up, right? Now, like I said, when we reading this, now besides the different terms, it has a lot of truth to it because we could easily connect it. If these people was in Georgia and in that region before Columbus, why wouldn't they be the mound builders? So people like Rob Bourne and these guys, they don't have no clue on what's really going on. And they stay confused because they rely on all these sources without cross-referencing and listening and studying it in its entirety. Oh, this source right here says this, but this source right here saying something totally different, bro. You're not. We didn't heard that story right there. Now look. All right. Now this is a book. He said. I'm sorry. Let me go back. The Yamasee, the Jamasees, meaning Gentoo, right? They're saying was a group of Tanchans that once lived on the Occomeechee River, not far above its junction of Okanee. Now Okanee had a fucking flood or they did the same thing to the people in the Okanee. They built a dam and flooded their towns out. I think I went over it before, but look up the Okanee flood or the town that's in Okanee, Georgia. Hold up. What is this? That's some fucking bullshit, right? Look up Oconee, Georgia, and they had the same thing like Lake Lanier. It happened in Oconee, Georgia, right? So it said in a book from 1715 AD, the book entitled "The New Partnership, Indigenous People in the United Nations." It said where it states, as I quote, North American leader explained to a younger tribal member, the paper with words had one kind of meaning. Three objects from the signing ritual had others. A bag made of deer skins signified sharing. The sacred pipe was for truth, and for sweet grass. Nah, that's some bullshit right there. I'm not going through that right there. I'm not going through all that. But as far as like dealing with the mound builders and everything. Now look, we're not gonna go into that. I'm gonna go into something else dealing with that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go back to the video or whatever. Cause I still got all this right here. I still got it's still Negroes already, people who claim they've been to Florida before. Already got images of Negroes in Florida. So the Yamasee went into Florida and then went around some other Negroes who we already got proof that it was Negroes in Florida already. And they went down there and joined the Timbuktu and then somehow became the Seminole. But then the other story, let me just see what this one was. All right, so boom. Now listen to this story. This is a whole nother remix on it. Like I said, there's so many different remixes on this shit, right? I know we can go to the top. I don't want to see the fucking source. Let me see. Hold up, this shit is freezing up. Let me see what's going on. All right, there you go. All right, so listen to the remix, right? This is a whole nother source, right? So the Yamasee War also led to the establishment of the colony of Georgia. While there were other factors involved in Georgia's founding, it would not have been possible without the withdrawal of the Yamasees. The few Yamasees that remained became known as the Yamakra. Okay, John Oberthorpe negotiated with the Yamakro in order to obtain the site where he founded his capital in the city of Savannah. Right now, that's a whole nother story, right? So it goes down saying in the first year, the Yamasee, the Yamasees lost about a quarter of their population, either killed or enslaved. The survivors moved to the Altamaha River, a region that has been their homeland in the 17th century, but they were unable to find security there and soon became refugees, right? Here we go with the refugee story, right? Because you got stories of the Timbuktuans, right, being in South Carolina. They being that far up all the way into South Carolina, not just Georgia, but South Carolina as well, right? Now check this out, right? It's saying as a people, the Yamasees had always been ethnically mixed. Now here we go. Somebody saying they ethnically mixed, right? But we got the mayor of Beaufort County saying that these niggas are Negroes and they've been here before Columbus. He's not making he's not giving you an option or trying to make a discernment saying that, well, oh, some of them are Negroes and then some of them are not. He's not saying that. He emphatically saying that these niggas are strictly Negroes, along with the other people we see, like I said, on all of them islands out there where all of that fake Gitchy Gawler shit is going on. And I'm not saying the Gitchy is fake, but the shit that they pushing is that commercial get funded by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, right? And then also, like I said, you take that bag, then with that bag, there's going to be a bulletin and there's going to be a memo. This is what you can do, say, and this is what you can't say. And Queen Quet took the bag because I had the interview with her and I talked to her well before me and Rob Bourne even had this conversation. Well before, because like I said, my family is Massey. So I've been doing that research, dealing with that a long time ago. I got about 4 or 5 videos on it, right? But like I said, you find out the Timbercoin was all the way in South Carolina. The Yamasseys also in South Carolina, and they was in other states. But back to this, right? As the people, the Yamasee have always been ethnically mixed, and in the aftermath of the Yamasee War, they split apart, right? Go figure. About a third of the survivors chose to settle among the Lower Creek, eventually becoming part of the emerging Creek Confederacy. Most of the rest joined the Apalachicola, whatever, refugees, and moved to a Venetie in St. Augustine, right, in the summer of 1715. Despite the several attempts to make peace by both South Carolinians and Yamassees individuals, conflict between the two continued for decades. The Yamassees of the Spanish Florida were in time weakened by disease. Look, here go to play on it. Here go to fucking play, right? Always this play, right? Look, and then they make 5 suggestions in one paragraph, right? To where you don't know what's really going on, right? Here go to play on it, right? This is one of the plays. The Yamassees went to Spanish Florida and were in time weakened by disease and other factors. So now you're going to automatically think right there. Your mind's going to be attached to that, right? Now listen to this. And the survivors became part of the Seminole Indians, right? And the survivors, they always give you the numbers. Oh yeah, well it was only probably about 1,000 or whatever. They always give you the numbers, but when you do the research on it, you find out that it's tens of thousands of them still living down there in South Carolina. I mean, in Florida alone. And these people, like I said, and like I said, this once again, this is all old work. This is nothing new when it comes to cross-referencing this shit. They saying it's what the people look like in Florida, man. Period. Like it ain't even up for discussion. You know, the sources is there. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not even up for discussion at this point in time. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, a lot of these guys, they're new to this shit. They don't know a lot of this shit. You got drawings and shit of actual wars of what was going on. And I think that this is a remix single in some way, right? In some way it's a remix single. And this drawing is only art imitating life, right? And this is not in its complete entirety of what happened. But it's just the observation that's showing you they go to your Yamassees right there, according to what they say, right? Read the drawing at the bottom. Let me see if I can move it up. Well, this one right here ain't that clear. Let me see. Nah, I can't really make it out on this one because the pixels is too. They're not. I think the other one. I got another one that's a little clearer though. But after I play the video, I'm gonna get into it. Well, matter of fact, you know what? I'll open a link. I'm gonna send a link out to the chat if anybody wanna come in and elaborate. Well, we an hour 30 minutes in. Cause we can easily go somewhere else with this. And I'm gonna actually play the video But if anybody would like to come on and have a conversation about, you know, it's not about no debates or none of this shit right here. Like I said, I'm already Indians not taxed up. So I'm not out here pump faking and just saying a bunch of shit, and you know what I'm saying, and really not out here really doing it, right? But as far as these conversations, like they're influential. It's and the Pan Africans are influential amongst our culture. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. Most people think they Africans for real. For real. A lot of these fake woke people that you be saying and shit that be voting and taking that, you know what I'm saying? And these people right here, they want to ask you a question. Have you ever heard you got Indian in your family? They be like, yeah. On my mama's side and my father's side, right? So you like, what? So why you think you're African? I don't know, because I'm black. Well, what the Indians, your descendants that say they Indians, what are they classified as? They black too. But so they're not African, they're Indian. So what would make you think that you came? Because a lot of people don't understand what a fucking Indian is and what ties it has to the land. And like I said, once you get into Indian, you got definitely got to go into Aboriginal, because Aboriginal is something that's giving you a clear first from time of existence. Oh shit, my people never came from no. So those are all doubt that you are African right there for first from time of existence. But then there's other things that have to put in clarity, because these people don't think the Indians was black. They think the Indians was white. They think that most niggas think Indians is white. They don't even know about the Mongoloids or the mestizos. Only certain people know about that. Most people think Indians were white people with long hair, like that motherfucking commercial. Well, I forgot that dude name, the Italian dude with the long hair and all the feathers. Oh shit, they going Indian. Like this is what people think, because this has been your reality that has been passed on and suggested to you. You don't have no other research resources to look up any other information. So when you see that, you believe it. Now we got resources at the tip of a finger, so you can research anything at this point in time. And if you're a good researcher, you can go real deep into the research and find out. You know what I'm saying? Find out certain things that they definitely don't want you to know. So you said, crying eyed Cody, yeah, peace to Empress, yeah, exactly, that motherfucker. And look, they show him to you, right? Look, they show him to you, and then you automatically think of Indian. Most people I talk to, they be like, yeah, my grandmother was fair skinned, she had long hair, like real talk. Look, my mother fair skinned, but I know it's a lot more to being an Indian than just being some fair skin. And I go back into the conversation about the Yamasis with this clown, right? So let me see if it's any more to be heard in this bill. Let me see something. Peace to everybody in the chat room, man. Definitely share the video out, hit that like button, man. And like I said, if you like to donate, you already know what time it is. It's going across the screen. Let me see this one.
To say African. She's under the institution of being colonized. Why are you giving me what the people, my source, to try to debunk what they saying that is right? You're supposed to come with something else. You can't just say that, this is not supposed to say that, and then give the source. And then when you read the source, it says what I'm saying. And I don't agree that Africans were here before. I don't teach that. I don't teach Africans the old man. I don't do none of that. I don't teach that. So I don't even agree with that. You brought this to us, man. That's what I'm saying. So whenever I always ask y'all one question. Show me the black people who said that we are not the people who are African descent, that we are not the people from this slave trade did not happen, and that these people are writing about us trying to take our identity. I ask God to constantly show me that. You scream ancestors. I show you what black people say. And when I show you what black people say, you tell me that they colonized. They were taught this. Okay, so show me something. It's weird, bro.
All right, so look, let's deal with that point right there. Let's deal with that point right there. Since you want, let's deal with that point right there. Let me ask you a question, right? So you saying that black people was being colonized in America?
What? What did you say?
Rob Bourne.
What did you say? Hello?
Still on, bro, or what?
Yo.
Oh, we got the whole crew over here. Okay, let's come on in.
Yeah, what did you say?
There you go. We got Bobby Zango over here. You owe me a conversation.
Yo, what did you say, bro?
You owe me a conversation. But go ahead. Go ahead, Rob Bourne.
Y'all can't hear me?
What I was saying was,
you can hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted you to keep saying my name. I'm like, yo, you can't hear me. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Yo, mic check.
Yeah, we hear
yo.
you. We hear you, my nigga.
Oh, I'm just like, okay, go ahead. Hey, Pete, what you got?
Nigga, calm down. First and foremost, nigga.
I don't know. Shit was tweaking last night. I don't know what the fuck was going on. But you know, that was pretty much the conversation that we had, that we already had a debate on this. And like I said, he already got smoked because he came with all the conventional shit, right? But like I said, when you really get into it, you really understand it. A lot of these people saying that these people are Africans because they don't know that we the first people out the land. They don't know that this is the old land. See, a lot of people don't have that understanding. They don't have that understanding. They got the out of Africa theory, boom. Then Africans came here at some point in time, set up in these territories, and then spread it from Central America throughout North America and in certain other places, right? Now that's absolute incorrect. So, like I said, that right there is a crucial source because of your. But you see how they try to do the remix single. The remix single was okay. The thanks for the donation. But the remix single is that these people, what? They died off, right? That's what they say, right? They died off from diseases and poisoning, right? Oh, is that what we just read? Let me see. Sorry. Let's go back. I think it was in this one. Okay. Yeah, all right. So it said the Yamassees of Spanish Florida were in time weakened by disease and other factors. The survivors became part of the Seminole Indians. And that's what I'm saying. Like even the Seminoles, right? A lot of people down there is calling themselves Seminole, but they really Timical. Or Timical, and it's another one I always forget the one with the C. It's not Casata, Casata something. I can't think of the name of it right now, but it's out of them two right there. But they tell you the same thing about the Timacoans, right? All these black tribes died off, and then bam, black people just pop up in these same places, and now they was never really slaves. Because when you look at their genealogy, you don't see no evidence of that. But then they're just classified as slaves, and they're told this horrific story that people who look like them came across the Atlantic Ocean at the bottom of a boat, tied together, and then they was born on plantation. And this is what most people believe. Now I've met some very intelligent people who was like, nah, man, my people weren't ever slaves. And then without me even going in on like, without me even getting into my conversation with them, they in fact corrected me from the door, like, nah, my people weren't ever no slaves. My grandfather, he had 1,500 acres of land. Yeah, we still got a big house back down. Like real talk, when you talk to people, people is telling you this. And then you're like, well, wait a minute. Two things can't be true at the same time unless there's some type of contamination or something that's not being said. So, you know, definitely, like, look, here we got it right here. Now, the other source says something totally different. The other source says something totally different. So there's a lot of different stories that these people is coming out with. And like I said, all I can do is when I'm talking to my father and my aunts, and because my aunt is real, my aunt know a lot of the history. She actually was the one that gave me shit. She already had genealogy. She had you figure my father, no, all right, my father, then his father, then his father, then his father's father. She had like almost like 8 generations between like it was already done. I was like, wow. And I'm like, what made you keep this? She was like, because when her mother died, she gave her a Bible and gave her all this literature and all this stuff dealing with their family. And I was like, wow. I said, okay. So it all lines up with what everybody been saying. And we all got a similar situation here for those who do have access to paper, or you know what I'm saying, records and everything like that. So we got some brothers up here, man. We got the brother AP, peace of the God. We got my brother Smoke Sick.
What's the vibes, man? Turn me. Man, what's going on to the American Aborigines, man? You in here cooking this Grand Rise.
Yeah, man, that shit last night hit differently, man. That shit hit different yesterday, man. And like I said, it just showed how asinine these niggas think, how these niggas really think, bro. Like that one source right there can get Rob Bourne in trouble. I don't care what you don't believe in.
Yeah, it hit different. It hit different when they can't understand what you saying with the source. Do your homework on the Yamasee was Negroes before Africans came here. It hit different.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Like, it ain't nothing to understand. The whole point. Why you think why would I be using this source? Oh, because they lived on them islands before Columbus even came there. So you don't know how long them people been there to make any assertion that they came from Africa, because there was no Africa at that time. There was no Africa before Columbus or before you motherfuckers created a foreign and added the cud, which means land, and put that on the whole continent. That's eugenics. All eugenics is people in these people, putting them in containers, what we call continents, man. Oh, the Asians are from Asia. Oh, the Europeans are from Europe. Oh, the Africans are from Africa. Oh, the Native Americans are from America. What pseudoscience does it take for people to come up with these motherfucking perspectives, man? And then promote this shit, right? And then promote it, right? Like it's real. You understand what I'm saying? And then have people really thinking this stuff, man. To have people really to where they out here arguing with their own brothers and sisters over some asinine, idiotic shit when the proof is right there in front of you, man. So, what you got going on, AP, man? What's the word? I think AP might be out. Smoke Signal, peace to God, bro. What you got going on?
Salute. So, Rob Bourne been going around posing this exact same question here lately. You know what I'm saying? This, can you find anywhere on the historical account where niggas always claim to have been here? You know what I'm saying? I understand the concept behind the question, but what I have to ask is that really a fair question? Like, do we find anywhere where people have historically resided, claiming that they have always been there? You know, putting it on notice, or do we assume that people who have always been there just take that for granted? I don't know, because I don't find that anywhere else where people are making accounts of them always being there. There's always some outside group making this determination. So I think we're gonna have to look into the nature of his question. And is he just trying to make that apply to
brother?
America?
The question was answered yesterday, and it was answered 3 years ago when we had the debate. I just answered the source, but he doubles down. I don't believe. Now, that's just one source of many sources, man. We could do this, really go there with the archaeology. We could do all that. But that particular source right there shows you in Georgia, it was Negroes there before Columbus. And I can go further. I can go into Louisiana, the Natchez. I can go through the Louisiana all the way to Mississippi. Like, it's just too much, man. It's just too much. That's that one source, because he always talked that Gitchy. Oh, the Gala came from Angola. No, it did not, nigga. Did not come from no Angola. The whole coast from South Carolina through Florida is called the Gule. The Gule is where the Gala came from. It's the same etymology, Gaul.
Right. Then that's the Yamasee. That's the Tuscarora. That's the Algonquin speaking people.
Yeah. Well, I I do, according to my little below surface level investigations, it's very apparent that what they call a Negro has been here quite some time, like way before this thing called colonization. So I don't see why they can't. I mean, it's just in plain sight. I don't see why you just can't go below surface level, do a little surface level investigation, and you'll see all type of clues and that will lead to this particular understanding. But I know if you're dealing with a belief system, it's hard to combat somebody just saying, well, I don't believe it. That means you can present all the information you can muster, and all they got to say is, I don't believe it. But they believe everything that they see the word Africa in. You just put the word Africa in there, and they go on hook, line, and sinker. So yeah, I'm developing methods to combat this particular belief system. You know what I'm saying? I think it's time that Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, it's time to put this shit to rest and put it to rest for good. So yeah, I'm working on methods to do just that. I relinquish the flow.
Yeah, man, that's a great fight to be part of, man. Because like I said, it's nothing wrong with observing, okay, there's black people over there across the Atlantic, but then it's another thing to connect yourself to some people who don't even agree that they'll tell you themselves you ain't from over here. And then when your own people telling you, like, nah, we ain't never heard nothing about no Africa, man. Until they made rules. Like, it's like everybody got the same story, yo. Like, the shit is so funny. Because you think about it, you like, damn, yo, they duped us, man. And then you find out that shit was fake. Go figure that. Like, you can't make all of this shit up, and you can't take none of this shit serious, bro. Roots was fake. Like, once you understand Roots was fake, you be like, yo, how can I believe any of this shit? Like, there's certain things that just wake your mind up to realize you being duped or you being flim-flam. Or you being swindled. That's not a good feeling for somebody to be swindling you. And then you just going around. But just imagine you look. Think about it like this. Smoke Signal. I'm gonna give you an analogy, right? You know how, like, you see how niggas be gassing people up and people be flim-flamming. You know what I'm saying? You done seen all types of level of flim-flam and trickery among niggas on the streets, bro. This whole shit right here that we came from Africa and we were slaves is worse than any story a nigga could ever told you on the streets, bro. It's worse than any story, bro. I emphatically say that. It's worse than any story, brother. Like, think about it.
Well, I look at it like this. If the narrative that so-called black people, African Americans, what have you, I just like to use the term niggas. If that narrative has any validity, we shouldn't be finding any type of alternate information that contradicts it by any means. So just by the mere fact,
man, you sound
you
stupid, country nigga. You sound stupid, bro. You sound like you just bounced off a cotton plantation right now.
You see me? You see we man?
Hold on. Let's get some understanding in here, my dude. Hold on for a second, man. Hold on. I'm gonna let you back in here, brother. My brother, how we do
Peace
over
to
here?
the God. What's happening, scam God? What's going on?
Who you talking to?
I'm talking to you, nigga.
Damn, you got the wrong show, man. I'm sorry, man. Goodbye.
What?
You got the wrong show, man. I don't know, like, where you think, where the fuck you think we at, nigga? Nigga, if you don't kick rocks, and we on official business tonight, man. We ain't dealing with no clowns, man. And I suggest anybody else, man, tread lightly when you come up here, man. This ain't what you really want.
Hey, he's still in the back. Tell that nigga to leave his contact information. I don't mind boxing that nigga.
Brother, come on, my dude. You gonna wait? Say you can in that time instead of engaging in some buffoonery with that dude, you can build a fucking ship, nigga. You could do so many other marvelous things that's gonna benefit you. You can get some bigger arms. You can learn how to. You could do some pull-ups, some push-ups. Go work out. You could be doing so much other things than be dealing with these trolls, man. We don't know these niggas. We don't do that over here, man. We don't do that over here. Anybody got no time to be entertaining him, bro. We on official business over here. We already got some people we gotta entertain. Let's stick to the script. We can't go back and forth with multiple people at one time. Let's focus on these niggas and fuck niggas like him will get the clue. Like niggas just be trolling us like this is that type of environment. Like, nah, we're not doing that. So definitely, man. Peace to the gods, man. I'm sorry about that, brother Shabazz, man. You got the right string, but the wrong yo-yo. So, you know.
Peace. If you still out there, my nigga, I ain't want to save you this time, bro. But I bet not catch you in these YouTube streets. It goes down instantly.
Do you know him? Hold up? Do you know him?
No, he made. I never seen him before, but he made his presence well known. I got.
So in that look, I'm playing therapist. So in that 3 seconds that I allow him to say what he's saying, brother, that's not worth nothing. Brother Shabazz, man, go do something better with your life, man. Don't come over here fucking with these motherfucking Aborigines, man, or Tonchans, or as some people say, wild Indians, man. This ain't what you want, brother. You know, just go ahead, man. It's a nice Sunday, man. You got children. Go to Cheesecake Factory. Go to the park. Go to a movie. Go do something better with yourself, brother.
Yeah, that's a fact. They barking up the wrong tree.
Hey, man, the energy level is something totally. We on some official business dealing with some other trolls from way back when. So it's like, well, what you saying is like, you know, like that's small talk, bro. We not doing small talk, man. You come up here with that fuck nigga shit, nigga. Nah, kick rocks. And that should be a lesson to anybody else who even dare think that this is that type of party, man. If you think that you can go ahead and play fuck around and find out if you want, nigga. And if I'm really beat, like I said, I ain't trying to really meet up with nobody because I don't know, you know, I don't even want.
My chick. Damn, did I get kicked out the stream or something? My chick.
Hey, I hear you, Smoke. Can you hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you. A1 was talking, but he went mute.
I talked to this one.
Hey, A1, you went mute, bro. Al Powell, you still down there?
But we good, though. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah,
no, you was talking.
He's going in and out. And I had something to ask all three of you, not just about this raw-born Ankh nonsense. First of all, what say you, Smoke? One particular point that I asked, may have tried to do it with A1 yesterday. Did you see Ankh hang his head when Chief rolled up on him about Big Mama? Did you see that part of the conversation?
No, it looked like the nigga had his head down the whole time, if you ask me.
Well, I'm talking about in that particular conversation about Blackfoot. And he
Man,
Why you low ass
stumbling.
Indian niggas scared to be black, man? Why you ashamed of yourself, man?
Wait a minute. Who is this fool interrupting?
let them speak,
That was the
y'all. Hold
same
on,
dude.
hold on. Let the young.
Nah, we
Let it,
not, man. We not. Come on, brother. Actually, we talk about some real shit, bro. What? How we gonna let a nigga come up here, some sucker ass nigga, and entertain him, bro? Like, who the fuck is he to even be up here conversating with gods, man? These niggas is peons, man. Yeah. If a nigga got that type of energy,
yeah, they gotta come. They gotta come. They gotta come a little more intellectual than that. I hope they don't kiss their mama with that
But I
bringing
don't
out.
think he has the capacity when that's the first dirty words out of his mouth. I'm not trying to judge nobody. Here's what I'm asking again, and
I
not
am.
even being
Fuck it.
judgmental. I'm asking about the moment when he was asked about what his big mama told him, not just that he was disregarding and respecting the question and disrespecting the response. It's what was triggered in him. I don't know if y'all picked up on that. Not just his hanging
Man,
his head.
it was a lengthy conversation. I think we had conversated with them guys. Well, at least Bobby stayed on for about 4.5 hours.
Shout out to Bobby.
You know,
I give him respect for that for himself.
Hey
He's
man,
not doing anything
hey look, Alabama, not to
for
cut
me.
you off,
What I'm
OG.
talking about, the question I'm hold on, Hawk. Hold on, Hawk. The question I am raising is the absolute disregard they have for their direct ancestry. Don't tell me about telling me some shit to come and convince me of ancestry for a group. Okay? I think y'all missing what I'm asking. When he hung his head, and Chief even said that later in the follow-up conversation, when he hung his head, when the tone of his voice dropped, when he kept stumbling over the word Blackfoot. You know, we don't seem to understand in the moment what I'm talking about in this moment. And I'll leave with this
no,
one, land on this question.
I'm trying to get you to get their question because I'm trying to see.
That's what I'm going to land on this question, because this is it's twofold. When Yang Gang came to the scene running for president in the last election cycle, he brought out the story that Forbes or Fortune, or whatever the magazine it was, that the so-called people being referred to as niggas, Negroes, colors, and blacks would have zero wealth in 2053. Now, between 2030 and 2050, the intentions is us having no legacy. This is the reason why I'm pointing out the idiocy and the manner in which Ankh is responding to his own personal family story and legacy. So what does that mean to any and all of y'all on the panel? Not to have zero wealth, but to have zero legacy. And I yield.
Man, peace to the gods, man. We
Peace.
got Hawk School up here. We got
God.
Top Cat, man. Peace to the gods, man. What's going on?
Peace. Hey man, I just want to say, man, shout out to Bobby Banger, man. I shout out any nigga who stayed to get beat up after his whole gang run. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to them.
Hey, Garfield got out of there though. I ain't gonna
Man,
lie,
shout
though.
out to
But
Bobby
listen,
Banger, man.
Garfield got out of there the moment I asked him a question, but I'm asking you all again, do you understand the question I'm proposing?
I think the question was so long.
No, but let me put it simply like this. When this Asian bastard said the system intends for us to have zero money, zero wealth, compare that to having zero legacy when you're looking at Bobby Banger hang his head, knowing the truth that Big Mama told him, and he got so much self-hate and contempt, he can't contemplate it while you're pulling it to his attention.
That's how you always get these niggas. You just ask them, yo, do you have any Indian in your family? And they gonna tell, look, you ain't gonna ask him what he know. He gonna tell you everything that he know.
When you ask these stupid motherfuckers, do the colonizer and the people you get your history from, how they lied to you deliberately? The question is an easy yes. And when you ask them, have your grandmama lied to you deliberately? The question is 9 times out of 10 no. So why would you go outside somebody who pretty much who you come from, nurtured you, giving you your history organic because that's what they want to do, compared to a motherfucker who set to take away your nationality and your culture?
Okay, now that you said that, Bap, All right, copper color grizzly. This is what I mean about the intention of having zero wealth by 2053, zero control, zero assets when you don't know your legacy. You feel what I'm saying now with the question I'm asking?
Yeah, I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
All right, and let's move on from that because we got some
Hey,
other.
shout out the Top Cat in the building, man. I know you got it coming up with Rob, boy. What you got going on, man?
Peace. Man, peace to everybody in the panel. Peace to the chat. For
Peace.
Rob Boy, our work, easy work, man. We still trying to find out if he even gonna make it, if he gonna show up. He's trying to find a way out of it. So I don't
Yeah,
know,
it seemed like
man.
he tried to make a little excuse and shit. But yeah, man, Rob, boy, easy work.
He came over here yesterday for the Yamasi conversation. Rob Boy don't really know. He's trying to equate it to the Fort Muse and all of this conversation. You know, he's trying to say that the Africans came up with them, but I mean, you would have to prove that the people the Spanish brought Africans here. What Africans are you talking about? And even Menendez, who he bringing up, well, we know that the person that came and explored Florida was Menendez. So when you get up to this guy Menendez, how you don't know that he had bloodline relations to this Spanish guy Menendez? See, even when we go into the Texas, Cortez came to Texas to Mexico. Well, all the way in the Mexican Revolution, you had Hidalgo, who would be the leader of the revolution, the one who originated, popped it off. Well, then you backdoor and you have the guy who ended up becoming the leader of it. After he died, all of these brothers share bloodline relations with Cortez, and they mix with the Indian nations that was here. And so he don't understand the story. Before the Yamasi, after 1715, Yamasi wasn't exterminated, because we find them again in 1736. A1, like you brought up, Ogletree came over with the Jacobites. He was these were the Scots that came to Savannah with the Yamakra. The Yamakra is the Yamasi. They were the Yamasi down there. That's why he explained that he lost his battle against Florida, because they were trying to attack Florida from their way. But you also had the Appalachia, you had the Iuchi. All of these nations was with them during the Pontiac Rebellion, which after the 7-year war, the French and Indian War, ended in 1763. All of these nations were still there. So in the Miccosukee language, they called them Seminole, which meant free people. They changed it to Cimarron to say that this meant the people were enslaved. But the Okies, Creeks, the Miccosukee, who end up being in the same territory as the Wale and the Timucuan, I can pull a source on there right now and show that all of these people live down there free, because the Spanish had no jurisdiction over them, and the English.
So Top Cat. So check it out. So stay right there, right? So now the conventional story is they tell you, right? They say, oh, the Yamasis in 1715, after the war, they fled into Spanish Florida, right? With the African slaves. Now, kind of find out. Now, look, this is the source that I gave him, and among many other sources, right? But this source right here is a real special source because he like to stay on the source, right? And this is from the House of Representatives, document 179, right? And this is 1901, page 824, report of the Industrial Commission of the Agriculture and Agricultural Labor, right? So when we get down to this point right here, right? It say the more peculiar thing is the Quarterfidge in his book on human race assertions is that the fact that Africans lived on these islands long before the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus. Now, boom. Now I asked him, I don't agree with the African part, because how the fuck he know that they're from Africans? The more crucial part of the source is stating that the Yamasis did not come over here directly on a slave ship voyage. These people was already here. Now,
A1, you would have to establish that point first. See, this, I wouldn't even pull it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just stick with the sources that show the Yamasi being here and as them being in aboriginals to the land. I wouldn't even gave him this. This would be something he would pull to try to counter something you would pull.
Not really, but the reason why I'm telling you is that it's clearly stating whether you want to, if you, the African part can be argued. That
You
can
know,
easily,
because see, they trigger the only thing they looking for is Africa. They ain't trying to see if it's north, east, south, west. They just want to hear African, and it's gonna satisfy them. So that's why I said I wouldn't even pull that on them because there's plenty of information. See, a lot of these be more recent. When we go back into the Spanish, the niggas who was around them, you feel me? Because the British didn't come around them to the late 1600 when the Goose Creek men got there. The Goose Creek men coming from Barbados. They are gonna tie in with the Yamasi. And that was they plan to try to get into Spanish Florida at that time. But them Indians that you had the Oconee down there, them Appalachians, they was whooping ass. They couldn't get down there. So it's plenty. So go back to the Spanish records, bro. They the ones who gonna tell the truth about them. And go back to like I say, the Goose Creek, the British, they're the ones gonna lie about it. But go to the Spanish records, they talk, go back to the 1600 and 1500 when the Spanish is writing. They're gonna talk about them being aboriginal to the land, fierce warriors, how they raised livestock, how they had they were one of the richest nations because of their resources and crops, and not to mention their naval bases. They don't mention that these people
you talking about in Goose Creek
as well.
You talking about in Goose Creek, the Indian naval shit?
Yeah, it would have been in Port Royal. So that's where
Port Royal
came from. Yeah. So like Queen Anne War, 1702 to 1711, that was fought. They was trying to get Florida. The British was trying to sack Port Royal, South Carolina, and Florida. They wanted the ports in Florida because what they were trying to do was control the monopoly and run it out. So Queen Anne,
right.
King James, the Bible, that was his great granddaughter. James got off the throne because he ended up fleeing from France, but they caught him in London, took him as a prisoner, and they brought in his French nephew, which would be what's the name of that damn William III, William of Orange. They brought him in, and he married the daughter, and that's how they ended up taking over that. But that was the Queen Anne Wars to tell the story of that, and you'll see the Yamasi fighting out through that. That'll lead.
Yeah, you see the Yamasi linking up with the Tuscarora down in southern Alabama, the Mississippi area, that Southern Creek area, linking up with Emperor Brim. They set up the whole connection. He was playing both sides. He was linked in with the British and the English.
Damn King James.
Hey, look, but real quick, right? The whole thing is I'm trying to just have a real. I'm not trying to debate him on spot. This is a source that I pulled up among many other sources just to establish the fact that it was black people there before Columbus. That's a very important fact that has to be established. Now, wherever you derive these documents from or whatever, it's all going to paint a picture. But with that particular document that he brought up, I don't care about the African thing. I can argue that down. I don't, and I know that for a fact. When most people see that, they clearly go right to Africa. Now I can connect the Yamasis to the Mayans and the Olmecs. Not many people can do that. And see, that's the difference. And that's where we went. That's where I took that nigga out in deep waters. I took him out in very deep waters. This is the reason why he's still upset today. We took him out in real deep waters. We connected the Yamasis, the Mayans, and the Olmec culture. All back to all the Tuscarora. I mean, the Timbuktu, all of that shit. We connected all of that shit. So that was just one of many sources that was proposed to him that he still can't get over today. Like, forget the fact that they're African. Nobody.
What I noticed about Ankh is he's so entwined with science, he won't even really have a history conversation with you. That ain't even he. You take him in a history conversation, it's finito. He don't know nothing.
Done.
I got a question. A1. Salute y'all. What's up,
Go ahead,
y'all?
Sister Betty, Chief Morning Thunder, what's up?
What's up? So about this dude, this Spanish dude, Cortez. Why would it was Spain period? Why the fuck would they stop in Africa to get slaves and bring them to Beaufort, South Carolina? The fucking Yamasees would have killed them.
You see what
They
I'm
was
saying?
the like I said, they was the
The
fiercest
Yamasee was
one.
known to get
So
rid
then
of
you know
shit.
that's a lie. I mean that's a lie.
And I brought that point up yesterday. Like, what are you talking about? See, I seen my family genealogy records. My family wasn't. I'm talking about down in that area right there, because my people, their region was like coming from Macon, Cuspic through Florida, right? So I got the records. My grandfather lived there unharmed. They had that plantation, that land down there that they had for over 300 years, and they was never at no risk, none of this shit. So it's like, even when these people are the people telling these stories now, like you said, some of the records that we do got is different from what these people teaching in conventional history, because they got a whole different spin. They got a whole different spin when they come to conventional history. The shit that the sources that are how do you want to say that are open to us, that we can easily have access to, that's the shit that people go by. That's why I don't deal with Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is the first thing that comes up when you Google something. So it's like, if you just trying to make an argument, and that's what Ankh do. That's what a lot of these people do, and that's why sister old girl that be on the channel, man. That's why she was checking him on a lot of his sources and what he was presenting. But I'll mute my mic right there, man. Y'all want to go ahead? I'm gonna show you another source with the Yamasi.
Well, I would like to know, and I would like to know what your feelings are towards Ali Muhammad closing out that UCC bullshit.
Oh, you talking about me?
Everybody.
I done heard. Hey, Sister Betty. See, the thing of it is this, right? All right, Ali Muhammad is a great researcher, but he don't have no dominion over me, because I've done researches with people, and he got with his whole.
I don't mean dominion.
No. I'm saying dominion over my mind. I guess because I agree with Ali Muhammad, but let me say this. Just because I agree with Ali Muhammad on some point, don't mean I agree with him on everything. A lot of shit I don't agree with Ali Muhammad on.
Okay, a lot of people.
He probably wouldn't agree with me. He probably wouldn't agree with me neither. So it's like it's vice versa.
No, A1, I think you're missing my point.
Yeah.
The point that I'm making is in asking if all these Moors, the bad ones that you spoke about, right, are going around trying to selling these papers for people to fill out under this UCC bullshit that's going to take them out all this bullshit. And
well, the UCC, let me say this to you, right? I'm going to give you some understanding on the UCC real quick.
Until I finish, though, A1.
Okay, go ahead.
The point that I'm trying to make is bro came on and literally showed proof of him literally saying, the reason why I'm saying these niggas is fraud, and it's a fraud, because we created the process. So he was able to prove that they created that whole bullshit process, that these motherfuckers just going around selling these paperwork and making people think that they could get money out of their birth certificate and social security card. And he said, I'm telling you, it's a fraud because we created the process. And he went all the way back to when they was running like that. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, that's a fact. No. That's a fact that we created. What I'm saying is the UCC ain't got nothing to do with us.
Well, really, they got some white folks.
No, wait, hold up. The UCC is dealing with Europeans who are trying to be private. That's dealing with them. We have a totally different process than the UCC. And you're right, a lot of them do push the UCC and it fucks people around because they don't understand. They don't even know how to use it. And if you're American, Aboriginal, or Indian, you shouldn't even be using the UCC. But go ahead, bro.
Hey, somebody audio, you feeding back off of it.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. There's some real bad. There's some bad echo in the background.
AP mic was open. He closed it now. But now what I was gonna say is 2 years ago I had a show with Sharif Bey and Ali Muhammad, and they came on and spoke about how it was created. How it was created from white people, 1991, and that's where it started from. And so, yeah, we've been heard him say it, but Ali would know because he used to use all that. You know, we're gonna be honest. So I remember one time he was trying to get in Canada, and something was wrong with his paperwork. They wouldn't let him in Canada, you know, and he was using, you know, they was using their paperwork back
But
then.
that's where everybody see. That's what I'm trying to say. There's paradigms to this thing. See, the whole narrative for us is trying to be free. So in the process of trying to gain freedom, you're going to go through a lot of different paradigms that's going to lead to a lot of different things. The UCC is one of them paradigms. You understand what I'm saying? The authentication of the birth certificate is another, because why would you authenticate? And my shit is authenticated. But the thing of it is this. When you authenticate your birth certificate, you make so many of these different bureaucracies and these companies rich through the process of filing it. You understand what I'm saying? And the birth certificate is really not yours, but there's ways to use it. So there's a lot of different process, and I don't even go with that no more. I go with my declaration first. I use that first before.
But what about
anything.
the purpose of cancellation? He said you got to cancel it.
That's a fact. That's what I've been saying. Look,
that's what
I've been saying.
That's
Sister
what
Betty,
I was glad for.
How many times have you heard me tell people if they got a birth certificate and a social security card and they're an American Indian, then they are still in their jurisdiction, unless you know how to offset that jurisdiction. But if you have any of that and you're classified, and that's one thing that Ali Muhammad knows, he know how to do Aboriginal business without having an LLC, LLP, S Corp, etc. So proprietor, any of them, he know how to 501 501c 1, 2, 3, 4, all of them too. And there's other ones that people use, 501c4s that I've heard about. But what I'm saying is the UCC is for I don't want to say United
Code.
But yes, but it's for United States citizens who trying to be private. It's not for the Americans. It's for United States citizens who are trying to be private. That's all it is. Because look, Jonah Bey, one thing I like about Jonah Bey is he read through all of this shit. He read and he explains everything as he go along with it. And he explained that shit years ago. Like, look, and he stated the source of, if you want to go this route to be private, these are the steps that you need to go to be private. But when you
only if you're staying as a citizen, right?
That's right. But also remember too, you can be that and be in a time and still do your declaration. The only thing you doing is using your motherfucking straw man. That straw man shit is real. You using that. You using that. And that entity is a business.
Correct.
But you have to separate yourself from the business.
Correct.
To where you're not liable for it. That's when the trust and all this other shit comes into play. But what I'm saying is,
you don't think it's wise to cancel the birth certificate?
I mean, listen, Sister Betty, are you going to cancel yours?
I'm gonna have to evidently now because I went through all that work to get American Indian put on there as my race.
You know, the birth certificate.
Now it's like, what did I waste my time? So now I'm a citizen Indian.
But that no, you're not. No, you're not though. You can. There's ways to offset it. That goes with the authentication of the birth certificate. Because birth certificate ain't nothing but it's a bond. It's an actual fucking bond. And that's the reason why I have bond numbers and it has a QSIP number at the back of it. And the same thing with your
all
social.
that shit up on fidelity.
But listen, think of it like this too, right? Whatever letter you got on there is part of whatever jurisdiction of the Federal Reserve that it's in. So you have to look at the Federal Reserve businesses that's among them jurisdictions with them alphabets on it. So this thing go real deep with that, but that's the ultimate goal. If you doing business and you can contract with them, but that don't mean you're a citizen. You have mad diplomats over here who have diplomatic
But check
immunity.
this shit
That's
out.
what we supposed to have. We supposed to have
Check this shit
diplomatic
out.
immunity.
So check this shit out. So I sent a email, within my state email to my payroll department to request that they stop taking out the state taxes out my pay. Now the federal government has stopped because I showed them, American Indian and Indian not tax. So when it comes to the state directly of Connecticut, they sent me back, and I saved this email, an email saying, okay, yes, the comptroller of the state of Connecticut sent me an email saying, what you have to do, we still have the right to tax your pay under Connecticut tax, but at the end of the year, you have to take all the taxes we took out as far as state taxes, not federal, of your pay. You have to go and claim that back in taxes. Why is that? I'm not a 501c3 as an individual. I'm an American Indian. If I'm Indian not
But
taxed,
that's you still
then they're
contracting
in violation.
with them, like in that formality.
Okay, but the feds is not taking taxes out of me based on Indian not tax. It's the state. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. If the federal government got to comply, why don't they have to comply? They do the same shit to the casino people. I don't get it.
I mean, they actually do because they're funded by the federal. But I mean, but definitely that's a good conversation, and we
So
could
now
definitely
I
have a
gotta
build
go
on
at
that.
the end of the year every
But we
year
have
and
some other
claim
brothers.
that.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
I'm sorry,
you have
go
state
ahead.
recognition and you have federal recognition. So the
Right.
state can recognize you as a nation, but
Right.
the federal government don't, and they have two different processes. A lot of times, the state will have basically another nation will have to vouch for you, or you have to come from that nation, from that state. They would have to
No,
see that.
I'm as an individual. I'm as an individual. I don't want to change A1's conversation up. I talked to A1 on y'all at another time about it. But sorry,
Nah,
y'all.
but even in but Taka, check this out, right? Look, even see why they want you to get recognized by the nation, because they want you to be under the Bureau of Indian Affairs. But they already then came out and gave you remedy. That's why I'm always reading the under. A lot of people don't agree with the UNDRIP and the ADRIP, but this is the shit you enforce along with the Constitution. You enforce this. You have to enforce it. You have to push this shit. If you don't push it, then you're gonna fall under their jurisdiction.
But
That's the only
A1,
way you gonna do it,
Well, you're
bro.
gonna
These
kind of
people are
fall under there anyway,
what?
like Ali Muhammad said when he said he used both because when he leave, he don't have an embassy, so he have to go through the U.S. embassy if something happened while he in another country. He said, "I'm not crazy," and so people like Two Hogs Two them they
Yeah,
always say, "I got dual citizenship," because you still gonna be under the U.S. because you don't need
they
their
your
arms
they your
and their embassy.
trustee. Yeah,
Right.
Well,
but not
unless
really,
they're
because remember now they look. Sister Betty, look. See, the thing of that is they're your trustee. That's the whole point to that, using the embassy.
and I
They
didn't
your
cancel my
trustee,
birth
and you
certificate.
have to use them. But they had to verify who you are when you do leave the country, because a lot of people leave the country. If you don't have no connection back to where you came from, then you can get trapped up. That's how what's the name, Most Def got trapped up
Most Def
by
when South
he tried
Africa.
to use.
But
Yeah,
this is the issue of
yes.
enforcement. And see,
Okay,
and this is the
I'm
point of my
sorry. Your chat wants you to go back to Yamasee, y'all. I really am sorry, A1, because they're right. I changed the subject and I shouldn't have. Please go back to Yamasee.
which was why my
No, I'm gonna
questions
go with
were
this. I
on
mean,
the
we
A1,
going
my
go back
questions
to
was
real
on the
quick,
Yamasee.
context of
real quick.
Yamasee. That's what. Go ahead, A1.
Look, real quick. I'm sorry. No. Stay right there. Just stay right there. Because I was gonna get into this other source that I got. that actually Monty sent me, right? Couple
Now, this is
years
about
ago,
Amani
right? So
Bay,
this
because I had another question with you about Amani Bay. Is this Amani
no
Bay
no no
you're
no no
talking
no no
about?
no 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 no. This no we no 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 no. Let's deal with the Yamasi first. So this is a book he sent me years ago called the American Old West. So it's in the Westward Reminiscence, right? A personal account of the Creek Nation of Georgia and Alabama, right?
Well,
So
that's what
when
I'm
you're
at. But
going,
this is Amani Bay you're talking about that sent you the source, right?
yes, yes, yes,
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I wanted to remind
yes.
you of that conversation y'all had and the original maps showing going all the way from the East Coast to the Mississippi. But go ahead, bro.
Oh, yeah. No doubt we can get into that. That's not a problem. So on page 112. It's I think he locates the Yamati. I write from memory in the middle of the eastern portion of Florida, and says they were occupying the country when the Creek came. He described the Yamasis as having dark skin, coarse hair, thick lips. He say flat feet, and having inferior implements of war to the Creeks. Now, this is just using this for the
That sound
description
like
of how
me.
they look. You know what I'm saying? But the description is clear. We have them again saying that they dark skin, coarse hair, thick lips. What would be the
A1, let
race
me
of these
ask you
people?
something, family.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let
go
me
ahead.
ask you something, A1. Do they have African anywhere in this soil?
That
No, I
was
don't
what
This
he
see it. I
was
just
source?
read
jumping
it. I
off
don't
of.
see it. No, this is my point. This right here is the only thing you need
No,
to
I
hit
don't
them
have
with.
African.
Right. This is a perfect source. You know what I'm saying? To show that Negroes or
But this the
dark skinned people are
No,
not.
lineup
you
though,
you
right here.
no, you absolutely right, Top Cat. Because when they
Yo,
see
check this
something
out,
that
Top
says
Cat. Check this out.
African in it, they're gonna try to
Yeah, they
horn
gonna
it
yeah, they
in
gonna
on that. They're
bring
gonna disregard
Nah,
everything else.
the other source would be a
we
perfect
got
that
other.
would be a perfect
Yeah,
source.
listen, that's one source of many sources, right? This also source that tells you that black people was here, right? Now check this out. It went into where? Spanish Florida, right?
But
So
why do
even when
they
we get
make an
into the
African reference,
hold
A1, at all? Why do they
hold on.
say these are Africans
He makes an
inhabiting it?
African reference
Because the goddamn book was
because
published
that
in
That's the
1901.
author opinion,
That's
you know.
why.
That
yes,
he'll be
that's right.
you got to remember the Pan African movement was up and running at that time in 1901. So they was
Correct.
having
That's why they
conferences and
put that
everything
there.
at that time. So yeah,
Yeah,
that'll be
yeah.
They got them
That
memos and
already
them bulletins
the
that
the
went through.
black church movement is already booming. Paul Cuffey had already did his movement to Africa. Forget the friendly something society that he had over there in Africa that he started.
Well,
All that
those
already
friends,
took place by 1901. The Thomasina Act was in effect. Well, not in effect, but that had already happened to the Chickamaugas already. The mash pit had already been misclassified. A lot of
but
things that already happened in 1901.
aren't all these friend societies tied together, whether you're talking about the Quakers and particularly the movement that was coming out of Pennsylvania with William
It's
Penn?
all the
All
same
these
movement, the
people were
black
trying
church
to
movement.
displace us and transport us over there. That was their
So
intention.
this what I don't understand, because the chronology for the arrival of Africans is so convoluted. When did these niggas start getting here? When did
Yeah,
when did the black Africans get here?
Hey, listen, but listen. This is my opinion. This is my opinion of how I look at it. Remember, the out of Africa theory was created through the eugenics movement. They are the people who started to contain all of these ethnicities and races and say that they came from all these places. And outside of the people that you see there today, there are no other history of nobody else. But we
Right. You're
know
talking about
that
these Mongoloid, Caucasoid, et cetera, et cetera.
nah, not even them at that time. Cause
yeah. I'm talking about everywhere. I'm talking about it was niggas everywhere. Like I said, the whole thing that these niggas presses, right? Now we know we got people in the Pacific Islands that's black, that's Negro, We already know that. We don't even need to sit here and have no deep conversation about that. We know that the people in Australia, they are classified Negroes, even though that they have some different, they have a different look than some of us, right? But the people in the South Pacific Islanders look identical to our people here. They say all these people came from Africa, and they never really provide you with a source to how they got to where the fuck they from. The same thing we get said about the people in the Sentinel Islands, who didn't accept that doctrine of discovery agent or Roman provocateur that came up there with the Bible, who got hit up with about 150 arrows, right? They say the same thing about them people. Oh, them people came in 80. How the fuck you know they came in 80,000? We already know that history is bullshit. We already know that history is bullshit.
Now, the conversation that I was talking about, and actually you and Top Cats, because Amani Bay was on with both of you. You remember those maps that went from the East Coast all the way to the Mississippi River? I don't know if both of you may remember the particular conversation at that time. And the key point that was made from Amani Bay was not finding a single one of these obsquatulating crackers on any of these fake deeds, land patents, or paperwork you want to say before the 1920s, essentially. So when that map in question, do you remember it, Top Cats? Because I can't find that particular map.
No.
There was a map used by Amani Bay that showed the supposed colonies, quote unquote, and Connecticut even, Queen Mother, stretched from, it was a thin line compared to the Carolinas and Florida, and et cetera, but it stretched from the East Coast to the Mississippi River. Do any of you all remember those maps?
I remember that map. Yep, I do.
Okay. What was the usage of those maps? Either you, Top Cats, or A1, and understanding the theft and this process is circling back to my question about intending us to have zero in 2053. It starts with that in claiming colonies stretching from the East Coast to the Mississippi. Do you get what I'm saying now, A1?
That was a hard question, brother. Narrow that down.
I'm saying starting with that map, Smoke, that Amani Bay has been shared, because what Amani Bay's agenda that I understand is to get us, and I say this in my own way, to map our family stories to the patch of dirt where your ancestor was flim-flammed, scammed, or ripped off by these obsquatulating bastards with land patents, deeds, and other kind of pieces of paperwork. Okay? Whatever the date of that map was allegedly under these supposed charters for colonization. So if you get what I'm asking, Smoke, that's the starting point of having you displaced and with zero shit by 2053. You feel me now, brother?
Right, I got you. So you saying that'll be like ground zero for the
all this UCC bullshit, all this fucking contract business, the Virginia company, all this shit came out of the Virginia company. I don't give a damn if it's the Massachusetts Bay Colony. I don't care if it's any of the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida being taken and cut in half, because Louisiana and Texas border used to be West Florida. You feel me? Now, when you look at that map that Amani Bay was putting out, and that's why I'm only bringing this up, because I remember at Top Cats, it was you, A1, and him on your show. So I don't know how long ago this was. If y'all could get that map and circle back to it.
I just can't remember what video it was, but I remember.
I feel you now, but you get the point I'm making. Because when like Yang Gang, when that bastard came to the Breakfast Club, he used an article from either Forbes or Fortune magazine projecting the so-called black family of four, or the black community, would have zero wealth and net worth in 2053. Now, if that don't tell you what they intend you to be, completely obsquatulated, redlined, displaced, and replaced off of your own land, I don't know what message we aren't hearing.
Well, then you gotta, when you do that, you gotta put with this, because in 2063, right after that, is they new Back to Africa plan. So go check that out too, because that correlates with it. So right now in 1965, they signed the Immigration Act, Lyndon B. Johnson, and they brought over Africans and Asians. Before then, the last one was signed in 1924 with because of the World War.
By the
and they
way,
stopped
Top
the white
Cats,
immigration.
engineer
Let
in the
me
chat is saying that the picture was taken by Amani Bey, or at least he claimed, in the Library of Congress. But whenever you can get back to that particular show that you did with him.
Yeah, so in 65 they brought over the Africans and the Asians. Well, in 69 they backdoored and killed Negro and brought in the Black Power movement, the Black Liberation movement from that. In 2017, Obama killed Negro in law. But now we have first and second gens here. We got something called first and second gen. He killed Negro and he also killed Oriental in law. And so now it became black, African American.
Hold on, Top Cats. When you say that, we're talking about he removed it from federal records and documentation. I know you're saying killed it in law. I'm saying he's claiming what he did for federal record keeping was to remove Negro and Oriental from the federal records.
It's no longer a classification. So the new classification is Black/African American. But so that's why the FBAs and these FBA and the ADOS and these reparation movements, they're banging towards black immigration, because what we had to tell them, y'all screaming black is what helped them create this. Because when they killed Negro in 69, brought the black in for the Black Power movement, 65 had started bringing over the Africans. Now you going to school with them. They in the HBCUs, they had the highest degrees here. So that correlates with 2053 in the wealth gap and the decrease of wealth here, because you don't have no land already. They stole the land between the 1800s, through all the treaties, then leading up to the 1900s, the Great Migrations, the World War. They took the land by the 80s. That's why HR 40 and 89 was meant to basically it was meant to take the place, because you had the black farmers movement then saying, where's my land? But these people 70, 80 years old. So they died off. They come back with HR 40 years later during the Biden administration. So now today we look up, they had the highest degrees. We just seen in Texas, they were trying to let all them black people in from Cameroon, Nigeria, Haiti. All of them niggas waiting at the border. They show them with the cowboys, whipping them like an old slave movie. And so the Black Caucus go to the Hill in Washington and say we need to get them expedited citizenship. And we need to get them somewhere to, they were trying to hurry up and get them citizenship. So now they didn't place them all around America in these little towns that was underpopulated. Now they populated, they have all these immigrants there. And so by 2053, you had it, but you also had a 2063 Back to Africa movement, where they plan to make Africa a Mecca. They're going to have NBA, they're going to have NFL, all of these sports. They also going to hold the library there with all history of all black people from all around the world. The history of black people is going to be right there. They trying to put it in Ghana. And so look into that too, 2063. Me and Shan, we did a lecture call from, I think it was called Wakanda Forever, the new Back to Africa movement, because they trying to make it to it. Like they're building these super cities here and all of this here. They want to turn Ghana into one. And these African nations, Kenya, gonna be one. And so they trying to turn them into these mega cities now to attract people to go. So back when Cuffy them in the American Colonization Society were trying to attract people to go to Africa, Garvey and them trying to attract people to go to Africa, in 69, John Henry Clark told New York Times that he learned from the previous Back to Africa movements where they wanted to physically take them there and the people didn't leave. So he wanted to mentally take you to Africa. And that's why he led the African studies. Melville Hergovich led that. Him and Leonard Jeffries created the African Heritage Study Society, which was the sister joint to them. And
this is still an effort of displacement and replacement. But
right,
the reason why I raised the map, I got you on that, brother. I got you on that. All this back to Africa shit, it ain't new. What I'm saying, the reason why I raised the map.
Teaching them. Listen, hold on, see, because you didn't miss the whole point.
No, bro, I got the point you're saying, brother. We're already being taught that.
Hold on. Hey, look, everybody get a chance. He's making a point. Let him land his plane. The same thing. We're gonna let you land your plane, Ali Bamu. All right.
I'm listening.
All right,
I'm
so
listening.
my game is this. If we think about it, right now, when they're talking about black people in America, they're saying that these Africans have the highest degrees, meaning that they're sending them here to be taught. They going back, and so they're gonna help build this new world. By then, they're gonna be mixed the genes and everything with them, and that's what the whole plan was, to create this black population.
Stay right there real quick, Top Cat. I
Turn
want to just add one thing to it. So you do know the fund that George Bush Senior funded back in the, I think it was back in the 80s, to where they get money, they get gas or get oil from the land, like of Nigeria, and they was bringing a lot of these Nigerians over here and allowing them to go to
Nah, see, I
college.
was too young then. I probably shit was just
No, I'm just
born
saying,
then.
no. That's one of the things that
Now,
started.
see,
That's
you
one.
can help me with that, because see, I
Okay.
went, yeah, I was young. I was too young then.
Yeah, that's one of the things that started them coming over here and getting these funds, because it's how do you want to say, it's a political move, it's a PR stunt, it's diplomatic, you know what I'm saying, diplomatic relations. It's okay, we're gonna let your people come over here and learn our curriculums and our pseudo eugenic science, but in the meantime we're gonna put ports up on your land, like we're gonna put our military, and we also gonna extract oil from your land. And in the practice of all this, we're going to give your leaders Maybachs and Armani suits and Fendi and Gucci. Meanwhile, when we look at the exterior of the country, is ruled by filth. People don't have sanitation. People don't have what's like a sewage system. We done seen how them people live, and then we see how these fake ass kings and these people who are in charge of these countries and how they live. They bit the fruit from the serpent. But we'll continue the conversation, Top Cat.
Nah, I was just landing there. I was just saying, just like they sent over in Nkrumah, just like they sent Agri, all of these other people that went back to be the first presidents after the decolonization of Africa, they sent them to the Americas to learn. So this been the process that they've been using. Now they're bringing the population here. They're gonna send them back 20. So the 2053 ties with the 2063 back to Africa movement. A lot of people not talking about it, but it is a new back to Africa movement that they starting up. Jabari is a part of it. He writing, he a part of this new back to Africa movement today. And so that's
And
why I
that,
played
look,
that video in our lecture of his homegirl, the ambassador, which they fired her since then. So she giving up a lot of the secrets. But she went down here to Fisk University too. So, but y'all go ahead.
this the source to that, what you were saying in 1965. This is called the Hart-Celler Immigration Act of 1965, right? So it's kind of lengthy, but when you go down, let me see, right here, I think it's right here. Matter of fact, it's kind of lengthy. You're gonna have to kind of read through it, but it's going to tell you that before 1965, most of the immigrants that came here largely from European countries, right? But then it says by the 80s, most immigrants were coming from Latin America, Asia, and Africa in numbers far greater than the annual average of 300,000 that prevailed during the 1960s, despite the assurance by the Hart-Celler advocates that the bill would add little to the immigration stream. More than 7 million. Hold up. Who the fuck is that? That's AP, man, with your mic unmuted. Hold up. I should get stole me. Oh, my bad. Hold up. Let me go back to it. Right here. All right. More than 7 million newcomers into the country legally during the 1980s. That trend has continued. Meanwhile, illegal immigration also begun a decade long surge. So when you get into this, right, it tells you about prior to this that most of the immigrants that came here was Europeans. They signed this motherfucking act at the height of the Civil Rights Act. Why would they sign this shit in 1965? Think about that. Maybe Ali Bamu can add to that.
This is something that is completely ignored since 2000. An average 100,000 Indians from Hindustan, 100,000 Chinese from Manchuria have been coming here and been underwritten by us, graduating with college degrees, computer engineers, mechanical engineers, all types of engineering and sciences, where to the tune of over 2 million of them are now 90%. They used to stay here. They used to stay here. In the last 5 years, particularly since the pandemic, whether it's planned or not with Wuhan, they're going back with their handlers, their professors, their employers that were hiring them in these corporations, and the Silicon Valley phenomenon that's now given us Vivek Ramaswamy running for president now. We have dumped God knows how many hundreds of billions of dollars in funding these people, giving them advanced degrees, creating these phenomenons in the Silicon Valley, and now building up China and India with BRICS over where, taking who in South Africa as we're speaking. So I'm not disagreeing, Top Cats, with what you said. There's a lot of other things that need to connect the dots with this as well.
How he also connecting the dots, because places like Nigeria, Ghana, and what's the other fucking country they always talk about? Africa. I can't think of it right now. But they're building.
Well, they're setting up Angola as a prison country, but you know what BRICS is, A1.
Yeah.
So just break down the acronym, and what do you see going on right now in the African continent?
You gonna break that down? I can't break that down right now. You can
Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Are you familiar with One Belt, One Road?
Yes.
Or in history, you remember the Silk Road, right? That was the slave chain for the so-called ancient Arabic slave routes. Marco Polo and bringing noodles, etc., and gunpowder from China, etc. That is being implemented by the Chinese government through the New Development Bank as we're speaking, brother. But the reason why I brought the map up was to show and underscore your point about the Yamasee, the Tuscarosa, the Seminole Nation, stretching by them trying to claim it with that map through the supposed colonization intentions, stretched through Tejas, some would say, meaning friends, the Indian supposed term, down to New Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula, which you have said, though ignored by Rob Barn, Ankh, and Jabari, that these are direct lineage proof of our antiquity. Correct, my good brother?
It's a fact.
So then they go map it on paper.
Look, that's
Go
also
ahead.
the places where the Knights of Golden Circle wanted to enslave people at, through all them regions.
So then the colonies, the charters under the Virginia Company, because that's ground zero. That's the first point. All of these states, all of these counties, all these municipalities are corporate entities out of the Virginia Company. Now, I know this is a mouthful. It can be a lot to be trying to get, especially dim-witted people. I'm talking about the Amen Ra Squad, the House of Consciousness. It's dim-witted people like them that are blocking the rest from hearing the truth. You get what I'm saying, A1? So when you follow that map and you encourage, as Sister Bethy is, I have big ups for Wire Nation, and I keep stressing the importance of this, is mapping your own family story. It is you. It is literally what's walking around in you genetically, not spitting in a fucking cup, not letting them take a vial of blood from you. You are walking around with this in you every day. Until you map that story out, you find out on these pieces of paper they call maps where they stole your shit, because all these bastards are absquatulating over here and they need to fucking go. And I'll yield on that.
Hey, let me share my screen real quick. Hey, you notice they was talking about the AU yesterday. They kept asking, what's y'all problem with the AU and stuff?
You talking about the African Union?
Yeah, the
African Union.
Right. So you hear Rob Bourne speak about this.
Now, do you give credit that Malcolm gave them that idea with the OAAU?
I don't know.
Because he actually went to those African Union countries.
Ali Bamo, let him, because he about to read something. So let him get in. We can elaborate after he read this.
So this the African Union site right here. and it's called Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. So they about to. So they call it a blueprint, a master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse. And they want to use us to do it. They say the strategic framework aims to deliver its goal for inclusive, sustainable development and concrete manifestation of Pan-African drive for unity. So right now, what we doing, bro, we are fucking with the church money right now. We really want to keep it gangster. Like this whole shit right here, this America paradigm, and we not from Africa, and we fucking up. Like this is big, and then we can go into the people who investing in this shit too, and find out them. This is why I say Jabari. They building Jabari a house in Ghana. He a chief in Ghana. He a part of this shit. So the genesis of the 2063 was the realization by African leaders that there was more needed focus on Africa agenda. So that's why I say they bring in the NFL. They gonna try to take the NBA there. They building these mega cities, and this is why they bring the United States is bringing so many over here to learn, sending them to the school. They getting these degrees and all of that, and they gonna send them back. It's what they've been doing for the longest. It's how that was the whole colonization plan. But when Rob Warren come over here talking about the African Union, this is their ultimate goal. So yeah, 2053, they say we're gonna be a zero wealth, but 2063 Africa, that's why Africa gonna look like our only option, because there's gonna be so many opportunities there for niggas who broke here.
So do you think Top Cats that their overall master plan is to get the fuck up out of here?
It's to get us out of here.
No, I'm talking about themselves, because
they not leaving. They not leaving America. America is the greatest country on earth. They'll never leave. America is the greatest country on earth, and always have been.
We know that.
Yeah. So
we know
they
that,
not giving it up. The whole thing was to get us to leave. So since the era of the Sierra Leone company and the furs trying to get us to leave, asking us to leave, you want to go to Canada, you want to go to Haiti, you want to go to Ethiopia. Abraham Lincoln tried to give 14 acres and $100 to anybody that'll move to Haiti. Like they've been trying to get us to leave. The AME Church, all of these American Colonization Society, people wouldn't leave. They want this country. So that's why you hear Benjamin Franklin talking about all of this black immigration over here. But when they trying to stop all that, they trying to build something new. That's why Garvey screaming to the top of his lungs, Africa is our home and things like this. They couldn't get us out. So John Henry Clark said, instead of moving them out physically, we're going to move them out mentally. And once we got them mentally conditioned, now we can get them to want to go back. So that's how they got El Minya and all of these slave dungeons set up. And ultimately, this right here, this next step, they're going to take all the resources and they're going to give you more opportunity in Africa that you'll get here.
Now, Top Cats, roll that scam in from Ghana with 2019 and the 1619 project. It just underscores what you're saying. But you remember how they pushed that?
Break it down.
That 2019 crap, man. I mean, even this witch, this queen wannabe, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Nancy Pelosi, and getting on one knee during the pandemic with kente cloth on. You don't remember all that?
Right. Well, we know through all the HBCUs, they have to wear those when they graduate. You feel me? So it always been the method of kill the Indian.
No, brother, say that one more time. You talking about the put around your neck and the mortar on top of your head with tassels. And what's the colors they got? What's the colors, brother? Come on, red, black, gold, and green.
Right. And that's through all of the schools, from Howard to all of these, what became HBCUs that they created after 1865, because they have to come down there and start to try to educate. It started with the Penn School at Port Royal experiment in 65 when they won that port, and it started in the Sea Islands. Then you get the American, you get the ASA, and they came, and also the Freedmen's Bureau. They built those schools. So Fisk, Hampton, schools like that. But it lets you know that it started out Indian. But one thing we have to remember is that the Native Americans, for their process of their boarding schools, they brought them there and learned. They learned at our schools, and then
And
they took that
don't
blueprint.
forget Villanova. Villanova was an Indian school that later became a Negro school. Villanova was one of the first. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them schools in the but all those schools is built by us, and we can prove it because we can show you. That's right.
They was already there.
And they got funded, and then who they got funded by? Once they create once they get the funding, then they start making suggestions on different. Hold on. They start making suggestions on okay, well, you should take this curriculum right here, and then they implement the Kente clause. They implement all of this Greek. We wasn't doing none of that shit before these people started. These philanthropists started to fund these schools.
That's Carnegie. That's Mellon. That's Annenberg.
The
Rockefeller. Ford Foundation. Go ahead. You cooking, brother. Go ahead. Burn that ass down.
I know Top Cat was talking about the Peabody. But you research the Peabody's part of the Rothschilds. Like they in Chicago. They in Chicago.
He gonna crank it up. That's where the ideology of free education for everyone, because the system, the game was this. They came down. These people are gonna come down they're the ones coming from the north. So once they get to the south, they have to educate. They're gonna put the education in there. So they're always saying they didn't teach us this. So what you trying to say? They taught us that we was African. Well, they brought their schools down there from the freedmen, and then they came down there after the freedmen. You had the American Missionary Association. And they went all the way from 1846 to 1999, but it was a missionary project. All of their schools that they funded became known as HBCUs today. But these are the people that brought these systems down there. So, like I say, Fisk, the one you just brought up, I can't.
Villanova, in Pennsylvania.
Don't forget Wilberforce,
Talladega, Howard.
Now they'll try to tell you these first ones. Notice they came out of under the umbrella of the Quaker Society and Friends, William Penn. Right. They like to prop up University of Pennsylvania, created by Benjamin Franklin. You know all the mythologies. Y'all cooking, man. Lay out the table.
The first school down in Port Royal in '65, that was the Port Royal experiment. So James Fort and his daughter, they was married to the Purvis brothers, Robert Purvis, who actually can claim Moors, because if you pull them up, it's gonna say their grandma was a Moor from Morocco, and they also had European heritage here. They married. He had two daughters, Harriet. I forgot the other one name, but they married. The Purvis brothers married James Fort and daughters. His daughters went down there and went to the Port Royal experiment. So this is the Quaker influence gonna go down there. The school is gonna be called the Penn School. But what my point that I was saying, this is the Howard, right? I mean, this is Hampton, and they said the thing to be done was clear. The trained selected Negro youth should go out and teach and lead their people by example. And so this was a missionary school. So right here, when we come over here, before they talk about they've been in boarding schools. These Native Americans talking about they've been in boarding schools. Talking about they speak their language. They dress in their native garb and they practice their culture. Well, right here, Hampton, the historical African American university. But when we go to Hampton, it's gonna tell you it's an Indian. So here in this recent source, now they're calling the Indian the African American, because if Hampton on their site even tell you that it was built to be an Indian school. And now they classifying them as African Americans though, but they began the program in the effort to do what? Civilize Native Americans. Okay, they don't talk about that. So yeah, they brought them niggas out here. They in the Spanish settlements. They from out west. They brought them out here after they was defeated by Buffalo soldiers, because every treaty signed by what they call Plain Indians, the Mongoloid, was defeated by the Buffalo soldiers. So after the treaties, they sent them out to the north. They came to Virginia, to Hampton, where they began a program in the effort to civilize Native Americans. The university sought to assimilate Native Americans. They taught them English. No, they taught them our languages too. they sought what do you say? They taught them how to dress. So that's why you get that Ojibwe dress. When you wear the Ojibwe dress, that bitch universal. All the Native Americans at the powwows wear the same Ojibwe dress. How in the hell everybody was dressed the same here? And when and cotton don't even grow everywhere in America. But anyway, they had general etiquette. They taught them general etiquette. We was the only niggas eating with silverware and setting the table and plates. Europeans can't cook. None of these niggas can't cook today, and these other nations and cultures still eat with their hands. So we was with the etiquette. We, yes sir, yes ma'am. We the ones with the manners and respect. As the Indian, you have no choice when you growing up.
Hey, Tomcat. Hey, hold on before you go further, bro, because you said some real shit. And like when you was talking about how they was bringing them out west and bringing them east to teach them and shit, like they was bringing all the Apache and the Comanches to Alabama to an Indian school. They're teaching them, and it was a mixture. Like it wasn't just from the west. They had the East Indians in that motherfucker with them as well too and shit. But like, nah, I just want to build on that because you hit some shit on the head, bro. You back up.
Right, and you gotta remember these schools wasn't the school you go in there and you learning math and arithmetic and none of that. These schools were more like schools where you learn skill and trade. So they built Tuskegee. Tuskegee was built for what? They was teaching skill and trade down there. All right, so they and so when you hear Martin Luther King saying we got to go to Washington, get our check, talking about we taught these immigrants skills, we taught them like, oh, come on, man, everybody.
Oh, let me stop you right there. Hold on, stay right there, Top Cat. So you said with the trades and skills, that's why they call agriculture and machinery or agriculture. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Agriculture and technology. You know what I'm saying? When I was coming up, all the schools were trade schools. It wasn't like it is. It wasn't just strictly on no academics. You know what I'm saying? But that's not. Go ahead. Turn up on that though.
Grand Rising, everybody. Exactly. When they tell you that they take your culture from you, that culture means farming, and they took that from us. It wasn't that they took other things. Culture exactly means farming. When they say they took that, they did. And I know a lot of us is blaming the white man for everything that's going on in America. No, lay the blame at with all of them, because it was the whole Asian back that took everything from us, and that was including Africa. People don't want to blame Africa. They want to say, well, them our brothers, our sisters. No, because if in order for us to have colonies in Africa, they was in on the fuck shit too. And they still in on it today. Why would you give them all this money if they're not in on the fucking bullshit?
Empress, you know Absalom Jones, all of them, Prince Hall, Paul Cuffey, John Fortin. You know the names, whether we name drop or not. This whole thing, if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me if I'm in error, because it's ironic that they say that Frederick Douglass was born in 1818. But around the teens was when they first organized the effort of American Colonization Society. But people seem to forget Sierra Leone was created the same year as the Organic Constitution in 1787. But go ahead, cook, Empress, cook.
I'm just saying, if they're gonna say that these people was all in on it, in order for me to have land there, if these was your people and you was taking back your people back into your country, why would you put them in colonies? Why you didn't release them back to the nations or the tribes or that they came from? You literally put them in colony because they wasn't your people, period. That's why I say Africa is playing a big part in all this that is going down. Like y'all said, the year 2063, it all goes in what they've been trying to do to us today. And you have all these Africans now. Once used to say that we wasn't their people. Now all of a sudden now we're their people. Oh, you're trying to be something that you're not. You know that you're the slaves that was taken out of Africa. But I remember talking to many Africans, because I work with Africans, didn't know nothing about the slave trade. But all of a sudden now they're claiming us. All this is part of the same bullshit. Rob Bourne, all them. I keep trying to tell y'all, they're getting paid for this shit. when what's his name? They so-called the ones they call the scholars, Dr. Ben and all them, they was all in on this shit. Every last one of them. I have no respect for none of these people that they call scholars. They was all in on this. They wasn't in Africa. They were sitting in Europe just like your boy was when he died. That's where they've been the whole time, over there making deals. Now they got our people talking about going back to Africa, where I ain't leaving my land. I don't give a damn where nobody go. I'm not leaving. This my shit. I yield the mic.
So Empress, one other thing, because I think we talked about this before. Your people in and around, is it Virginia or South Carolina? What was it? Because I'm trying to remember what we were talking about that day.
We in Tennessee, but I found a lot of my people out of Virginia.
Now Tennessee, right? Yeah. Virginia, who even remembers the queen that was named after? You know, the colony of Virginia was named after Queen Virginia, right? Mm-hmm. Charlottesville. Mm-hmm. Charles, the black boy, that's Charles II, the son of Charles I, and the son of James I, the sixth of Scotland, right? Mm-hmm. So where do all these charters lay us at when we're talking about getting to the root of the matter? See, people want to keep dismissing what the importance of history is. You have to have a starting point to understand where you are on whatever it is, whether it's a timeline or a destination. Where the hell did you start for you to know where you are going?
That's a fact. That's a straight fact. And I've been, like I said, doing my genealogy, and yeah, I've traced myself into some of these main bloodlines. Even when Sister Beth was helping me, my people owned slaves. They wasn't slaves, so I know it was some bunch of fuck shit going on here. But people want to really make you slave.
So when I'm circling back again to the map, whether someone finds it or brings it up, someone in the chat said that Amani Bey said he was in the Library of Congress and he took a picture of the map. But I'm only concerned about the timeline, the point, the intentions, drawing the colonies from the East Coast to the Mississippi, and then starting the chopping it up. The 1884 Berlin Conference in Africa was only after they perfected doing what they did over here with the Aboriginals. We have to stop getting it twisted by them trying to either elevate Africa first and prominent before us, calling it the mother continent, while at the same time, America is grandmama, great grandmama. How many greats you want to put on it, Empress? Go ahead. You cooking that. Go.
I got a lot of graces. I done got back into 10. Now I've been really doing it. I done got myself back into the 10th generation, and they still in America. So definitely, like Top Cat says, where do you place yourself in this story? Where's your story in America? We can argue for everybody, but everybody.
So the only great replacement theory, and it's not a theory, because the American Colonization Society was a real organization. Some flippant response in the chat claiming they disbanded or was ended in 1964. This doesn't end. Eugenics is ongoing. This is a never-ending intention. So then what are the current iterations of their intentions that they've always had, Empress?
Born them is still pushing eugenics today. They don't get that. I don't believe in none of the science that they push, because all the science that they push is dealing with eugenics. All of it. It's not no coincidence that everybody that they're doing of melanated is going back to West Africa.
I had a wonder.
How is that?
The simplest, indisputable thing that we seem to keep dancing around, not you and I or the people on this panel or in this community, is everybody on the planet is agreeing to come here, recruited by who, and all to get the nigga. That's the definition of eugenics. Kill the Indian, save the man. Who's the man they intend to save, and who do they intend to make him into? Fashion in whose image, Empress?
Yes.
Is that Kunta Kinte being whipped in a Toby?
Because Kunta Kinte is a Choctaw. That's a Choctaw name. I think Beaver, something Beaver. And that's who they was turning him into, Toby, turning him into an African. It's a fact.
Oh, okay, for the people in the back, man, let's get a quick.
Hey, hold on. Before we get out that topic, Smoke, let me. I just wanted to close out on that conversation we were just having. For the schools and the education and the influence that we had in everything, even with, see, they call them Gold Coast or Euro Africans because they were mixed breed. So the when the Europeans went over to create the Sierra Leone colonies and these other colonies and went into the coast, they didn't go into the interior parts of Africa. That's why they stories over here, the colonies, 13 colonies based off of coastal areas, because they was only going to the coastline. That's why interior tribes, people in the interior didn't meet them until a while, especially if they had to cross a mountain or anything like that. So there it was the same situation. They only had them on the Gold Coast. Now we can't right here, the Euro Africans were historical demographic based in the coastal urban settlers in colonial Ghana, because we know that for 200 years they never got into the interior parts of there. That's why we don't see their first colony being built to Sierra Leone come then Liberia. At that point, they didn't even while we were fighting the Civil War, their maps didn't even read the Niger River correctly, right? From the 1700 post maps from the Royal African Company. But there were nationalities such as Spaniards, French, Italians, Irish, in addition to American settlers, traders, New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. This is why they used them. These Indians up there been going. That's why they sought out Paul Cuffey, because he was a shipbuilder. The Indians in New England were shipbuilders. They were seafarers. So they go to where they talk about the Algonquin conquest in Europe, because they understood these people were seafarers. Same with the Pontano Mayans, same with the Issa Mayas. These people were always known to be seafarers as well. That's why when Columbus, they talk about the depictions on the mountains that they found that depicted ships, large ships down there when they got to Haiti, Dominican Republic or whatever today. But I'm gonna make it quick. All right, so these are some of them people. Now, these societies that they created, one of them was called the Phelps Stokes, founded in 1911. What was their agenda? Their agenda was to connect leaders in Africa and the Americas to improve quality. Now, they funded education for African Americans, Native Americans, and Africans. So when you say when you say that they're trying to make it out that the Africans had something to do with it, until you correct. So but I am gonna say it was the people that left from over here and went over there and helped create them colonies too. So that class, that hierarchy, they always kept it. That's why the bloodlines connected. So I'll give you an example. In the 90s, when Liberia was at war, the president of Liberia, he left from Liberia and hid in Massachusetts. That nigga went to Boston while they was looking for him. But he left there and went under Gaddafi, because he was Gaddafi right hand man. He went under Gaddafi, left Gaddafi, went to Liberia and became president. That's how deep this shit is. And he was at that time, Naomi Campbell was his girl, whatever. So I'm gonna show the education. Now, one of Pan-Africans founding fathers for the Pan-African is Edward Blyden. Now we know that he a Protestant, John Knox, is the one that got him over there. In the New York Colonization Society is who paid for him to go. At the age of 18, he went to Liberia, ended up playing Muslim over there too, and that broke up the Miracle Liberia, which was the first party that came. So the Protestants came in. We know that means to basically like rebel against. So they protested against that. They created a new system there. They broke away from the Miracle Liberians. So anyway, now Blyden is gonna come to Hampton University, 1874. He left Hampton University and went back and established Monrovia College there in Liberia, which he established Liberia College in Monrovia and utilized some of the same principles that were established in the southern U.S. schools for teaching African Americans in areas such as agriculture, industrial skills. Now, we taught them. That's why they're all bringing them over here. This is my point. Why today, motherfucking Africans have the most degrees in America today. They've been bringing them over here. Hold on, to get deeper. So we just walked through this part for as the associations, how they created those. That's the Port Royal experiment. I was talking about that too. Y'all checking it out. Now right here is the funding and all of that. They're gonna start funding them or whatever. But I want to get down
Now,
here to
was
one of
that
another leader.
Rothschilds or what funding mechanism is that?
Hold on, yeah, we'll get through it. We'll go back to it. Now, this guy right here, David Livingstone, he was one of the greatest missionaries over there. They're gonna build a school called Livingston HBCU. It's a missionary school. Now, Joseph Price, this guy right here, he gonna die early in his 30s, and so that's how Booker T. That's how Booker T. came into play, because this was their man at first. Now, in Livingston College right here, there they go in the band, football team, all of that. Our people them. But let me get down here. This guy right here, Agri, he's gonna come. This was the biggest Pan-African of them all. He gonna be the one that's gonna bring up Kwame Nkrumah. Now, Agri, he came to Livingston College in North Carolina. He was a minister for the AME Church. All right, AME is gonna rock the whole way through this, but we're gonna get there. So he gonna go back and create Antimoda.
Now
College.
you just got on screen, Top. That's what I was trying to let you know. We saw none of what you were saying, but go ahead. It's now on screen.
Oh, damn, A1. All right, let me go back. All right. So
one thing that I wanted to ask you while you're circling back on that. What's your understanding about the slave ship captains?
I don't want to miss my point. Why it's on my mind?
You saying that these are all
Hold on, oh, mic check. Hold up. Ali Bamo, hold on, mic check. Now look, whatever you was presenting, I'm in the kitchen, and I didn't even need to really see no images for you to paint your picture. So everybody else should have got that same thing. Remember, like we said, a lot of times when we first learned this information, we wasn't really showing sources like that. We had to go back and research it itself. So you can start from right there. If you want to go back, you can go back.
I'm gonna breeze through it real quick. Yeah, I just breeze through it real quick. But right here, I just wanted to show them these.
My bad, though. Keep rocking.
That's all, look. So these are the people right here. They'll be called Gold Coast Euro Africans, meaning these people on the Gold Coast have mixed lineage, and some of their lineage comes back to America. As we see here, there was nationalities such as because you had the Portuguese, German, Swedes, Danes, Dutch, British, but you also had Spanish, French, Italian, Irish, American from New York to Massachusetts and Rhode Island, or Euro Africans influence as well. So these merchants was going there. Remember, Paul Cuffey was an Indian. Now they shout out to him. Now we're gonna go through these. One of the greatest funders of it is gonna be the Phelps Stokes. Now they're gonna have ties with the New York Colonization Society as well. So you had the American Colonization Society, and then they'll go off and you have Maryland, Mississippi, different states to come out with their own colonization. Now Robert Finley and them are gonna go create the New York Colonization Society, which later on is gonna be picked up as Phelps Stokes. Now they had a plan to fund. They came in 1911, and their agenda was to fund Africa and the Americas to improve quality of life. Now their education went to African Americans, Native Americans, and Africans. All right, so that's very, very important. And they dealt in race relations in their culture building, but that's gonna come a little later. But Edward Blyden right here is said to be the father of Pan-Africanism, right? Before Sylvester Williams. Now, this guy right here wanted African Americans to go to Africa to help in the rebuilding the continent, but I thought it was already built up. They steady want our skill and labor, so much so that, and he was recruited by John Knox, which family came out of the Protestant movement, and after Queen Anne, Mary Queen of Scots, came to the throne. The Knox family, they were no longer needed because they were on the Protestant side, and Mary and them, they're gonna switch you know, they're gonna switch sides. So he broke away from them. But they come out of the original Reformation. That's how powerful this family is, and the bloodline important. Well, he gonna recruit Edward Blyden. Edward Blyden, he from the islands. Now they gonna try to get him in Rutgers University with his wife, with John Knox's wife. That ain't gonna happen. But Knox will go to Liberia. They're gonna send him to Liberia at 18, funded by the New York Colonization Society. He's gonna get there, and they gonna Cox is gonna create the first Methodist church there. That's why we got AME, these Methodists, these Protestants. This is where the movement is gonna come. Now they're gonna counter the Afro-Liberians who are there. You had people there called Afro-Liberians. That was the first Americo-Liberians. I'm sorry, that was the first. They were the first to go. Now he's gonna be sent here to the United States in '74, and they're gonna take him to Hampton University, the same place we just showed that they sent the Native Americans. Now they sent him over there, and he's gonna go back and create a college in Liberia modeled after the blueprints here in America. So he's gonna create Monrovia College and utilize some of the same principles that were established in southern U.S. schools for teaching African Americans in areas such as agriculture and industrial skill, you know what I'm saying, and also education. Now we go through the process from that. Now I want to come down and show how they sent over Joseph Price, and this is Livingston. He one of the greatest missionaries in African in history. That helped go through the missionaries or whatever. Now they got a school called Livingston College after him. Joseph Price ran it. He died when he was 36. And that's when they picked up Booker T. Now, this guy right here, Agri, he went to that school. He ended up teaching in that school too for like 40 years. He married a lady out of Virginia. But he also was a preacher in the AME church, just showing the connection. So he go back and create his own school right here, Antimoto College, which was created. They created the institution to provide teacher training, technical training, secondary schooling for the colony. Now this went for everybody. This is for those Gold Coast Africans, right, with the mixed European lineage. Check. So watch this here. So here goes some of them right here. Now the people that one of the greatest ones gonna come out of this school is Kwame Nkrumah. Now they brought him to a recommendation of a principal at a government training school. Now Kwame Nkrumah went to a government training school. Well, accordingly, he entered the government training college at Accra in 1927. That's where he met Agri. Agri is the nigga that been going back. That's in North Carolina. Got the wife out of Virginia. AME Church, Mason. You feel me? He gonna bring him over, and that's how he was able to meet John Henry Clark and them. Check. So he in the Harlem History Club with John Henry Clark. He go Kwame Nkrumah was in there, and Nnamdi, he gonna go off and become the first president of Ghana, and go off and be the first president of Ghana, and Nkrumah gonna get Nigeria. I mean, back the other way around. He gonna get Nigeria, and Nkrumah gonna get Ghana. Now, this YMCA was ran by this white boy right here, Rosenwald. This the white boy that put up a lot of the money. They go to Blythe Library, but here you go right here. The YMCA, he started a YMCA program. This is where them niggas met. This is all the way back in the Harlem Renaissance type of shit.
Hey, Top Guy, hold, stop right. Even with the YMCA's, the YMCA, no, don't. You continue. The YMCA's not going. When you put it back up, I got you. Look, the YMCA's is what? Young men, women, Christian Association, right? That's when they first start working, and then once we start moving into these towns, right?
That's the agenda of Christianizing, is what you're saying. Yes. But that's where my question was going.
The YMCA. No, I mean, if you want to continue, go put your screen back up, Top Cat. With the YMCA,
it's very detailed and in depth, Top Cats. It's a very good presentation. The point I was asking was about civilization, quote unquote, civilizing. If you could circle back to how that was conditioned with the 5 civilized tribes, and what's your knowledge of the actual slave ship captains out of Rhode Island, where about 95% of the alleged slave ship captains came from that one state. What's your understanding of your research in that?
All right, so you asked me like 3 questions. All right,
Well,
let's
no, I
go
was just saying in
one.
the part of the process of civilizing the tribes, you're explaining it with your presentation about Christianizing us. But what's your understanding of the intention and this agenda of civilizing the quote unquote kill the
Well,
Indian,
the
save the man?
civilization,
Remember that?
well, it originally started out by first they had to kill the tribal governments here. So the war started out from there. So 1783 is where really that'll begin because that's when the Treaty of Paris was signed and they ended the Revolutionary War. Now the whole thing was about the land, but they want to control the resources on the land. So we'll see it move from beaver pelts to deer skins, and then in the 1800s we'll see the cotton become king. So the southeast is where the cotton is, so they'll need to get there. But they already had put a confederacy together to come in, and they wanted to run a monopoly on all of the trade. That's why all of the wars are fought on all of the ports. That's why Charleston, Port Royal, and that's why the Spanish down there, that's why those ports in Florida, that's why they kept banging back and forth to see who could get control over it, because they already had control over the ones up north. Now they fell out during the Revolutionary War, as we see 3 of the Iroquois nations side with the British. Mohawk, the Seneca, the larger nations, they sided with the British. Now the Onondaga and the Onondaga, they're gonna go with the United States and help them create it. That's why it's an exact model after the Great Law of Peace. Now, when they get down to George Washington in 1779, they went back to kill 1779 Sullivan expedition. They went back and finished off the governments of the Iroquois up there. So after 79, after that Sullivan expedition, now 1790, 1790 they made a treaty with the Cossati. Alexander McGilvery, which was a mixed race chief, his daddy LaShawn McGilvery married a Cossati woman, but she had rank, so he was speaking over that area at that time. He signed the Treaty of New York, and that was the the boundaries between Florida and the Georgia and Florida Indians and the Indians in South for people escaping slaves or whatever, going back and forth. And so they paid him $1,200 a month, and Spanish also paid him. That's why I'm saying about that they had nations down there that the Spanish didn't have no control over them, and the British did. So, like I said, the Okanese Creek them, the Miccosukee them, which who he would have fell on the line with the people they called the Muskogee. Miccosukee, they don't talk about them, but that's where your Mossy gonna go. That's where cause the word Seminole comes out of their language. It meant free people. They turned it around and said it meant slave. I sourced it up right here too. But let me finish this here. So 1791, they created what's called the Civilization Plan. Well, Washington sent out these Indian agents, and they're not asking, they're not coming knocking on the door and say, hey, we want to go to war. They're saying, hey, man, we have a plan, and they're bringing them in it because we also have to point out Freemasonry in this. So this is going to help establish a lot of these connections. Now, the Freemason was created by the Indians. I'll show y'all some shit. I'll click out when I'm going to source up on it and show y'all some, and it's going to trip you out. But the civilization plan was to bring in these people and along with this new government that was created, because we have to remember this whole thing started because of the 1763 proclamation line. Before then, you had these what they call slave raiding nations, these Indian nations that would come in, take your area, Debo, kick your door down, and they were controlling the resources. Now the Iroquois was selling, they had the Treaty of Fort Stanwix, where these niggas in sold Kentucky, Tennessee, Pennsylvania. Man, these niggas sold all these folk land, and they don't even own it. They don't even live there. And so the king of Britain stepped in and said, come on, man, y'all tripping. And a lot of them was under his charter. They're under the charter of the king. So he stepped in and say, hey, man, I fuck with these niggas down here. You niggas tripping. They created a proclamation line. Now they can't cross over the Appalachians. Now, they say, that's what pissed them off. So that's where you get the letter. George Washington made his bones in the French and Indian War. They got a letter where he wrote and said, hey, look, the proclamation, I talked to some people, the proclamation line will be null and void in due time. You know, they start cooking up their plan. This is where the Freemason part come in, it because in the laws they create, which was always ran by the Indians and then always off Indian principles and law. Scottish Rite Freemason is a mirror to the Freemasonry that they found over here. But they go back to the ancient connection between them two. But we'll talk about that later. But let me say this real quick. You had after that, the Indians created a government, a form where these Indians can be, where these Europeans can be sovereign here. Because we got to remember at this point, they're first and second generation born in America. They wasn't born back in Europe. So this is where you get the Sons of Liberty dressing up like Narragansett and Mohawks and identifying to themselves to the people that we identify as Americans. We not you niggas. And so they go under this jurisdiction with them. Now the Indians say, you on my G pass. I got sovereignty here. You under my G pass. They didn't have to go under king. That's the formation of the United States. That's why the president is the goddamn commander in chief. It was based off the Iroquois because the smaller nations helped create it. 1744. You got that was Conasauga. They killed his ass for that. But to explain it in the civilization plan, now you have the 13 colonies that came together. They got their constitution, and now they're reaching out to nations in the southeast, and they're asking, "Hey man, come be a part of what we have going on. These are the benefits," and that's why they became in the constitution. You had to form a government-to-government relationship with the Indians, the U.S. and the Indians. So the 5 civilized tribes became the government that is recognized. It's the same similar model. It's the same thing as the U.S., but the U.S. is going to control the immigration. They're basically created to give the immigrant status here, and they don't have to go under the king's charters anymore. And the 5 civilized tribes will represent the form of indigenous governments here, and the only ones that the U.S. will recognize because basically they're the same ones. That's why all the treaties were signed by Masons. That's why you had the civil wars that were fought. They're called civil wars because it's the people fighting the people. Now, a lot through the mixed race connections, you had the Scottish and the Irish people signing, the McIntyre family signing over 23 million acres of land. You also had all of the nations. Matter of fact, House School played, if y'all remember this here, House School played a video with this guy in the Mason Hall. He was talking about Albert Pike and all of the Indian treaties and all of the Indians that signed the treaties with Freemasons. If y'all ain't seen that, go check it out because I seen it on it came up and the House School still got it.
Respect.
The original one, they took it down. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, he up here?
Yeah, tribe.
Break that down for them.
Which one you talking about? You talking
That'll
about with
paint
that
the
old
picture.
white man was
It's
giving
a
a little
white boy
lecture?
here in the Masonic Hall. He got on all black, and he going, break that down. He's saying how they took 20 degrees of Freemasonry from the Southeastern Indians, Albert Pike did, and helped create Scottish Rite Freemasonry, the revised version, basically.
Well, I believe they stole most of that from the birch bark rolls anyway. That's what they was going into the lodges to steal. That's what they was really using them agents for, like that boy Parker. They used them as infiltrators. That's that mulatto problem motherfuckers talk about, because you got niggas who was related to these Europeans, these pale-faced Europeans, and they was getting, you know what I'm saying, treated like niggas because that's how we roll, and getting led into these secret meetings and going and telling they motherfucking pale-faced cousin what's going on. And goddamn, that's the coup d'etat right there. That's around the same time, the early 1900s. That's when they got, because people really overlooked the red shirts, paramilitary force that they took to the polling stations with them. All these governors, governors, they was known Klansmen. Like all that old hide and shit. That's a
and
myth.
that's where it all started from. Like, listen, it all started
that's what
from
they
like
was
the Knights of the
created.
Golden Circle. Yeah.
Yeah, they was created to control the voting because we outpopulated everybody. That's why when they go into statehood, if you look at the population of what the slave numbers, when these states go into statehood, then the population blossom. Like I was in Galveston at the Juneteenth Museum, and I was the director asked him, did he have Indian heritage? He was like, yeah, it's grandma and Sealy. Long story short, he was a Pan-African. But he came to me and he showed me a board, and it said that it was only 11,175 slaves brought in, 17,175 slaves brought into Texas, and 11,000 were in Galveston. But after 1865, it was 360,000. And he said out his own mouth that meant that the people, the slaves, had to already been here, because they're not coming in because you already gave me a number on how many came in. So you had to be enslaving the population there, even if it was on paper and it wasn't a physical slavery.
That's exactly what it was. Prisoners of
Correct.
war.
They didn't have a status for them in their jurisdiction, because the U.S. game was to claim jurisdiction. That's why the first tribe, the Creek and the Choctaw and them that's gonna go under the Treaty of Hopewell, they went under U.S. jurisdiction. So that in the Civil War, Albert Pike came and brought them. They had to get out of the U.S. jurisdiction and come into the jurisdiction of the Confederate. That's what Albert Pike came in and played his role as a lawyer and done. And he also got the $3 million that they owed them for the land that was promised out of them Choctaw treaties.
Yeah, they were breaking Pike off though. He was getting broke off every deal.
I think he had Indian heritage in him, because that's why he spoke their
language. He a mulatto.
In their villages and shit. Yeah, I think he had Indian heritage.
See that nigga wavy ass.
That's how he was able. Hold up. That's how he was able to go into Tennessee. Him and Nathan Bedford.
And he knew the language.
Mulattoes. Yes. But that's when you could look at his pictures. He got an afro. He ain't got no straight people here. His shit just real long to where.
But you know that's that Circassian hair too, though.
Hey,
you seen them Circassians, them pale faces with them afros, right?
Oh,
that's where you really get circus.
What you talking about? From they clone Tyrone and shit?
No, these real people. You can look them up. They're called the Circassians. Yes. They got afros, bro. They pale faces with afros, and that's actually they actually call themselves Cherokees. It's Cherokees is what they try to say. They call themselves Cherokees, right? But these people is really some Slavs, you know what I'm saying? And they got straight afros. That's why I've been telling nigga lately, man, from my research, I'm starting to think what happened to your Indian hair is you was fucking with them Slavs with them afros. Look into it. They call Circassians. That's where you get the circus from. This is the Knights of the Golden Circle, all right? Because that Ku Klux Klan is Ku Klux. That means Cyclops. That means one-eyed. That's the Dajjal, the Antichrist. I know some people don't even get down with that, but these people calling themselves the goddamn Cyclops Clan.
So you know on the y'all know on that's how you know your pastors also a part of that origin, because y'all know the two cross on east side of their road when they come up into the and set up in the Peru, they up in the y'all know the thing. I ain't been in church so long, I forgot what they call it.
They get funded by them, Empress. They get funded.
Crosses together. Look, later crosses together, you have the emblem of Freemasons.
That's right. That's right. They get funded by them. They already took the doctrine of discovery.
Well, that's why all our records were too. That's how they got our records, because all our records was kept at the church. Your lineage was in the cover of the Bible.
And that started off with them with the Asselin Jones and the Richard Allens and all these people. Them niggas eventually became part of the Talented 10. Not the ones that came later on.
When what's this nigga name? The boy nigga. When he was on his deathbed giving up the secrets about the Underground Railroad, he said that the name of the group was the African American Mysteries. So he's calling it the African American Mysteries in the 1800s. This is where you get the African Methodist Episcopalian Church. That's where you get African American from the African American Mysteries.
Peace of the guys, man.
So, and just so you know, the nigga in my avatar, he's the Grand Master 33rd degree treasurer of the Grand Lodge of Liberia. I just want you Pan-African niggas to know who holding the money. That's
we don't see it, Ho. It's blank.
Oh, ain't that something?
A1 in there cooking.
Once A1 refresh, they might show it.
Nah. Hold up. You gotta hit the present. I'm right here. I'm sitting down.
No, it's my avatar. It ain't no reason it shouldn't be showing. You know how they do.
It ain't showing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not
Hey,
showing.
hey,
Oh yeah, refresh your not
Yours
refresh
not
your screen,
showing
but
neither.
yeah, just
Yours.
move your screen. I think if like how you change the setting of the screen, not like if you was presenting something, I think it like automatically refreshes it. It might show then, yeah, like that. Yeah, now it's showing it's showing, y'all see it?
It's
Y'all
still
still
not
don't?
showing.
Ain't that a bitch, boy? These people know they watching our shit, tribe.
Yeah, they got him.
Cause I'm gonna tell you, man. I know y'all see that shit right there, don't y'all? Y'all see that nigga shit though.
you
Yeah.
up now? It's up now.
Boy, y'all see that nigga shit clear as day. They'll let you see that. They don't want you to see this pale face goddamn Persian that's holding the money in Liberia. I'm gonna email it to you, A1. I'm gonna email you the link because the Grand Lodge of Liberia is actually the oldest lodge in Africa that was set up by us. I think it say
Right.
like it became 1867. I think it became independent, and then 13,000 so-called American Negroes migrated there, and this was under the hospices of the Brotherhood, because the 5 civilized tribes, them niggas who was part of the Brotherhood went out there before they even made the play to start goddamn pushing niggas with the rifles and bayonets to that motherfucker, because they already knew the play. That's what I'm saying. Niggas be knowing shit and you be thinking like, oh, this nigga a prophet. When it wasn't no internet, you'll think this nigga the prophet because he knows some shit going down. But no, all this shit is part of the great working. You know what I'm talking about? The new Atlantis. So you can't have no new if it ain't no old one, my nigga.
Well, see, you bringing that up, that take you back to the King James Bible, because when they wrote the New Atlantis, that's when they wrote the King James Bible.
Yeah, that's Francis
Yeah,
Bacon and all
boy.
them. But they saying Bacon is supposed to be an agent. Some people try to say in my research that he really is a descendant of Queen Elizabeth and them, and that he was sent over here as an agent to infiltrate and make the plays he made. Because a lot of these
His
deals
family did the Bacon's Rebellion. That's it. That bloodline goes. Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
his
show you
family.
something crazy though, bro, because you notice that all these early Freemasons, because Ben Franklin became, this is all alleged, of course. Ben Franklin became a Freemason in 1731. That's the same years that Algiers was overthrown. We just had that nigga grabbed up and paying tribute. But 1731, they overthrowing Algiers, one of the strongholds of the slave trade. And the same year, these niggas being made Freemasons, because these the niggas who were slaves in Algiers. But
No, shut up.
they sent them niggas to France. And then from France, they gave them French names. They over there burning shit down, murking us, goddamn, doing the same shit they came over here did in the Jim Crow era. Them the people who burned down Tulsa, because it was all white folks hopped off the train. But the sad thing is, it was our ancestors who gave them niggas guns, bro. My granddaddy had a Purple Heart sharpshooter in the motherfucking U.S. Army, Mississippi Choctaw. But this nigga, bro, he didn't know what these people was on, bro. Even when he was the imam at the same time. 50 years this nigga was the imam at the mosque. And he used to tell me, I would ask that nigga questions about deep shit like the jinn. What the fuck is the jinn, granddaddy? Bro, you know what he told me? The brothers don't really dig as deep as you do. They didn't get into it for that. They just want to say their prayers, fast for Ramadan, pay their zakat, pay their tithes, give to the poor, and take care of their family and keep it pushing, bro. They just want to live in peace, because, see, them niggas came from war, bro. My granddaddy and them, and your granddaddies was in the trenches with them rifles, my nigga. You know what I'm talking about? Ain't none of that old distance cross the street shit. It's straight walk up business, my nigga. That's why if you really look it up, all the colored soldiers, them niggas was all sharpshooters, because we was hunters. We was all country niggas. You know what I'm talking about?
Hey,
Because
real
our
quick, man.
fathers taught us this. I
Hey, real
digress.
quick, man. I just want no. You could definitely continue building. We got 337 people, 339 people in the chat. Definitely hit the like button. Definitely share the video out. It's a heavyweight jam, and definitely support the channel, man. Let's get it. We got a
And for the nigga in the chat talking about Hawk School and some Algeria, I want this super smart nigga to look up the deepest point in the mighty Mississippi River, my people's river, nigga. You tell me what's the deepest. Go Google, because these niggas ain't gonna read no books. Go Google go Google the deepest point in the Mississippi River, and you tell me what they call it.
Now I teach on that. Excuse me. Peace, salam alaikum, my
Wa
brothers.
alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa
How you
barakatuh.
do? That's right. That's right. I just butted in because of what he was saying right there. It's just so sad that we have these lessons, but we don't read them. We don't study them. And then we sit around and pontificate over what is, what should, and what should not be. I got my lessons right here before me. And like Hawk was talking about, in Islam, in the nation, we had these lessons talking about the Nile River, the Mississippi River, what happened with the Suez Canal, what happened when the Muslims joined up with the British and built the Suez Canal so they can have quicker passage over this way. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is that what is it so hard to understand about the info that they have out here that's already documented? Like I be hearing the Empress talking about, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They have it in those documents. You just got to search for it. They're not going, like I heard someone say, Wikipedia, I think it was A1 said Wikipedia, you can't trust Wikipedia. All that stuff is new. But go in the drawers of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and all of this knowledge and all the questions that can be answered are right there. They said that the people they found over here, and they eventually was warring with them and got, what would you say, Empress? I think the way they got, I always say the way they conquered us was through pen and paper. Okay? Because they came over here wanting to be friends, and they wasn't trying to fight us because it was too many of us at first. And so then they began to create their norms and their mores, and then became powerful because they stuck together. And then they came against us with the paper and pen by writing laws and zones and ordinances that really wrote us out of what they were doing. Okay. And we were just living our lives and doing our thing. And yet then the next thing you know, they moving in on our territories. It's right there that they said.
Hey, sis, peace. Hey, this A1, real quick. I just want to interject on what you were just saying, right?
Yes, sir.
A lot of that, right? Like I said, a lot of that came from these deeds. Now, these same individuals who part of all this shit, the Nathan Bedford, the Albert Pikes, all of these other organizations that's being out there, that's all secret society organizations. These people was militia groups. And this was a source of these
That's
people,
a fact.
These race riots. These race riots
They're
are all coming from
mercenaries.
them. Yes.
That's why they call Knights of the Golden Circle. What is a knight?
That's a
He's the
fact.
military of the goddamn motherfucking regime.
Wait a minute. What about the Minutemen? There was a group of brothers, our people, that was going around, and they couldn't get married. They had made a pact. They wouldn't get married. They would never live in the same place at the same time. But they were actually going around covertly killing our enemy. Killing white folks. In any city they went to, bringing justice, but it was covertly. So our people ain't never sit back and just let this shit happen. I hate to hear that. I really hate to hear them try to make it seem like our brothers, our warriors were afraid and scared. No, but what can you do when people got bigger guns than you?
No, it's not even that though, sis. It's not even that. See, understand this too, right? The reason why they wore hoods, because a lot of them people was our employees. So what these people did, they already knew. They already knew how we operate. That's why they always raided in the middle of the night.
In the night, I was getting there. I was getting there.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Go ahead.
Look, you're right. I didn't come up here to dispute or go against anything so far that I've heard. I just came up here to put this here. That Minister Muhammad, he taught us that we were the Aboriginals of this planet.
That's right. Look. This a bill. So like it's playing hot potato. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just saying. No. I'm just saying, like, anytime that anybody gonna interject, it's in concurrence to what you already saying.
Okay, then, yes,
and they just want to just add. They just want to build with you, man. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that, everyone, because We ought to be tired of arguing, because see, when they get us arguing against ourselves, then we can't build our arsenal to go against them, against this Pan-Africanism and all this bull crap. You understand? Because I'm gonna be, Messenger Muhammad taught us before he left in 1955, do not listen to or go along and condone anything that no foreign black come over here and tell us. He told us the Africans can't come over here and tell us nothing. Don't follow them. Don't listen to them. Their ideologies are nothing, because this don't have nothing to do with them. If they want to come over here and help us, cool. But they don't come over here and teach us nothing. So that's the first mistake we made by listening to Ben, Joker Ben and Dop and all the rest of them. You know, we shouldn't have never let them into our communities and in our circles to try to teach us nothing in the first place. Because we had the baddest teacher ever on the planet, because ain't no black man on this planet that I can think of, and if anybody else could come up with any other name besides Elijah Muhammad, ever stood on their TVs, on their radio stations, and told them to their face they was the devil, and they came over here and did us wrong, and they will get paid back. Messenger Muhammad Messenger Muhammad tried to talk to E.B. Du Bois. He tried to talk to Clarence, to the Wilson man. He tried to talk to Charles, the one that did the Peanuts down there in Alabama. I don't remember all their names, because see, I don't subscribe to all those theologies that take us away from who we are, what happened to us here, and what we must do, and what time it is, what must be done. I don't adhere to those people. I'm just now getting into them people in the last 30 years. But when Messenger Muhammad left, this is what he told us: don't listen to those people, because they don't have anything to do with us, and they can't come over here and tell us nothing, because they have lost control in their own countries. This is our land, and whatever we're going to do and whatever we have to do, we will get it done. And even though we have been through a heinous situation, all we need to do is what you guys are doing right now, and let's come together and let's put some of these missing pieces to the puzzle together, so we can make that whole picture, and we'll know exactly then how to move as one unit. See, I heard somebody on another channel saying that's our problem, we don't have no code. And right now I can't say we do, because even with us Aboriginals, and listen, y'all might say, well, who is she? But what y'all talking about, I've been knowing all my life, and I've been living it all my life. I grew up never hearing nothing about no Africa, except for the fact that them people over there, they claim we are them, but they never came over here and tried to help us. They never did come over here and try to stand up for us. And even when the UN was developed in the 1940s, I don't remember hearing any of those national representatives coming over to the UN and saying, you know what, these are our people over here and we want y'all to let them free. It never happened. So now why all of a sudden are we supposed to be their people and they're our people?
Mm-hmm. All of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
My thing is, if anybody dealing with people that's telling you that your people was weak and they slaves, I'd say get the hell away from around them at this point.
Exactly. Because Messenger said, even Messenger Muhammad, he never taught us we were slaves. He said we had been enslaved in our own country. That's what he said. And he told us, he said, go back and read the speech of Henry Berry, 1832. If you read that speech, it will give you another way of looking at what has went on. The speech is called Henry Berry, sister. The Henry Berry speech.
Hey, you can drop it. Hey, look,
1832.
Hey, sis, hold on. Mic check. You could drop that. You could drop that in the private chat for everyone, because everybody probably has some interest in seeing
I sure will. I sure will, everyone, because I'm not going to stay up long. And may I finish by saying this one thing? This is in the message to the black man. I would have thought by now every black man from the age of 18 to whatever age you would be today would have had a copy of the message to the black man, because all this information I'm saying is in there. Mr. Muhammad taught us about this.
No, he did.
Long time ago. So that
Hey,
today we would not be confused.
hold on, all right, hold on. We got an agitator. Hey, listen, hey, Lex Vortex, brother. If you're gonna come up here, be respectful to anybody that's talking. Whatever your point of view is, you'll be able to get it out after they finish, brother. So please do not come up here and disrespect none of these, none of the individuals, nor the young ladies that we have on the platform. Hawk.
Yes, sir.
I mean, not Hawk, but Truth.
What up? What up? What up?
You want to elaborate on your conversation with Ankh yesterday and just let the people know. Hey, sis, thank you very much for that spill. Please put that source in the back because I want to read it now that you said.
I got it. Henry Berry, 1832. His speech.
Hey,
Yes,
did you build with the gods in the earth?
My brother, I just was talking the truth. You can insert a question or whatever you got at the brother Truth go. Because we're up here exposing your peoples, man, Rob Bourne and Ankh. And then we also bringing knowledge, that we're not Africans. We've never been Africans. We don't have no hatred towards them. But if these people got a story, but think of it like this. If these people, like you said, they weren't coming here knocking no doors down saying that we're their people. Now we're their people because they have something to get from this country and get from being us. Now we're their people. Now we're their people. Now because they want to wear Jordans, they want to dance like us. They're in their country using auto tone on them corny ass raps they got. Yeah. So now it's beneficial.
May I share this? May I share this, A1? Just like Empress said about how they never wanted to be part of us until now, right? But why? Mr. Muhammad told us that we're going to be attacked from all sides, from blacks foreign, from blacks in the islands, as well as from the whites that are our enemy. He said we was going to be attacked by even the 10%ers in America, which are the ones who know the truth, but they willing to sell their soul to the devil for money, power, and material wealth.
I'm telling y'all, I know a lot of y'all don't go on TikTok, but those goddamn Africans so disrespectful to us over there on TikTok. They talk as if you're ignorant, that you're slaves. You don't want to leave out of America the way America. They're not American.
Hey, but you know
foreign
something, sis?
invaders.
That's because that's a Chinese app, and them niggas is marrying Chinese bitches so the Chinese can buy up their land. They gonna let them get that off. They work together.
I think that's a psyop. I think that's American app.
No, I looked it up to try to invest in it.
Tell somebody to bring me something to drink.
When TikTok first came out, I looked it up so I could invest in TikTok, so I could get stock in the shit. It's Chinese. You got to go on the Chinese. I had to download a whole nother Chinese app to even get into the Chinese market to be able to buy.
But you know what? What difference does it make? It's coming through on our airways, so therefore, wherever it's coming from, we recognize that it's being used as a tool against us. I know Sister Queen Empress and the brothers and sisters she be dealing with, they be on that TikTok burning them up and putting them straight. That's the point. We got to meet these people where they're at. And it's long and listen, I'm like A1. We're the gods. We are the gods and goddesses. We don't have to bow down to them. We don't have to answer them. You need to explain to me, nigga, how you think we Africans, if we y'all people, why y'all asses ain't been over here and try to help us until now?
Well, you gotta remember though, with an app, whenever you're dealing with these apps, if it's free, that means you're the product.
And then you have to also think about it. All them over there now, like she said, it's a gain out of them claiming us now. But when they still coming to America, I don't see them sending your communities. Hell, you got Arabs in your community and Mexicans, then you do an African.
You know what? They do just like the Spanish people and everybody else. When they come over here, they come to our cities, and then they move them in certain apartment complex areas, and then it be thousands of them. And they don't try to come out and talk to us. They don't try to come and deal with us.
They don't.
And that's why I don't be on no panel with them, because if I get on a panel with one, I'm gonna let them know what Mr. Muhammad taught us. He taught us, y'all niggas ain't gonna do nothing but come over here and become part of the establishment and be working against us like everybody else.
Literally, there's so many videos of them talking about us, talking about how they will come here and what they'll do because we're lazy, and this is all propaganda that they get from the same people that they claim that these are the people that's doing all these bad things in Africa, but yet y'all still agreeing with what's going on in America with the same people that look like the people that you claim is over in Africa that y'all trying to run out of Africa. Make it make sense.
And I agree with Empress. I knew when I was going to college, I knew a guy from Ghana, I knew a guy from Ghana, and I knew some people from Senegal. And they didn't know nothing about no slave trade back in 1985. Okay, they wasn't talking about we was the same people or nothing. That stuff is new. Because when I told them that I was an Indian, they had no problem with it. They didn't try to tell me, no, sister, you are African. You come from Africa. They didn't tell me that. They was like, oh, okay. We was not on that level of understanding. And I'm going to tell you something else. When I was in school, they never, and this is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to get no popularity contest. I could care less about that. I've been on YouTube when YouTube first came out 14, 15 years ago. And I quit being on it because of all the debauchery between our people. See, the way we fight against each other for whatever issue, they didn't know it was that bad until this internet got here. Now they see how we are so self-divided. Now they can hear it. And that's what I hate. Even with the Aboriginal camp. Now you got all Aboriginal camp started off, hey, we was all solid. We knew who we was. Yeah, they trying to call us Africans and all, but we ain't going for that. But now we all broke up. You got this camp at Aboriginal, that camp at Aboriginal, this camp. That don't make no sense. All we doing is being fragmentized, and that's what they want to see. That's what they want to see. Now, A1, you know what? I never really knew who you were until now. And I went on your page, and when I seen you had that little skin up about what Mr. Muhammad said about the Aboriginal, I said, oh, okay, well, this is good right here. This gives me, this melts the ice, and I can talk to my brother, because that is true. He wasn't only just the first one. He spoke it to the white man at a time in the 30s when they were still dividing us and conquering us and putting us on reservations. And it's in the Bureau of Indian Affairs that they took the ones who did not want to go on the reservations and put them in the general populace and reclassified them as Negroes and color. Now, that's what they said. And then we still fighting about what they said because people don't want to believe what they said.
These people are the descendants of our enemies. It's no big deal. I mean, we just happen to fraternize with these niggas, and I'm sure our ancestors didn't.
Listen, the Thomas C. Jordan Act of the House of Congress 111-04 tells you that the ones that would not go to the reservation, and that's under the number 57, it tells you the ones that did not go to the reservation, they was reclassified as Negroes. It's right
and
there.
my grandfather, exactly, and my grandfather, my great uncle who is gone now, his name was Henry Turner. He told me, because when I was in my early 20s, around the middle of the 80s, and it really hit me what my mom and dad and them was telling me about how we were the American Aboriginal so-called Indians, right? And I grew up knowing it, but now I'm old enough that I'm really, really understanding this. And when it hit me, I called my uncle, because he was the elder of our family. I called my uncle. I was like, oh, what happened? What happened? How y'all let these people take our land from us? How y'all let them take our country from us? What happened? What did y'all do? And my uncle said these words to me, bless his soul, wherever he at. He said, baby sister, he said, calm down. Because I was crying. I was mad. And he said, baby sister, calm down. He said, it's going to be all right. He said, but look, baby, he said, we underestimated them white people. We underestimated them devils. He said, we had guns, but they had guns that shot more bullets than ours. He said, we didn't know it, baby sister. He said, but it's going to be all right. He said, I'll tell you what. He said, what I want you to do, just keep your family together. Make sure your family know who they are. He said, and just hold on. He said, it's going to be all right, baby. Niecy, it's going to be all right. And I stopped crying and I listened to him. But you know, I had to take it like he said. He said, we underestimated them, baby. He said, we had our own arsenal. He said, but they came with the Gatling gun, baby. He said they had bigger weapons than we did. He said, and we fought them until they almost starved us almost out. Because that's why they killed all the buffalo. And they ain't all dead. They calling them bisons now, but they killed enough of them. They killed enough of them. That's why they chased us from one place to another, because we would never give up fighting. We would never give up fighting. And
But
we
you
ain't
know
never
what,
gave
sis?
up fighting, because that's why we had all these riots over the years, since I've been young and older, since Queen been here, since some of the other people over here that's 50-ish. We've been living through riots all my life. They riot up here in Detroit where I'm at all the time.
But you know something? Through all of this, there's never been a time that these people have been in power. These people are struggling for survival at this very moment. You got the smartest motherfucker amongst them, which happens to be an African trying to get his ass on another planet. So these people never conquered us. That's
Well,
why I
now
say
look, bro.
I'm for the
Look,
unconquered
pause,
people.
pause. We don't need to be dealing with semantics when we're just talking and dialogue.
What I want to say
I
is
get
because
it. I
they
get
never
it with you.
look.
I
They
believe you
look.
too. I'm not conquered.
Sis, it's a
Y'all
white
know
girl.
that
It's a white girl enslaved by a nigga with a perm in Nevada, Las Vegas, right now.
y'all know
All
that
I'm
the White
saying is,
House.
look, Hawk, for whatever reason, I'm just saying this. Even though we are strong, and most of us on this panel, we strong, and we're not gonna let nobody control us and tell us what to do in our everyday life. But as a mass of people, bruh, we are not controlling and running our stuff the way we should and could have been, if it wasn't for this infidel that came in here and put some kind of brakes on our movement.
The thing is, we're in our own way. I can't even give it to the Caucasian no more. Who we've
Okay.
been dealing with all this time is niggas.
That's a
Niggas
fact.
are in their own way now. It ain't the Caucasian. It's niggas.
Hey, you know when I
I
live,
agree.
look,
And
sis,
I agree.
I live downtown St. Louis in the loft. It's all kind of different people, different, it's doctors that live in the building and all this. So my neighbor, he cool, you know what I'm saying, white dude, and he make over $100,000 a month working for the government, working from home. He sit tell me Benny, he smoke with me, you know what I'm saying, because I'm a real engine. So goddamn, he say, how do you manage to live the life you live? How do you go to the dispensary every day? And I make more money to you? How much money do you make a year? See, but it's something beyond money. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a stumbling block. Money is just oil for the machine, because we wasn't always using money to trade with. You know what I'm saying? We just the fly traders of the planet Earth. You know what I'm saying? We've been doing this. So it's a certain anointing on us. I don't want to get all religious, but like they say, their seed will be cursed in the land forever. You can't grow nothing. You can't grow nothing without us. You will die without us.
That's a fact, man. Look, man, we got 340. Hold on. Oh, we got 340 people on the channel, man. Hit that like button. Share the video out, man. But what you was going to say, Lex Vortex, man? What's up?
Yeah, man. As someone who used to definitely be a part of the Nation of Islam and study with the gods and earths, I love Elijah Muhammad. I can't let him be lied on. Right in the 1-14, if you study with the gods and earths, it says that we were captured by a devil named John Hawkins. off the coast of Africa and brought to America. That's in the 1 to 14 in Elijah Muhammad's lessons.
All right, but
He
this ain't.
also,
But she just
hold,
was. But look,
hold
look,
on,
look.
brother.
But hold on, you making it about Elijah Muhammad
No,
when you
I'm
have
not.
more
I'm
than.
just
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
right.
If the sister want to rebut what you say, I'm allowed to do
Also,
it. Right.
in Elijah Muhammad's lessons, he taught that the people that they call Indians in
Wait a
America.
minute. Wait. A1. May I say this? Let's
I'm just
chill for a
speaking,
minute
man.
because you just
I'm not
misquoted.
being
You
disrespectful.
just misquoted the messenger.
I'm
So
not
let
being.
me make it clear.
Hey, can
Because
you?
I am a
Hey,
real registered
tell the
Muslim,
sister
even
be
right now
respectful
today.
though, sister.
Lex,
When
can
you
I
have your
finish?
time,
Lex,
you can
can I
correct
correct
me.
you?
You can
All I'm
Lex,
correct
trying to
me.
do is correct you.
You correct me when I'm done, please.
No,
He
because there's no
also
sense of
taught.
putting it. You starting off wrong, so
Listen,
you don't end up wrong.
don't
Let
you
me correct
practice
it.
Islam, sister?
Let me correct it. He
I
didn't
can
say
listen to
just
you.
the
You can
shores of
talk for a
Africa.
whole hour, sis.
Lex,
All
we
right.
not getting
Oh, mic
argue.
check. Mic check. This is what we got.
A1, all I want to do
All right.
is
Hold on.
make
Hold
it
sis.
clear.
All right. No, all right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hey,
All I want to
X4.
do is make this part clear.
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
He said John Hawkins brought a load, or he didn't even say how many. He said Mr. Muhammad taught us that John Hawkins brought boatload of our people from the east side of Africa. Not from Senegal, not from Nigeria, not from Gambia, not from Mauritania, from the east side of Africa. So let's get it right. He said east side of Africa, which is really West Asia. So now you can go ahead.
All right. I don't think that changes anything I said. And regardless, he taught that people were brought from Africa here. Also in the
Well, it
lesson,
changes the Africans to Asians, nigga. Didn't you hear the lady?
Thank you. And that was 1555. He ain't never taught us about no transatlantic slave trade. Never.
That's what that was talking
Your
about.
listening
John
skills are
Hawkins.
not up to par.
John
John
Hawkins.
Hawkins trade slave.
I
John
just
Hawkins
want to.
slave trade was from
I mean, I don't
Africa,
know
and
why
the
y'all
transatlantic
Hey,
slave
always
trade
Lex
want to.
was from
Vortex.
Africa.
Hold, one mic, real quick. Lex Vortex. So, what is your point, brother? We listen. Even if you don't
I mean,
agree
y'all
on
are
that,
having a conversation.
brother.
I know y'all love echo chambers, but I'm just adding my 2 cents. That's all.
I
Okay.
mean, but are we gonna allow
So
a
can I?
documented
So what's
peddler
going on? I
and
don't.
orderer of sex toys?
Unless
Are we
we in
gonna allow
sex.
him to be a
I
speaker for
thought
the people?
just a minute. So he taught that in the lessons. He also taught in the lessons that the people that in America came to America 15,000 years ago. It's in the lesson. He said the Indians migrated to America 15,000 years ago. It's in
If
Elijah
you want to
Muhammad's
tell
lesson.
me more about it, my
So
brother, life started down in South America. It sure
no,
wasn't in
I'm
no
just talking
motherfucking
about
Africa.
right now what Elijah Muhammad
But
said.
brother, you're arguing with Elijah Muhammad because even
No,
if you read the lessons,
I'm
He
not
sir, if you
arguing
gone.
with
hold on,
anyone.
if you,
I'm not
I know the
arguing with
lessons
anyone,
verbatim.
bro.
I
Calm
know the
down.
lessons
You don't have
verbatim,
to.
I
and
do
You don't
too.
have to
excuse
get
me, sir, they
emotive.
are Elijah Muhammad's answers.
All right,
They're
so that's all
Elijah
bro.
Muhammad's
I heard it
answers,
this
my nigga.
morning,
So
Two.
bro.
you arguing with Elijah Muhammad,
I'm
my
not
nigga. You ain't
arguing,
arguing with us.
bro. Am I arguing
So if you want to
with
argue
you?
with a dead
He
man,
ain't
that's
even
between you
arguing
and the
with
Most
Elijah
High.
Muhammad because Elijah Muhammad said we were Asiatic
I mean,
black
it's
people
getting real
and that we
cultural,
were the
bro. I'm just
Aboriginals of
making
North
statements. I'm
America.
not arguing with anyone. I'm just
Well,
clarifying
just
something.
understand that the lessons
All
are
right,
Elijah Muhammad's answers to W.D. Fard's questions,
all
brother.
right. So I understand
It's
that because
contained in the lesson.
bro,
So if you
what are
understand
you
that,
trying?
don't be disingenuous and so
That's
challenging.
right.
What?
It's
How? What
feminine,
did I do
dog.
so
You trying to upstage the women, my nigga?
What
Is
did
that
I
what we
do
doing?
disingenuous, brother? All I did was make 2 statements, and y'all acting like a
Never
cult.
try to upstage your sister, bro.
All right.
Question and
So,
answer number 3.
so I
Why
made that.
did we let half original man Columbus
So
discover the poor part of the planet Earth? So what's
so
your point, Lex?
so
What's your
that's
point?
number. So he taught that. Also, Elijah Muhammad used the word Asia to describe basically the whole planet, and obviously he called Africa East Asia. That's why he used that term.
No.
Well,
He
brother,
called
in
the
19,
East
hold
side.
on,
No,
sis. Hold
he
on,
didn't.
sis,
Man,
You're
please,
not gonna
sis,
tell me what Mr.
sis,
Muhammad
all
said, and
right,
sis.
I've been in it
man.
all my
Sis, it's
life.
okay. He's an antagonizer. Just
Oh,
No,
don't
I'm
yes,
even
he
not
don't
the
even
is.
entertain
antagonizer.
him. Let
Absolutely.
me talk to
The
this
Yes, he
brother,
is.
please,
antagonizer is
respectfully.
anyone who said
Look,
something that doesn't go with your
A1, Messenger Muhammad never spoke about no transatlantic slave trade. He never.
We don't even have to talk about that. He's trying to box you in by having you on a certain
that's a fact.
doctrine.
Let's move
I'm
on.
Don't
Hey,
entertain
look.
that, all right? Because in 1920, there were 950,000 black farmers who owned the majority of what we call the Southeast America, the Black Belt, which is called the Black Belt because of its fertile soil. What does it say in the lessons? That we preserve the best part of the land for ourselves. So around that time, the best part of the land was Southeast America, my nigga, Southeast North America. We own that. The so-called Negro owned that. You can look this up.
My
So if you
people
want to
own
dissect the lessons,
1,000 acres of land in Alabama.
Hold on, you gotta correlate this with reality, sir.
to say, and
Correlate it
to
with
argue
reality. I'm
that
not gonna
I'm
let
the
you come attack a
antagonizer.
sister who came and said peace. Is the first words that came out her mouth were peace be unto you, bro. And you coming up here trying to be antagonizing, talking about what Elijah Muhammad said, and you know that man been gone. Go read a book, my nigga.
Crazy? We got somebody arguing for Africa, but ain't in Africa. You'll do your best.
I haven't made an argument.
Lex is not American. You are not American.
I haven't made an argument yet.
You're not American.
Made an argument yet.
That's why I'm saying it's all these non-Americans that come over here and try to tell us what to do. Just like Garfield, just like everybody on that HOK, they want to sit over there and try to tell us who we are, and they don't want to disrespect our grandmothers. Like my grandmother didn't know nothing about no African slave trade, and she wouldn't have had to lie about it back in the 1900s.
About Jesus?
She didn't know what she knew about Jesus is being taught, like Messenger said. Are you gonna let me talk or what, nigga? That's what people like you do. That's your Chris Harrison. That's your damn. That's your Chris Harrison. All they do is know how to inject more.
Don't let this nigga get you worked up. This nigga had on a Slavic headdress 2 years ago. Riding goddamn Dane coattails. Now he want to argue about Africa. This nigga is a motherfucking chameleon. Don't let this nigga get you worked up. We having a good, we've been having a good bill. And now this fruit basket want to come over here and show out. Don't nobody want to see you working, my nigga.
One mic. Hold up. So
and Messenger Muhammad was a Cherokee. He was a Creek Cherokee from Sandersville, Georgia.
Sis, he has no argument. Hold up. Mike check. Hold up. I don't know if y'all can hear me.
I hear you, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Okay. No, it's okay. So, all right. Okay. We moving on from the messenger Lex Vortex. So, respectfully, we're moving on.
That's right.
Okay. I never even got started, but I hear you.
We moving on from it.
That's cool.
If a nigga can't prove that he's out of Africa with documents, we ain't even got no business talking to them. If they can't prove who the fuck they are, we ain't got no business talking to them. we can run my goddamn blood all day long through a goddamn computer, and it can give me out numbers all day long. But if it can't give me the names to the numbers that it's tying me to, nigga, that shit is fraudulent.
And check that back door. That's right. A1, look,
check
my mom and some of her relatives went and took the DNA test last year, right? This I can get my mom on the phone right now and she'll tell you. Her and some of our relatives went and took the DNA test. First of all, my mom is half Cherokee and Shawnee, okay? She took the DNA test. It came back inconclusive. But her relatives, one came out that she was sub-Saharan African, and the other one came out that she had more European in her than she did even African, but no native, no Aboriginal or Indian blood at all. My mama and them, they sit up there and they say, how the hell did this happen when we come from the same bloodline?
See, sis, they're not gonna tell you the Native Americans because they know Native Americans is not us, period. That's what people fail to realize. They keep trying to tell you that you don't have Native Americans. I sure in the fuck don't, because we are not the same motherfucking people. That's why we don't have their goddamn genetics.
And then, but how did my mama But listen, Empress, how did my mama and her first cousin, who they both got the same grandmother, how did my mother's come back inconclusive, but her first cousin came back, she was sub-Saharan African? If this shit is right. Them DNA tests are part of eugenics and they're not real.
It is. It's eugenics all the way around. I
All
know
the
a
way
young
around.
man that took the test and did his whole genealogy, right? He did his genealogy. So then he took the test to see if the genealogy matches the test. And when it didn't match, he called them and talked to somebody. Don't you know they hung up the phone because he said he got all his records and his land and it ties to America. Don't y'all know they hung up in his face and blocked him down when he couldn't even get back into it?
Hey, that's when the recording. Hey, Empress. That's when the recording would have came online that this is for education and entertainment purposes only. This is not real. So like
Peace to the
everybody.
panel. But niggas bloodline is real. I got a declaration.
Hey, is this nigga related to them long arm motherfuckers with the brains big as an orange?
Let me get
this one of the descendants. How your grandparent gonna have long arms, be 3 feet tall with a brain the size of an orange, and we gonna allow you to even have a mic, my nigga? Who
And they openly claim these people. Look, they openly claim them because eugenics created a whole system that got people thinking that you're not smart if you don't follow them. And that's what these niggas is doing.
Hey, bro, I just told them niggas. They say the rich. Sis, check this out. I got a new one for you to hit them with, because they whole concept with this DNA is the rhesus monkey shares 93% DNA with humans. Well, nigga, an Abyssinian cat shares 90% motherfucking DNA with humans. Nigga, did you used to be a cat, nigga?
But you see, that's where it goes at, though. When they said the first humans came up out of then that's where you go and look up the word human.
A fruit fly has 85% human DNA.
Yes, but that's what I'm telling you.
I'm just saying, if you want to rely on DNA and say you used to be a monkey because of some 93% DNA, maybe you used to be a house cat, nigga.
Yeah, you know, like I heard Sister
not
Empress
use to
say
pet you. I
before.
don't know. Maybe you
Right,
used to
like
be
I
able to put
heard
your
Sister
leg up
Empress
behind
say
your
before.
ear. Maybe
Them
you used to be
DNA
able to
tests
put your
are not
leg up
real.
behind your
Hold on,
ear.
one mic. Well, hold on, one mic.
Maybe you used to be able to put your leg up behind your ear and lick your ass in another life. I don't know.
Yeah, all DNA. Now you up next. I just want to say this right. All DNA. Ankh was saying that letters has in the 90 percentile compatibility to our DNA. So that shit throws everything. Because I'm just saying, just as a person who went to school for dietitian, all of that is micronutrients that comes from the carbon and the soil. All of these animals and these plant lives all have the same mineral. Well, some of the minerals, but some of it, some plant life have more minerals than what we can take in. So that's what's coming up on the DNA. These niggas is stupid. They don't even understand it.
But to put it short, what did our ancestors say? We connected to everything we see. All right.
How do you hear this? You hear what A1 saying? And that's what relates to the Quran when it say that we were made from the clay. It's not talking about we were fashioned out of mud like that. It's meaning that all that we have in us came from the soil, because the soil and us are one. And we came from the soil because when we eat the products from the soil and the animals, if we eat animals,
then we return to the soil.
then all of that turns you, all that helps to create your body and your being and your person. It don't mean we were fashioned by some mud.
I'm gonna tell you what they really using. This is how they know who we are, y'all. They know who we are by our fucking blood type. You don't have they playing with you with the DNA, but they know exactly who you are by your damn blood type. They know what landmass and have the most O, A, and B.
We're not talking about Mecca, Lex Vortex.
No, I'm just.
I don't know.
Bro,
I don't.
He want to come with this old weirdo shit, man.
Look. I'll take a lifeline and pass. I'll take a lifeline and pass on that question.
Take the physical challenge, nigga.
You know what you just doing.
You know what, A1, they dealing with surface knowledge.
To the conversation,
They dealing with
I'm
surface
asking
knowledge.
questions
Turn
related
that
to the
nigga mic down.
conversation.
Turn that
They
nigga
dealing
mic
with
down.
surface knowledge. They done got out of books. Messenger Muhammad did the supreme wisdom lessons back in the 30s. The supreme lessons came back in the 30s, and so
Right.
therefore all this stuff that Lex
Nah,
is
but you
trying
know
to
what,
pull
sis?
is
Sis, we
coming
done
from
moved on.
this
Sis,
shallow knowledge.
sis,
Where was
no,
Mecca?
no. Wait. Look, Lex Vortex. If you do not have something else pertaining to the topic, brother, you can remove yourself from the panel, brother. I told you, we moving on from you. Keep asking more questions.
I don't want to keep on fighting with
Look,
you.
no. But sit. We have a function up here. We got it's other people up here. We all building together, like I said earlier. So he keep bringing up. He keep on getting you agitated by bringing up the nation. Nah, brother, it has to be something pertaining.
Hold nothing to do with that.
All
I
right.
want to ask you a
Okay. All right.
question.
Go ahead, Lex Vortex. What?
Are you familiar with the Stone River Rebellion?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Tell us all about it, sir.
The Stone River Rebellion, that's what led to the Negro Act, right?
You asking questions. I thought you was gonna teach us something, my nigga. What is we doing?
I said I want to
You
ask
buying or
questions.
selling?
Why y'all so hostile?
You buying or selling, my nigga? I'm trying to see what your angle is, my nigga.
Nah,
I'm around here lighting cigarettes and shit like you cool. What's going on?
Let
Hey,
me
Empress.
ask him. Hold up. Let me ask him.
Empress, you just told him how that stuff happened, how we got classified as Negroes, but now he gonna come with some other angle.
I'm just
Nah, I don't agree. Nah. That's not true at all. No.
So that's not true?
No, it's not true.
The Stone River Rebellion did not lead to the Negro Act.
No, that's not true.
So what,
brother.
you start back selling cars when taxes season hit, or how did that work, bro?
So tell me about the Stone River Rebellion, bro.
I don't want to tell
Empress,
you.
we just told him where it's at, right?
We're not talking about
One of them
You
niggas
just
like,
told him about the Indian Bureau of Affairs, right?
No, you know he the type of nigga that'll be like, let me show you what kind of car we could get you into. I don't want you to get me into nothing, nigga. I want to pick my own car.
Let's not say the Thomas E. Jordan Act says 11-104. Number 57 says if you did not go to a reservation, you will be reclassified as a Negro. We just
boom.
What does that got to do with the Stone?
I mean, Article 14 and 19 clearly outline all this of the Dancing Rabbit Treaty that a lot of the tribes eventually got absorbed into. It clearly states you can stay on your land, but you got to assimilate it to the system and become citizens.
Thank you. Teach, brother.
So Indians can
Are
be
you
citizens.
familiar? Hold on. Are you
You
familiar
have
with
to be a
anything that?
citizen.
Are you familiar with anything that's being
We
said?
ain't never been citizens
Hold up,
over
sis.
here
Oh,
in
sis.
America system.
Mic
That's
check.
why we
Mic
all.
check. Mic
Oh,
check.
my bad,
mic check.
A1.
Oh, listen, I'm just asking him a question because he keep on trying to enforce his question. Did you just hear what was proposed to you? Why are you still asking us the same question? Won't you ask some question about what was being proposed to you?
Because I'm the person that's here learning from y'all about what y'all.
Okay, so ask about the questions. Ask about what Empress just said. No, ask about what Empress just said about.
Ignored my question. And
no, because your question is not irrelevant, brother. We not. Okay, well, you know what you can do today, brother.
Yeah, can I check him? Like, sheesh.
Nah, he can spin off, man. We
Bring him back in, A1.
We don't really need him more. You want to bring him back in?
Yeah, man.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
But what I don't understand is Lex was just wearing
feather
Indian
crown.
headdress not too long ago, wasn't he?
Yeah,
He was wearing a feather crown, war bonnet.
Look, he suffers from bipolar disorder, so that's the reason why you see him one day with a motherfucking kente cloth, and the next day with a war bonnet talking about he Chief Lex.
Y'all know
But
my
he woke it up on Sinetta with the CIA shit though.
Well, I don't mind people understanding one thing about me. I am an Indian. I am an Aboriginal of America. I always have known it from my mom and dad. My mom was born in 1939. My father was born in 1936. They joined the Nation of Islam. I was raised up in the Nation of Islam. And so even though I'm an Aboriginal, I am still I am a practicing Muslim. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't see why it's a problem. We all can have different religious orders that we believe in or adhere to, but
Yeah, but your religion,
who we are has nothing to do with that.
hey sis, your religion or your spiritual practice is really private. So
That's
anything
personal.
that Lex Vortex,
Absolutely.
so anything that
Exactly.
Lex Vortex want to say about what you that listen, that's
Yeah,
no
he want to
comment, brother.
apply that to who you are. Not to cut you off, Og, but that's that trick bag shit. That don't have nothing to do with what my family eat for dinner. Ain't none of your fucking business, my nigga. We Indians. It's an Indian house, my nigga. It's a
Arguing
tomahawk
religion
on the
is
wall waiting on you.
That's right, Sister
arguing
Freedom. That's right.
arguing
That's right, Sister
religion is
Freedom.
arguing religion and spiritual based concepts is peasantry. You can't change nobody's mind on what the fuck they believe. That's like me trying to change somebody's mind on what they believe. Like, let them be great, let them be happy in
Y'all are
that.
being so dishonest, crazy.
I ain't what? How I'm being dishonest? I don't argue no fucking religion, boy.
I'm not. I didn't. When did I argue religion? First of all, when you look
Oh,
at someone's culture, that's their culture is part of the way they view life. It's their cosmology, their ontology, all of that. So if you're saying you're an
okay.
Indian,
Only
then you
thing we
gotta
don't
show.
have
And
culture means
why am
farming.
I being? It's just like y'all. I don't understand why y'all do that.
Why we
Because
do
You're
our
that?
saying you're
culture is
Indian.
farming. That's
Hold
why
on,
Mr.
hold on.
Muhammad taught us to
You're
do for
saying
self. And the first thing he said was get back some land and start cultivating it so
I'm
you can
not
feed yourself.
responding to Truth 111 right now. Truth. You
It's
know,
truth
bro.
111 is 111 truth, sir.
111 truth. Sorry, sir.
You're
If
welcome.
you look at anyone's culture, if you go to India, real India, Hindustan, you know that they have cultural bases. If you go to China, they have a cultural base. You go to Japan.
A
If you
cultural
go to the
basis spiritual
Aboriginal,
system.
hold on,
Yeah.
brother. If you go to the Aboriginals of America, so if I'm claiming to be um, uh, a Choctaw Indian,
Mm-hmm.
right, and at the same saying that I'm embracing my culture as an Aboriginal, but saying that I'm a practicing Hinduism, yeah, you can
Well,
do
they
that.
can sit down, Sister
Who
Freedom.
practicing Hinduism though?
Hold on,
What Aboriginal said they was
bro.
practicing
Why? I
Hinduism?
mean, does it hurt? I don't
No,
get it.
no, I'm asking you
But you're
specifically. Well,
asking me
I've
before I
never
even
heard an
finish my
Aboriginal
statement, so you
ever
don't even
in
know
all of my years of life say they was practicing
I
motherfucking
never said
Hinduism.
anyone was.
Me
Why
I
neither.
think I
are
think
you
he was
slow,
speaking
bro? Are you
hypothetical
slow,
for
bro?
Well, that's what
religion.
I'm saying.
So
This off the
hold on,
wall
bro.
is what it is.
So
It's
if
imagination,
I'm
my nigga.
saying that
Yeah,
I'm
We
a
ain't here
definitely
to
off the
talk about
wall.
niggas' imagination.
if
This
I'm
ain't
practicing
daycare.
Hinduism,
That's
I'm
right. Why do
claiming
we
to
have
be
to
a
keep on
Choctaw
hearing
Why
about
we
Indian,
gotta
but
kids?
saying,
babysit somebody
but
badass kid? This nigga got an imagination. Go color, nigga.
you're a
The thing
complete
about
dumbass.
it is
I'm gonna just
all
tell
of
you
our
straight
people
like
that
this.
turn to something besides keeping with their natural order of things and they got off of their Hinduism and all that stuff, that was their shortcoming. That was their shortcomings. That's for sure. So what? What does that got
What
to
I was
still do
saying,
with us being Aboriginal?
truth, coach, that's all a part of a person's culture. So that's what I'm saying. This is when
Why
it
you
gets
feel like
The,
confusing
he
the, the,
keep
because
the,
you
the,
bringing
got
the deeper, deeper,
culture?
deeper. That's all,
so
folks.
Why do he
and the
keep
reason
bringing up
why I try
culture
to
if
speak
he
Alexis,
to
don't
you,
have a
truth, because I
culture?
know,
Alexis,
although
what
you
was your family
you're
industry?
not as
Since you
fanatic
bringing up niggas'
I just
grandfathers,
don't get
what
Lex.
was your
Lex
grandfather
must
doing?
don't have
Y'all niggas
no
think
elders in his family. He must not
Let,
have.
you
Lex, you
let
Yeah,
don't
let's
have
that
get
no
to that
elders
shit.
in your
alpha,
family.
don't worry about my
let that
family, okay?
alpha
So don't
difference.
worry, don't worry about
Who's
his
supposed to
family.
be changing this nigga diaper? I
Lex,
think
I'm
this
just
is his
asking
problem.
you a
Maybe he shit
question.
on
I'm not
himself.
trying to be facetious. I'm
All
asking
right,
you that
don't ask
because
me
of the
about my
fact
family
that if
then.
you ain't got no relatives in your
I
family who
would
were
make sure
born
that
back
Did
in
they
the
invent the
early
purple
30s
bonnets,
or the
Lex?
late
Did
20s,
they introduce
then Lex, how
bonnets
do
to
you really
society?
know what your bloodline really is unless you're not from here?
I'm not changing this nigga diaper. I'm letting y'all know.
I
So
hear you.
Don't
I
let
don't
that
feel like
so
it
let
either.
that
I
alpha
was
deal
done
get
with
I
Lex.
down.
don't
When
know.
Lex said
So
F-U-C-K
I was
Elijah
just trying to
Muhammad, I
figure
was
out.
done with
I
him.
was just trying to figure out if we go back to
I'm trying to
Aboriginal
figure out what your
culture,
grandfather brought to the world.
when
Since
was
you
they
bringing up mine,
when was
Well,
they
I mean,
Well,
Islam
they
ruled the
probably
world for what, 700, damn near
But
800
y'all
years,
talk
my
about
nigga. Do you got a system,
Christianity
nigga?
and how
You
they
got a
try to
system you want to bring with
Christianize
that
you.
African shit, kidnapping
Hold on,
8-year-old
but
girls and
if
taking them
you
to some
accept
old man
Islam,
house,
then you
nigga?
gotta
That's
accept
the culture you
Christianity
think our
too.
people practice?
But you
You
say
think our
Yeah,
people will
Christianity.
grab
never.
up an 8-year-old
Hold
girl,
on,
take them
bro.
to an old man house to
Hey,
be
yo,
his
bro.
slave? Because that's
Take
what they
that
doing in
ghetto
Ghana today, my
conversation
nigga.
somewhere else,
That's
Hollow.
not our
Thank you.
culture.
Yes,
You
That's
savage.
all
now
right.
wait a minute, y'all.
If you
No,
We
they
knew how to
our
eat at the
Africans
table.
kidnapped
We
their
knew how
own
to
from the
change our
children.
clothes. We knew how to take baths, all that stuff. And some of our Aboriginal people over in Africa still ain't doing that. And some of our Aboriginal people down in the Congo, down in South America, still ain't doing that. So what are you talking about? What? Listen, out of all the people on this planet, I still have not read any historical data about any of the civilizations in Africa that was so grand and so great like they had in Asia, where we really may have really came from, or we are more connected to than Africa.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
So
you
you
know
oh
come from
what? Do
man,
you know what
Asia.
a
Thank
1,000
you.
niggas like
Valid. So
Lex would do to
hold
Tulsa,
on.
Oklahoma?
So do
It
y'all
was a
come from
1,000
Asia
niggas like
or America,
Lex
bro? This
in
is what I'm talking.
Oklahoma, in
Hey,
Tulsa,
Hawk, cool,
Oklahoma.
bro.
A
You're
thousand
just
niggas
an
just like
agitator,
this one
bro.
right here
Hold
that
on. Do
burned
you
down
come from
Tulsa.
Asia or do
Tulsa
you
was
come
an
That
from
helped
inside
burn it
job,
down
and it
for
was
I
niggas
real.
like
believe
him
it.
standing on pizza, they little square. Do you know what is a square, a motherfucking circle, or a triangle, Lex? Because it was niggas like you that burned down Tulsa. I'm not entertaining you niggas,
It
bro.
was
You didn't
niggas
come here
like
to
me
build.
that
Can
burned
y'all
down
see
Tulsa.
how different Black Wall Street is when this nigga came up to block y'all? We was getting money. Everybody was getting money. Top Cats came, made him a
It
sale.
wasn't just
Soon as one of these goofies pull up, all of a
we
sudden
had
niggas'
about
house is
12
on
or
fire.
13.
And the Black
We
Wall
had
Street
between
was
12 and
built from
13
church
other
people,
Wall
bro.
Streets in
They
America.
was politicking through the church. That was a Christian fucking city, bro. You
Lex,
fucking
I don't see
ignorant
your
ass
point,
nigga.
Lex. I don't see your point still, because Mr. Muhammad tried to tell us
No,
that was the main way they was going to fractionalize us, was trying to make us be Christians. So what are you talking about?
What I'm saying is, earlier today they was making arguments about, oh, those are Christians, those are pastors that was, and they try to make it look like that it was because there was Christians, they're the ones that
And
was
what
in
did I
cahoots
say,
with the
Lex?
enemy
Nobody's
that
getting
named
our
us
way but
Africans and all of that.
Islam.
And now I'm getting cut off because y'all don't want the truth.
No, because we
But
don't want to
now,
hear it. You want to talk about
this
what
ain't
you think
you.
is the truth. It
Exactly.
was the Christianity. The churches was
So
how
when
they
you look
came in
at,
here and brought all this craziness in
all right,
upon
but it
us. That's
also brought a lot of other things because the church became the meeting place for black people
not
in
for all of
America.
us, because all of us didn't believe it.
You don't know what you're
They
talking
tore
about.
down
You
your
don't
mouth
know what
and
you're
built
talking
hundreds
about.
of
My
churches
people
and
didn't never go to
You
church.
can't
I don't know
talk
what you're
about Black
talking
Wall
about.
Street without
all
talking about
they
that
did
black
was tear
church.
down mouths
Thank
and
So
you,
being
whoever
honest,
put that
that's
up.
negative.
It
churches
was
on
the
a man
AM. It was
And
the
then you else.
AME Zion churches.
And you talking about you're Aboriginal, but Mecca is over in the Middle East, which is
You
the
are not.
capital
You are
of
not. Mecca
Islam.
ain't
So
in the
you're
Middle East. That is
confused.
surface
You're
knowledge.
confused.
A1,
You're
A1, look.
confused.
Don't
Where
nobody
was
want to keep
Mecca?
on going. I'm like Hawk now.
Where was
Who wants to
Mecca?
keep going through
Where
this?
was
This is
Mecca?
surface knowledge
Mecca
he
And
got
talking
out
about.
because he
He
brought
ain't
America
did no
you're
got
real
outlaws.
confusing
research.
people
Because
He
the
with
real
saying that
Mecca,
America
Islam
the
is
real
out.
Mecca was
original,
in India.
Asiatic.
The real Mecca
All
is
right,
in
Why
the
would
people
you
have
argue with
India.
spoken.
Yakub?
Lex Boy
Why
A1,
would
Tech.
you argue with
Hold up,
A1.
Mike.
Yakub?
Hold on.
This
Mike,
nigga's
hold
Yakub.
up. Mike check. Mike check. Look, Lex Vortex is no longer in the building. We can move
Thank
forward.
you.
This nigga
Allahu
ain't nothing but
Akbar.
an agitator
Allahu
throw us
Akbar.
off of our lovely Sunday build. We having a lovely, peaceful Sunday build, and
Yeah.
damn, here come one of them.
He injected the first thing to cause division amongst us. You gotta watch yourself, guard your hearts, for out of
I
them
just
are
And
the
listen,
issues
I'm
of
not
life.
upset. I'm not upset. I'm not hurt. I just hate to see. See, I told Lex long time
Already.
ago, you gonna talk about Mr. Muhammad, but then try to use some of his knowledge to try to build up your page, and then you gonna call and say Fuck Messenger Muhammad. I say I am done with you, and I've been done with
Man,
Man, he won't say that in a room full of niggas in the nation.
Yeah,
Let
he
that
said
nigga
it
do
to
what he
me,
do on
Hawk.
the internet.
He said it to me, Hawk.
No, he ain't nothing but Shaitan. What it say about Shaitan? He can't do nothing but call you. So if you
That's
answer the
right.
call, that's on you. Respectfully.
Yes, sir.
This
You right. You right.
if anybody is allowing somebody else to damn it tell them who the hell they bloodline, I fought you. Cause should nobody be telling you who the fuck you are. Nobody. That's something you should know, not somebody just coming now. You can't come from some other country, and that's what the fuck these goddamn Africans been doing here lately, trying to make us a part of them. All of a sudden now, you want to be a part of us because now you figured out all the greatness. We was a us, but then when you figure out that all the niggas was the one behind all the great creations, and because Obama and them choose to open up some old fake ass museum and call it African American. They're trying to test themselves to our greatness when they literally sitting over in their country in a third world living like shit.
Still ain't got no electric. Still ain't got no running water. Still ain't got no floors in their huts. But we came from them. Do that make any sense? You can't go to Africa nowhere and find the beautiful citadels they had over in Asia, you know, but of our people over in Asia that lived in great citadels and great civilization. But we can't come from them. But we got to be kin to the Africans who still living down in huts they making with bushes. Look, we still got to be kin to the Africans that still living in bush huts and still living on mud floors and ain't got no electric and no water in their house.
Hey, you know, they forget about Akon and they forget that he got on goddamn on Young Jeezy's song, man. So I just want to say, free Big Meech. Balling is not a crime. Big Meech put motherfucking electricity in Africa, nigga. Fuck you talking about.
And water.
Fuck you talking about, nigga.
That's what I don't understand. How they our great ancestors when none of I don't know no place in the Congo. I don't know no place in none of those countries over there that we have been introduced to by the people that has came over here that can tell us they got no grandiose palaces over there or castles or nothing. Where at? Where at? You ain't gonna find them until you get to Northern Africa, which is around Egypt and Ethiopia and stuff like that. And that was not considered Africa back in the day. It was Asia. So I don't know what they talking about. I don't know where they're getting this from, Empress. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, how y'all gonna let somebody come over here and tell us who we are when we've been over here as far back as we can remember? And all I was trying to ask Lex was, do he got any elders in his family that he could talk to? You know what I'm saying? Nobody gonna disrespect my grandmothers and my grandfathers and my great uncles and great aunts who taught me this when I was a little girl. And that's before all this stuff became relevant in any school or any college. I did not.
Have y'all noticed though, they don't ask nobody else who they are, who they kin to. It's only us that we have to explain who the fuck we are. They ain't asking the Africans, have you always been in Africa? They ain't asking the Asians, have you always been in Asia? The Russians or nobody. No, it's just us. Everybody's attacking us on who the fuck we are. But right. Motherfucker out of a goddamn cave. Johnny come lately, come and tell you, oh no, you wasn't in America 55,000 years ago. According to what was written down, we brought you here. But yet niggas was still living in motherfucking caves, walking on four. Came out the cave, and all of a sudden he got all the technology. He knows all the built boats and all this old shit, and then trafficked you while they was going through sickness and famine. They so happened to get on a boat and start going toting niggas off. I'm just sick of all these niggas and all the stupid shit. All of them stupid at this point.
And I cannot stand your Garfields and your Shaka Amoses and none of them. And they come over here trying to tell us who we are and see, that's why I can't deal with them, because you're not going to tell me my grandmothers and fathers lied to me and they didn't know what the hell they was talking about, because then I'm ready to take it to the streets for real.
I thought this whole journey was to do your genealogy and go from there. Like all this other extra stuff is too extra.
Absolutely. And who else? Wasn't we always taught to listen to our elders? The elders were the ones that told the stories of the past. Our people wasn't sitting around making books all the time and writing scripts down and all this stuff. They was living their life and have been living their lives for millions and billions of years on this planet. We didn't need to leave back no damn history because we was living the life. Why write about it when you living about it?
We are the culture, and y'all notice that the Asian, with these fucking Siberian Huskies, tell us that they didn't keep motherfucking documentation and all this, that, and the third. It was their ancestors told them. But soon we say that same because they got that from us. No, you need to prove that.
Yes, yes.
It's niggas. Because first of all, if y'all thinking that documentation just started back in 1492, y'all is sadly mistaken.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then Mr. Muhammad said one thing. I'm gonna say this is my last thing. The
if they came in contact with the Native Americans first, they should have everything they need on the Native Americans. They should have all their shit documented. Y'all know Native Americans is just now getting birth certificates and motherfucking social security cards. So how is it y'all, we already got them, but y'all was the first motherfuckers they came in contact with?
Oh, wait. And my grandmother told me, to this day, we don't really know how old my grandmother was, because she said they told her, she said the authority, when she and her family decided not to go on the reservation, they told her she was born in 1900. Okay? Both my grandmothers told me, according to the birth certificate that the white man gave them, they were born in 1900. My grandmothers them both told me they don't know really how old they was because they did not have no birth certificate when they was born at home. That people never told them what year it was, how old they was, and they didn't keep up
That's
with
because
birthdays.
we didn't celebrate birthdays and we didn't keep track of our.
We sure don't.
We were.
That's right.
Because that's an aging system. People don't understand birth. When you do all that on your birthday, you literally
you're making yourself old.
Causing you to age. That's what the candles is about. Putting the candles on your birthday. It's a ritual.
It's a ritual.
It's actually a ritual.
So I got a question for
We were
A1.
taught not to do that in the Nation of Islam. I never had a birthday. I never celebrated Thanksgiving. I never celebrated
my
Christmas.
culture don't celebrate the white man's religion.
Sir?
No, I said my culture don't celebrate that type of stuff. That's what I'm telling you about the culture.
That's right. We don't.
And if you look into the history of our people, we were called the children of the law of one.
Mic check.
And also, we were called the lost sheep. We were called the lost sheep, us over here. Because they wanted to say we was not we were not connected with the other tribes.
Mic check.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
Truth. Even though you ladies can answer it, but I want to direct this towards A1, Hulk, and Truth. Y'all familiar with Pop Warner Sports, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes,
you know
sir.
when the team winning, they apply that no mercy rule, right? So I want to know, when did the no mercy rule was put on us Aboriginals?
I don't understand your question, but I will say this too. I think you where you're going with this is, I'm gonna say this. During some of the wars, 1800, their main objective was, they said, this is what they said: kill the man, which is the warrior, which is the Aboriginal, and say, kill. This is what they said. Let me say it right. They said, kill the Indian and save the man. In other words, the way we were and how we were, they did not want that. That's why they built all these institutions and put our people in them. It wasn't just like Empress said, they taught them, they was teaching them different things of their culture, but the main thing of their culture, they was teaching our people that they stole from their homes and put them in the institutions, was they wanted to change them. They wanted them to become European. They wanted them to act like Europeans. They wanted them to dress like Europeans.
The first native party was the Europeans. That's why they knew they couldn't pass. So that's why they bought Alaska and brought Alaska and those fucking Siberians down off in here. They're American now because we purchased fucking Alaska, but they're not the first people here. That's why they have no knowledge of nothing. Now I'm hearing them go around regurgitate shit that they done heard us say online as if it happened to them. All these different wars and these different atrocities that happen against our relatives being ran out of their land and all this. They're literally y'all regurgitating this shit because they do not know anything. Okay, now if America was built up, I mean, it was beautiful. What was y'all doing with y'all teepees in the middle of the motherfucking town, setting your teepees in the middle of all these big ass fucking stone motherfucking mason buildings and shit? What was y'all doing? They know y'all. They actually talk of America as if it was just them and the buffaloes. If you listen to them talk,
That's because they was homeless. The fuck? That's like saying they nothing but us and the stray dogs. If you're homeless, that's the truth.
And you know what else has came out? That some of these big, beautiful buildings that's still standing in some of our cities, and they didn't tear them down because they couldn't tear them down. What they did was redate them. You know what I'm saying? They redated them. Like if you see a building say 1901, it was really 901. You know what I'm saying? Because our people were advanced. They were advanced. When they got here, they didn't find no people living in no teepees and no huts and stuff. We were
living in apartment buildings. We were living in penthouses.
Yes, we did.
Penthouses.
We had steps. We had
castles,
and all that.
But these your people still over in Africa in mud huts and shit with 10 roofs, 10 siding, and 10 roofs on top of the bitch. These are the people. They don't connect you to people that's in Africa living good. Y'all notice that, right? They connect y'all to the motherfuckers that's in the slums. That's exactly where they got your asses at. They ain't got y'all with the kings over there or none of that. You just part of the niggas in the slums.
You know what?
Right here in America.
Empress, I would never want to live in Lagos, Nigeria. Okay. Lagos, Nigeria is worse than Kingston Street in Philadelphia.
Hell, it's worse than hell. The cities that they done got them condemned in America. Shit.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Lagos, Nigeria is worse than the worst part of where I live at, right? I live in the D in Detroit. And Lagos is worse than any of our dilapidated neighborhoods.
That started as a German colony.
Somebody in the chat, block, I think it's Kahuda Doppy.
That's not a coincidence fake page, sis.
Yeah, block is the
That's
dumbass.
his undercover page. Fake dope
But you know what the problem is? They so mad because we on here and we vibing together and we all agree because we know who we are, and they are mad about that. This ain't supposed to happen. You see?
Well, the ignorance would be that you said that your grandmama said that she was African, nigga. So until you go and show us proof that life started in Africa, don't come back and talk to us about shit. Because everything y'all give us out of Africa is a goddamn animal, bitch. And anytime niggas sit around here and think that they came from some animals, but the same animals that y'all claim that you come from is still running around here, something is wrong with that picture. There's still monkeys still around here.
Lucy ain't even a whole animal. She just what's left of a 2-piece and a biscuit they don't find.
That part. a jawbone of an animal. I'm sick of all y'all niggas.
2-piece and a biscuit.
I'm telling you. Oh, it's so sickening. Why ain't none of these monkeys in these zoos even started growing a hand or a foot or a nose? You know what I'm saying?
And walking upright.
Well, you know, that go against the Most High. That's all it is. It's just another religion that goes against the Most High.
That Dorianism was foolishness from the eugenics. That's all it was.
See, because if you don't believe in whatever, you know, you want to call it as far as our creation. If you don't believe we were created, then the evolution is. That's why you got niggas that's atheists adhering to this. It's a religion. But like I always say, tell me something you don't know. So I don't know how idiotic a nigga is to say he don't believe in God. Well, bro, if God wasn't real, you wouldn't have to say you don't believe in him, my nigga. Like, tell me something you don't know. I wait.
You can't. It ain't nothing to wait for. It really ain't nothing to wait for. I mean, see, that's the one thing they wanted to do to us, was disconnect us from our superior being, okay, which are men. Messenger Muhammad say in the Message to the Black Man and in Our Savior Has Arrived, these superior beings are men. They are our men. They are our brothers and sisters. They are man just like us. That's why they talking about now seeing crabs clocking at 18,000 miles per hour. Something they could never do. Something they can never do. And they can maneuver on a dime. No craft they have, even the F-16, can go one way and then turn around and come back the other way. But our crafts can do it. Why? Because we've been here for such a long time. Our damn technology has soared to the rockets. They can never catch us in anything. Anything. They can never catch us in anything. We have surpassed them. Like Mr. Muhammad said, at the 9th century, there was a vacuum in time, and that's when things went awry. But it was for a reason, a season, and a time. Now, like A1 said, or whoever that was said, they done lost grit. And they have lost grit. They ain't never had it, really. It's just that we were so still asleep that we wasn't recognizing the loopholes. But now we wide awake, just like Genesis 15 chapter say at that 4th generation, we gonna be wide awoke. And that's when the war is going to start. Now, what y'all got to think about is obeying Messenger Muhammad and not going to war. That's what y'all need to do. Think about how y'all gonna get out of going to fight World War III. Because it's coming. That's what it means by, I was trying, like, I don't like people, like, the lessons are right here. If we gonna get up and argue about what Messenger Muhammad said, his words are right here. Let's go with it. Don't keep on misquoting him, misrepresenting him.
You don't want to get too Islamic on them, sis. It's a broad audience, respectfully. You know what I mean? Like on some real shit, though.
Leaving religions out the door.
Yeah, well, you know what? If I don't understand that, when you got the 5%ers, the nation of God's of earth, you got the Moors, you got the Moor scientific, everybody relegating on the teachings of the
That's because they control the opposition. The culture ain't in no package. Islam has no birth record. Can't nobody lay no claim
Now, I
to
ain't
this.
talking about the different groups, bro. I ain't talking about the different groups. I'm talking about the fact that it should not be no fragmentation with none of us, because of the fact we all navigating on the same lessons that came from Master Farad Muhammad. That's all I'm saying. Nation of Gods of Earth got the 1 in 20. That's our lessons. I grew up with them.
I know there's no compulsion in Islam, so
I grew up with them lessons.
So I ain't no used car salesman. If a nigga got a question, I'll answer the question uprightly.
Now, I ain't no car salesman.
I don't push nothing. You know what I mean? Real shit.
I ain't no car salesman. You talking about different denominations of Islam. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about we here in America.
I'm an imam, not a missionary.
Right. We here in America, all of us should be on the same page. It don't matter what fragment we're dealing with. As long as we all navigating on the same lesson, then we should all know the same things. And with that, if y'all want to go there, I'm out. I'm not trying to just deal with that. I'm talking about this stuff. Y'all act like y'all trying to create a wheel.
We gotta remember.
Y'all act like y'all creating the wheel when the wheel already been created.
Well, see, that's my point.
Can the clay tell the potter what to do?
Make the wheel work for you. Because
that's why they box us in with these different people names and titles and all that when Islam has no birth record. That's why when we bring people names into it and we bring these organizations into it, then all it does is deter the people because they've already been indoctrinated. Hold on, let me speak. Let me land my plane, sis.
You
Just let me
out on
land.
the deep end, bruh.
Can
You
I
out
land my
on the
plane,
deep
sister?
end. What I'm talking about, you
Sister,
talking about time
respectfully.
frame and error. I'm talking
No,
about the fact
sister.
that
What?
Islam wouldn't have been over here if it wasn't for Noble Drew Ali,
That's
Noble
not
Drew
true,
Ali,
sister.
and Messenger
Sister.
Muhammad.
Can I finish saying what I had to
And
say?
Noble Drew Ali did
Well,
not
Noble
have
Drew
what we
Ali,
had.
hold on, sis, respectfully.
He didn't have
We were
what we had.
sister. We was wearing turbans long before Noble
No,
Drew
I
Ali was a
don't
twinkle.
care about how the
Before he
outward
was a
look. I'm talking about
twinkle.
the
So you gotta
mentality.
look at
Before
the
he was a
coins, the
twinkle
history of
in
the
his
coins.
father's eye.
But he didn't teach y'all the white man was the devil, though.
Nah, we don't do the colorable words around here,
Yeah, but
twin.
that was y'all loss. And that's why Mr. Muhammad said
Nah,
what he said.
nah,
We
He
the
said, no,
found.
but
we
you
don't
We
have
do
let
color
found
me
that they
codes.
finish.
speak of. We
Let
the
me
found. We
finish.
are the
Y'all
found that they
always
speak of.
want to run y'all stuff. So let me finish, my brother.
Well, you
He
kind of been
said,
on a soapbox, and I've
Messenger
been watching
Muhammad
the
said
chat,
about
and the
Noble
chat. I don't
Drew
want to
Ali. I'm
disrespect the
getting ready to
tribes.
tell the people. You don't want
Sister.
to hear it, then mute your
You
mouth.
being overbearing. It's
No, you
unattractive.
are being overbearing.
No, I'm playing my
Messenger
role. I'm
Muhammad
playing my
said
role,
about
sister.
Noble Drew Ali, brothers and sisters, that he
Hey,
was a
yo.
good brother. He brought the good news, some good news to America for us, but he did not have the keys to unlock our mental brain.
Hey, look, with that. Hey, look, real quick, y'all. I
And
gotta run,
I'm
y'all.
gone.
Hey, listen, I gotta run. I actually gotta go
Me
do
too,
something.
brother. Thank you
But
so much.
definitely, look, I appreciate
Oh,
everybody that came through today. Definitely heavyweight build. Shout out to everybody in the chat room for
Peace to
sticking
the
through.
guys.
Still
Hey,
got
one before
300.
you go, I'll ask you something real quick.
Go ahead, brother.
I want to set up a day for me to do my surf save. I need to update one.
You got my email, right?
I'll get it from Chief. Say less.
Nah, email me. Just email me. I'll put it in the back chat.
All right.
But
Can I just say,
I'm gonna go too.
no,
look,
go ahead. Go ahead, Hawk. Go ahead, Hawk. Before we get up out of
it's
it.
before we get all this confusion, Islam means peace. That's all I want you to understand. Islam is just another word for peace. Peace is all it is. What we say to each other every time we say peace, peace, peace to the tribes, peace, peace, peace. Our
That's a fact.
culture is peace. When they look at all these old sites with these great kingdoms, magnificent dynasties that we had, there was a minimal amount of weapons because we wasn't fighting. We lived in peace. So when I say Islam, I want it to be understood. I'm saying peace. So peace didn't come from nowhere else. Peace comes from within. And what our Aboriginal elders say, if you look for God outside yourself in the coming times, you will be lost. So understand me, hear me when I speak. Peace to the tribes.
Peace to God, man. Definitely, man. Thank everybody for coming through, man. Everybody got a chance to get their perspective as far as the education and the history that we know it, man. So with that being said, man, I gotta get up out of here. We've been rocking 5 hours, man. Peace to guys, peace to goddesses. Thank y'all for coming through. Until the next time, peace.